problems and all my bitterness just seemed passé. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long it'd take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. And maybe you're waiting on a call from me.
I'm so happy, guys.
And maybe you want to get out and restaurant and yeah, nobody's gonna life so fucked up if you don't know.
Let's fucking go.
Just like you saw me working at some restaurant and
Today is a good fucking day. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I am losing my mind. I have lost my mind. Listen, credit where credit is due. Soggy Cereal has produced, I agree with Nick Diorio, what may be the best video essay of this year. Like, unquestionably. Holy fuck. I am so happy. I feel so vindicated. I just, full disclosure, I DM'd Soggy. I've never spoken to the dude. I literally DM'd Soggy to say, hey, thank you and congratulations. That was it. That's all I sent. I've also sent a DM to Dogpack asking for his initial impressions. I don't know. I don't think he's going to get back to me. I've been wrong before, though, with Dogpack, so... This has been actually just fucking unbelievable. Now, I'm going to be joined by Gamma tonight, because I want to do this with a friend. We're gonna have a little I fucking victory lap, because that's what this really is. I imagine most of you have seen this video already. I've seen this video twice now. I was DM'd it so many times, and I was like, I know. I fucking know. What, like, so for Soggy himself, I didn't even know this was the guy that Chud Logic had kind of got to delete his slop video. So I was like, oh, who's Soggy Cereal? I had no idea, because I haven't kept up with any of the slop conversation. What the actual fuck? What the actual, like, was it all, like, it's the sort of thing, like, Soggy could legitimately claim, I don't think this is the truth, but Soggy could, like, do the funniest thing possible, go on Chud Logics and be like, yeah, so the whole slop video thing, that was all a ploy. I knew it was bad. I knew it was shit. I released it so people wouldn't expect this. That's what I'd do. I'd fucking lie. Okay. I'm gonna bring Gamma in. I'm fucking like Lumpy Willy, who's in the fucking video. Congratulations, buddy. Am I right in thinking again? I laugh at this video so much that I haven't realized, but like, is Keemstar even in this video? I don't think Keemstar's even in this video, and fucking Lumpy Willy is in it. Is Dogpack still in the house? Listen, Dogpack is one tweet away, okay? Gamma, buddy, bro, my friend, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just very disappointed from tonight's fight, as as I've been commenting.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Was
but...
it worth anybody's money?
I bet Netflix is happy.
Oh, probably.
But yeah, well, fucking hell. Well, what do you want to say initially about this video? Go on.
Well, I did only watch the first 50 minutes, but initially, I feel extremely vindicated, right? Because I've talked to you personally. I've talked to even Chud in the past. I tried convincing him to our side way back when Chud was giving a lot of charitability to Dogpack, and I was like, this guy. Oh, sorry.
Bear with me 1 second. Am I wrong on that? That wasn't Soggy. That was another iSlot video guy. That Chud made delete the video. Like, okay, cool.
I feel like the guy you're referring to was Raimundo.
Oh, is that Raimundo? Okay, cool. Sorry, like, I am in a daze at the moment. I'm gonna be honest. I am literally just in a fucking daze. Like...
However, I do believe that Soggy Cereal during that whole course of events was actually heavily criticized for making what people at the time were calling sort of an unfound claim, because Soggy Cereal implied that Dogpack made employees uncomfortable towards the end of the video by making a "let's buy 1,000 boobs" thing, right? But as it
Mhm.
turns out, Soggy Cereal wasn't even wrong to make that, assertion, considering he was completely vindicated, right? As that was, as we saw on the video, was partially a reason why, he got that talking to with his manager, right? So
Hmm.
people were saying like, hey, we're gonna have to hold you up to the standard too, Soggy Cereal. How do you know this? And as it turns out,
Yeah,
here we are.
which is absolutely fine. Like, I hope I know it won't. Believe me, we'll be back here in maybe 2 years, with something else. But like,
Yeah.
because no one ever fucking learns. But yes, like seeing somebody actually come, like it seems like Soggy's got good evidence. He's got a lot of like faces attached to things.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fucking wild. I mean, what a blindside. What you meant to,
So
there were a couple of things that I disagree with in the video. Like, but they're minor,
yeah. Yeah. So like something like for example, back when I was talking to Chud, I remember going on his streams. I was like, Chud, I have something to say about Dogpack. I think that this person is not trustworthy, right? I have lost a lot of like respect for the guy, a lot of like trust. I don't think that we should give this guy a lot of fair charitability anymore. And basically, I was told, well, I think he's coming from a good place, and I feel so happy that all of this information came out, because I was going on a lot of theories that were backed by words that Dogpack himself have said, some discrepancies, right, some mistruths, and I was like, okay, see, we have all of these instances of Dogpack either obscuring information, either being inconsistent, misinterpreting things, or outright lying. I don't think this guy is a good faith individual that we should necessarily trust. And then literally like 2 weeks later, we start getting the downfalls of him making all of these other, false accusations. And now we have this, Soggy Cereals video where he not only compiles all of the discrepancies, but attaches like cases where he misrepresented information outright to seem like he has an upper hand when he really
Yeah.
didn't. Like particularly
Well, this
something
is
that really caught me by surprise. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, this is what I was saying with how am I doing? I'm doing so good gaming. I'm fucking on fire tonight. Like, this is what I said about like the Delaware stuff. I think I said this to Tom the other night as well. He didn't know about Delaware. He had no idea, because otherwise he wouldn't have included Jake Paul's Jake the Vikings tweet in his first video in like the intro.
Yeah.
There's so many things here where Dogpack has just not got. He doesn't have anything. He never had anything.
That he has as something. Yeah, he played everything off that he has as like a card that came directly from his back pocket. But in reality, he was just leeching off of information that he got from other people that wasn't even fully substantial to begin with.
Yeah. And I mean, like during the video, so we'll get there. Like Soggy's framing of Roseanne is really charitable, and I deeply disagree with that. Roseanne is like psychotically fucking angry.
Well.
Yeah. So's Jake. So's Jake. Yeah. They all fucking are.
That's something to point out when it comes to these types of individuals that form these accusations on shoddy evidence, is that they all have a vindictive side to them. Right. And as long as they're vindictive, it's easy to assume that they are hiding details or like purposely obscuring like wider context to avoid like, actually giving like other people an opportunity to expand on what these people's intentions are or potential like explanations as to why some people might behave in certain ways. And the reason I say that is in reference to Ava Chris Tyson. Of course, we've had other cases of YouTubers being like, falsely implicated of things in the past, but more specifically with Chris Tyson in regards to the CP thing, right? My whole theory was that maybe Chris Tyson brought up this image, not particularly because of the whole CP thing, but because they were concerned for potential pedophiles in these, conspiratorial times back then, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting Soggy Cereal to completely like, sort of like prove me right in that aspect once he showed the rest of the logs where they were just talking about, pedophiles that were involved with Trump.
Yeah, I don't think I've I think I zoned out for that section. I think I've been like, we'll look at it as we go through. Because like fucking, do you know the weirdest part of all of this? Like I keep
no.
I
what
keep
do you think is the weirdest part?
I keep finding things in this video where I'll end up pausing, and there are bits in this video which have like captivated my mind. The fact that Dogpack seems to have misframed actual employees, the fact that you know, he included Hoodie, the fucking the fact that he recreated a YouTube video clip where actually that recreation is the fucking problem.
That really caught me off guard.
I was like, that's insane that he noticed that. Yeah. And it's all these little things that, you know, you look at and you go, these aren't stylistic choices. They're very particular. Like how you clip things. It's actually a great example in how to dishonestly clip people to get, you know, outcomes.
Have you ever watched this video? It's called like somebody might know what I'm talking about, but it's a video that I really loved. I watched it years ago, and I learned a lot from it to this day about catching people in lies. Like whenever I debate people, I know how to, like, you know, sort of read between the lines and understand that they're not giving me everything that I want from them. Sort of like the whole Prism situation, if you recall that, right? I think the video is called like, or like the concept itself that the video explores is like backspeak. Or reverse speak or something like that, and it's like when you give bits of truth without giving the entire truth.
Well, I noticed
that you can make up a lie.
I mean, I said this to Kristen Ark when we were talking about the iNabber stuff, and I was like, there's a paragraph in iNabber's Google Doc where if you read it, you're like, he basically sort of admits to the allegation very lightly, and then just immediately jumps in the next sentence to like. It's like a bit of a non sequitur, and because he's done the bit where he's like addressed it in the first line, you don't realize that he's kind of just cut out everything else that would need to have been said about that allegation, and kind of, it's all these kind of things. And Dogpack, like you can tell Dogpack's this kind of person, but not good at it, because Dylan, sorry, I just saw your name pop up, because Dogpack fucking hell, because Dogpack basically spends his time going, well, this is my opinion, this is, you know, this is an allegation, allegedly. And it's like, you're doing this not just to protect yourself from the legal stuff, you're doing it to protect yourself from potential backlash. Because like when I had a conversation with Dogpack about, like, just through DMs about the James Warren stuff, it's like, well, I didn't think it would be like, I didn't think it was that important, I don't think it was that much of a gotcha, I don't think it was, it's like, okay, but then you're retarded, right? If you didn't think that mattered, like, then you're retarded. So you're either malicious or retarded. Now, I have personally thought for a while, like, it's really interesting with Dogpack. Dogpack is in over his head, and he is blinded.
Wait, actually, let me stop you right there. I don't think Dogpack was ever in over his head, right? And the reason why I say that is because it's impossible to be over your head when you're it's impossible to be over your head when your entire goal, as we've been presented now, was to misframe things, right? because that was your intention. If like at several
what I mean is you're jumping ahead of me. What I mean is, when I say in over his head, I mean because of how much attention is on this, and also because of the pushback he's getting, he actually can't lie fast enough to keep it going. That's the problem. So he's actually not unintelligent. You can tell that from the way he'll put things together. But he's so laser focused on one goal, everything else becomes like...
He doesn't cover his track.
Yeah, and and again, there is this remaining question I have, and to me, it's very important, but it probably comes under, at this point, like a discount milk question. I want to know who Dogpack was before this.
Everything.
Yeah, because I don't know whether to, like I said, I typed in Nick's chat, you know, I don't know what's funnier. The idea that he did have a 60k YouTube channel, which is just in the ether, that he's worked with big YouTubers, none of which have come out to either condemn or protect him, because at this point, you know, this is a massive story.
Yeah, and you think that by now somebody would come to speak against him for potential, like, you know, like this is a behavior trait for him, you can tell.
Nobody's
right?
But he is so obviously internet people, like everything about him. So the idea of him having no paper trail is insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
I like it's starting to keep me up at night. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you
know? It begs the question further. Further, like,
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
how do you not have a paper trail in this stuff, but you were unable to cover your tracks in all of these lies?
Yeah. It's like at some point you must have been good at this. Now,
Hmm.
yeah, okay. I mean,
If he wasn't just like lying out of his ass, which I firmly believe he was.
well, I mean, even if he was lying out of his ass, even if like he never had the YouTube channel, even if he's never worked with other big YouTubers, like I could believe that. I don't know which is funnier, that he did or he didn't, you know. But I can believe that he's lying out of his ass. What I can't believe is that he appeared on the internet 2 years ago. I don't believe that's true.
Oh, you want to see if there's anything like even more secret.
Well, like
behind the scenes.
so like let me give you an example. Dogpack's email is a Proton account, and
Oh,
the sort of people who have Proton accounts are not newbies to the internet. That's not having a Gmail account. You know, that's the sort of thing where you're like hyper concerned about your internet security.
privacy.
And the question is, why would you, if you were Dogpack, why would you be that concerned when your name is public, your work history is public, and you're like, and the people you're going after know exactly how to find you and get to you because they're your former employers. So is that you have that kind of security habitually? Because if you have that kind of security habitually, that would suggest that you are not kicking around on Facebook, for example. That suggests that you're like probably, you know, people who have Proton accounts are the sort of people who hang around very particular communities.
It's interesting that you mentioned that actually, because his only accounts that we've been able to find that are public have largely been like completely disconnected from him as a person, or have been entirely revolving around Mr. Beast and other creators, such as XQC. Right? Yeah, it is very strange that you mentioned that. How do you not have like a public presence at all?
Exactly. It's insane. I mean, the dude's pretty much a ghost. You know, and again, the idea of somebody being that, but also being able to come into ideation. It's really interesting as well that, you know, because that's true.
How do you come with that into ideation, particularly for one of like the largest, YouTubers on the scene, without having like anything to show for it? Aside from a couple of Reddit posts.
It's infuriating. Like, and again, like this is part of the reason that I've had like much more of an interest in Dogpack than Mr. Beast. It's not necessarily that I think Dogpack is evil, though I do think he's highly malicious, or like, you know, there's some sort of kudos to a takedown of him. Well, it's because there is a really somewhere in here, I think there is another story as well.
I'd argue that people like Dogpack are actually extremely dangerous. How long did it take for any of this stuff to be uncovered? Right? How long did it take Soggy Cereals to collect all of this information, compile it, and then realize that everything about Dogpack has been largely a lie? Right? It makes people like Dogpack so incredibly dangerous, especially on a scene like YouTube, where people, or in this particular scene of like, you know, commentary and information gathering, where if you frame things in the right way and you gather the right information and present it in the right way while leaving out details, you can potentially like, you know, ruin somebody's life and even business, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think one thing that's interesting is a lot of people are saying like, you know, this video needs to be pushed. I think this is easily a 1.5 mil video, which isn't enough potentially. But one thing that I'm interested to see if start happening is we will start seeing posts of, well, Dogpack said this, and then there will be a couple of comments going, no, he didn't. That's, you know, he was wrong about this. This has been debunked. And that's really where I think the impact's going to start being felt, because the Dogpack sort of audience, the anti-Mr. Beast crowd, are already crumbling. Like, it's really interesting. In the last Cam Nuggets video, I had one comment telling me that Dogpack was right. I wasn't even called a pedophile supporting cocksucker.
Dude,
you know, like
I've had people apologize to me because I was right about Dogpack. Like I had a couple videos that did somewhat well for my channel, like 5,000, 7,000 views, which isn't much. But for me, that's a significant amount. People were fucking hating on me because I was like they were saying, oh, you're just, you know, a Mr. Beast glazer trying to detract from Dogpack. I've had people come back and apologize to me because I was correct about pretty much everything that I said, right? Because people are now starting to realize that Dogpack is incredibly disingenuous and largely a liar.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had any of those, but you know, Fuck people. Maybe I don't know. Fucking, I don't really read my. This could sound really bad. I actually don't read my comments that much, but I read them for like the first like couple of hours, and that's it. But you know, I look at what's happening now. This is like a real walls are closing in moment. I think it is important to point out, like, as Nick does, there are definitely things that Dogpack has done. That Mr. Beast has done. I think the LaCoya stuff is a good example of this. I think that if people want to look into how like employees have been treated historically, then that's fine. But
Yeah,
I
I
think largely it's interesting. Like Nick's been talking today about like scaling of accusations, which is a conversation we had last night.
Yeah.
You know, because in relation to the morale stuff, and I agree. The part of the where I'm at largely, and where I've been for a while, and I don't think this is a secret, is because the accusations against Mr. Beast and the company have largely been, well, unfounded and are so fucking crazy compared to what the reality is. I kind of like gone, I don't care anymore because you keep bringing me these things that are like, he murdered 20 people in a fucking tank. And I'm just like, okay. And then you look at it and it's like, well, actually, he CGI'd a train. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't care then. Like, I don't. And you stop caring more and more. And like, I was, you know, whenever
It's interesting
people.
that you mentioned that. It's interesting that you mentioned that because I know exactly what you're talking about. In my personal groups and conversations, I usually call that like application of severity. Like how severe is something compared to another, and is it worth including this if it's not as severe as this thing?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of these as well where I people like remind me of other things that have happened, and I'm grateful because I'm like, okay, cool, I can hear a sane person talk about one of these Mr. Beast accusations, and then I can agree with them, and then I'm like, yeah, I see that there's evidence for that's based. I don't know what's going to happen next. I think that's like an interesting question. We're sort of like burying the lead with this video before we've even like watched it on stream. But
actually, I want to ask you a question as a result of that question that you're asking. What do you think? What do you think Dogpack's? Well, it's gonna be two different terms I'm gonna use here. What do you think? Like as a result of this would be Dogpack's win condition or exit strategy? Like, what do you think he has to do?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think Dogpack's win strategy is going to be to marry Roseanne. And then they'll adopt Jake Weddle. And they'll move to Texas. I don't know. I don't know how you come back from this. I think that I think the major question for me now is I don't think Mr. Beast is going to sue Dogpack at the moment, because it just drags it out.
Well, I might be wrong on this because I'm a fucking idiot, but not unless I want to say there's like a significant measurable loss, right?
There is. They could probably they could display that. They could display that. It seems like that's, you know, that this has cost them money, and they could probably show that. Now,
but the secondary question to that is like, how much do they consider like significant? Well,
I mean, millions, I imagine.
Like worth, I mean, it's probably just because I don't know too much about.
This. I think again, I'm going on from what I hear through the grapevine, but my understanding is that they've lost again, they're not like, it's not bankrupting Mr. Beast, but they've lost money off this. I actually think the real question is not whether Mr. Beast sues Dogpack and Roseanne, but whether somebody else sues Dogpack and and that's kind of the question. Now, does Mr. Beast respond? Because I know Diorea's opinion is that Mr. Beast should respond and needs to respond. I want Mr. Beast to respond. I want to see that response. But if you're asking me, should Mr. Beast respond? No. Like, why would you?
People will even though Dogpack has lied, I think people will find a way to misframe it and say, hey, look at this guy going after the smaller guy.
The problem is, because I can understand where Nick's coming from, but the reason I disagree with him is because that apology is for like the commentary audience that have talked about this. But actually, we're kind of irrelevant because we're not his audience. Nobody who's like, I want to watch drama content and see what the latest accusations are against like Jake Paul and look at CoffeeZilla and what's going on with the crypto stuff. None of those people are then going, and now I'm going to watch the latest MrBeast video. And by apologizing or making a video going over all of this, all MrBeast does is expose that to his core audience, which is massive, and many of which will be completely unaware of this drama.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
True. That is true.
Like, it's at the moment, as far as I can tell, this has not breached his core audience. Now, there is another condition, just very quickly. If MrBeast responds, it probably should be through mainstream media, and that's only if it's affecting things like the Amazon deal. Yeah. Because that's the only way. That's the only real pressure that can be applied.
Mm-hmm. I imagine that it probably didn't hurt any of their deals, because on the inside, I mean, MrBeast probably knows of all of this. Like somebody as obsessed about their own company would probably be able to take like an accusation like what Dogpack said about Delaware and go, oh well, I was like, like as Soggy Serial presented in this video, I was 19 at the time. We weren't really doing background checks. I didn't actually know, right? And then like, what basically, like somebody who has all of the information in order would be easily able to prove otherwise behind the scenes, which would take significantly longer to prove to a audience of people on the forefront of the internet. Yeah, so I don't think there was actually anything that would have been drastically bad in the background, like thinking further into it.
Yeah, it's just it's just kind of whatever from kind of that perspective. And I agree with Nick as well that like Nick's like, well, when they hired Delaware, we'll get to it in the video, but like he's like, I understand other people's positions on some of this stuff. There are going to be things where people are like, where I'm like, I don't care about this, and other people are going to be like, I really do, and like I respect your position on that. It's like the Delaware stuff. Like I think I'd probably disagree. I think I'd disagree with Nick. Depending, I'd actually have to look back at the content at the time. But I think if you're doing content around children, you should absolutely be background checking people. I don't care if you're young. I think that at that level, you've got other people working for you. Even if it's not a Jimmy problem, it's an everyone problem. Now, is that enough? Is that enough, in my opinion, to cancel MrBeast? No, it's not. The Chris Tyson stuff, that may be a different story. Like, right? Yeah. Like, I'm still very much stuck on the position that I personally think Jimmy knew. But at this point, I don't really care what my personal feelings are for this story. I care what evidence we have to make things, because it's become such a fucking kaleidoscopic pile of shit.
Too swampy to navigate.
Yeah, so I'm just like, I don't care what I actually think about some of this stuff, like particular topics. I care what people can show me or what I can find and prove. Hamish with the $7.99. To win, Dogpack needs to go full schizo and claim MrBeast is part of the Hollywood satanic pedo cabal. I mean, he tried that and then cut it from his video, basically. I mean, that's pretty close to the accusations he was making about like Jimmy's satanic antichrist claims.
So
thank you for the $7.
Just to like, I want to add this about the win condition or like the exit strategy conversation. Sure. I think that Dogpack's win condition is not actually a win condition. It's an exit strategy, which is why I said exit strategy. I think he should cut his losses and, become a ghost on the internet and never come back. Like he just needs to leave, because he will for as long as he becomes a content creator, if that was his goal, to like make a fucking like large audience out of these accusations, to build a following of being this incredible exposer of truths, I don't think he'll ever be successful in doing that, because there's going to be people like Nicholas Diorio. There's going to be people, like Soggy Serials, that are going to be constantly on his ass, hyper analyzing him, putting him under a microscope for anything he does, right? He just needs to cut his losses and leave.
Okay. So here is my position on this. We need to stop telling people to delete videos and leave the internet, because we're running out of content. And next year, we're going to start eating each other, okay? I made this... I made a defense of Himpleton and Morale the other night on Core's stream. Good evening, Core. I'm not Wick, by the way. But Wick, I believe, will take his shirt off for $50. But I have no price for nudity. So, but I made this argument on Core's stream the other night. We need to save Morale and Himpleton because next year, every year somebody goes under the bus, and if we don't have people around who can go under the bus, it's going to be one of us. So...
If we don't have people to sacrifice to the proverbial Satan of commentary, we cannot keep this curse going of
you need to think of the long term. Okay, I'm gonna fuck it. Next August, I'm just gonna be like, August is a month, I'm gonna fuck off, I'm not gonna look at anything, and then hope I wasn't cancelled in my absence.
so real quick, do you want to hear my position on Himpleton and Rao? It's gonna be like,
yeah, of course I fucking do.
Okay, so my position on Himpleton and Rao is that people I understand why people are upset. Me personally, I would also be mad, like super mad as well in another circumstance. But after getting to know Rao and Himpleton for a long amount of time, well, not really a long amount of time, but let's say for a reasonable amount of time, I think that from a business perspective, they have the potential to become really good creators as long as they focus on the right avenues. Everybody's going to make mistakes. Mao's mistake was a bit egregious. I personally messaged him. I was like, maybe you shouldn't be using this tonality, these words. However, I still think that you can make a very good comeback and build a really strong presence on the internet. You just have to reflect and learn, because after all, that's all that matters. People have done worse and made strong comebacks.
That's very much my position with Morale. Now, I will say this. I saw on Lyric's stream that people are uncovering other DMs, that he's been talking inappropriately in Discords, apparently. I'm like, fuck. If that's really bad, then you're fucked. I really hope it's... I don't know. I haven't looked. I'm just sort of... Like, I just want to enjoy the Soggy Cereal video.
In the past, I will say this. In the past, I have talked to Mao about some of these DMs that have been uncovered, and while they're largely cringe, it's nothing to really lambast the guy. From my knowledge, right? It's nothing to really like cancel and destroy. From my knowledge, right? Because I only know what I asked Mao, and I only know what I've heard in conversations between these individuals. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm.
Mm-hmm.
God, I said this to Nick. I'm trying to be like, I like Morale. I think he's got good content for the future, but also like my position is, in the last year I have been burnt multiple fucking times, and in the previous years I have had falling outs with people who have, for the large part, fucked up, and then it ends up hitting back on me. And Diorio is on a 1-strike system, and I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm probably on a 2-strike system myself. That's where I'm at. And I'm having to look at the stuff that's coming in from Morale and going, okay, well, that's all stuff that's happened previously, as dumb as it is. So let's deal with if anything happens next. If he does anything else, that's kind of where I'm at.
The way that I see it, if this logic makes any sense, and I'm willing to be challenged on this, is that Mao, as much as I hate to say this because it sounds sort of egotistical and sort of negative, is kind of a nobody. Let's be real here. We're all nobodies, right? Typically, people who do these type of things, like for example, the whole Cheeto stuff, are criticized differently because they're on a different standard of, well, if you're a creator, you have the obligation to behave in certain ways to mitigate risk, right? If Mao is still sort of just gen pop, just to use that word, as long as there is no future repetition of this behavior, as long as there is no future I
actively compared it to the stuff with the Shadman list. There were mistakes in that list which we needed to learn from, because if I'd done something similar previously, no one cared, because I had I was literally a glub shitto, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Now, a kind of thing happens where you go over the edge, where more people notice you, and you're going to have more connections. And that's kind of where morale is like sat right now. And you learn from that fuck up. And you know, it's a weird situation, because even you're right, we are nobodies, but the people who like interact with you aren't, right?
Aren't nobodies. That's correct. I guess.
No worries, Ellington. Thank you for the 5.
I guess the reason I'm being more charitable to Himbleton and Rao in these aspects is because, like, as far as I know, and I might be wrong, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that these people haven't been officially endorsed by anybody, right?
Not really. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm not kicking the cat boy out of the house. Like, I'm fucking, like, I've spoken to him. I think he needs to take some time and get his shit together, and then it's whatever. That's where I'm currently sat. You know, it's not like Aiden hasn't caught flack for some of this shit as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I spoke to Aiden earlier. You know, I'm friends with Aiden. So it's you know, it's kind of what it is. Bro, this will be the first time I miss a live stream. I'm actually offended. It'll be here when you get up, Beetle. Go to sleep.
I actually talked to Aiden too. You like, this is probably going to be an interesting thing, and I hope they don't mind that I'm talking about this, because it was a conversation that I had with Aiden in another server. I talked to Aiden. I was like, Aiden, what was your like? I want to ask you this question just to pick your brains, because I sort of like the way that you debate, because it follows sort of my line of logic in getting people in gotchas whenever I have arguments. I was like I don't really know Aiden, so like I am kind of like not really biased towards him. So I asked him, what, like, was your intention here a win condition? Like, did you have an incentive to win this debate by all means? Because, say, for example, and this is gonna sound fucking hilarious, like for example, if you were to ask a person to debate on the side of ethical CSAM, if you gave them $100,000, would you not think that they would do anything in their power to argue against the other side, no matter what, even if it means defending CP, right? And he was basically like, yeah. So I asked Aiden, I was like, so do you not think that you had the incentive to provide content and to appeal to an audience that this debate was entirely for, you know, a win condition, rather than to explore like the wider conversation and nuance? And Aiden told me that, yeah, essentially like this was a win condition moment. He wanted the win above all else.
So
right.
So I think my viewpoint is pretty similar to Chud's on this. I really don't like the debate bro stuff anymore. I just either come in, scream like a fucking retard, or have a normal conversation. Like, you're, in my opinion, anything else, like, I think partly because I did the politics circuit, and you're like, you know, it's like, well, that's an ad hominem. And I'm just like, that's fucking gay.
False dichotomy, false dichotomy, yeah.
You know, I'm just like, it's just fucking annoying, frankly. I came over here to be a retard. I am dumb. I refuse to acknowledge any intelligence that I might actually have. I'm just here to laugh at stupid thing. That's it. That's the whole thing. You know, it doesn't need to be more than that. If you're making serious accusations, then make those serious accusations and be serious when you do it. But most of the time, most of your content should be pissing around, because otherwise you're just, I don't know. You're just gonna burn yourself out going fucking crazy.
The thing is that as somebody who covers information, you should never want to be the one to levy accusations in any way, shape, or form. You should want to be the one to cover, you know, accusations. I don't
mind making an accusation. Like we did this with Dogpack, right? We made accusations to Dogpack of like his history with XQC, like the way he operates, like the James Warren stuff, where we were like, the accusation was, you know, you lied, basically. You know, I don't think there's a problem with making accusations. It's just the amount of work, frankly, because of the scrutiny you are going to be under if you ever make accusations, is fucking gigantic, and that is just the reality. So, I mean, that's fucking that's where we are. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna start watching this video, and because we're like 45 minutes in and haven't.
The
actually, no.
Fuck. Is really entertaining too.
No, we're not. The first thing we're gonna do is this. We're gonna, because I was having a quick look, and I wanna. That's an ad hominem. You're being a real gay man right now, Bucko. Thank you for the $4.99, Teddy. You are so right. So we're gonna have a look at this thread quickly. In fact, I'm gonna open it in another window. Give me a second. Make that bigger. So Nick is going to bed. I'm going to sleep, but I wanted to leave these logs here because the Soggy Mr. Beast video thread is currently just a mod of r/YouTube drama crashing out and slandering me for being right. So
Imagine.
which is fucking just fantastic. So we'll start. Well, I'll have a little read of these. Weird how this video goes through everything that you slash Nicholas Diorio brought up and was destroyed for, especially in this sub. But people are eating it up because of this video, and it's so positively received. First response, because Diorio straight up lied about weird shit being in the Tea Party chats. He and Keemstar, among others, were talking about Rosanna Panzo and trying to get their communities to harass them. That's not fucking true. Fuck off, but never mind. Lamau, why is the fact that a bunch of drama YouTubers were in an old group chat together discussing drama such a problem? That's literally exactly what this sub does in the first place. What would a Dogpack, Rosanna, Jake Weddle, surprise witness, Cum Nuggets, Cam Nuggets, Quinthio. That's actually, that wasn't even a shot. I just said it naturally. Trey Yates, who actually swept for Chris Tyson when he was bald, by the way. Absolutely fucking true. Horrendous shit. Fuck that guy. Bold, by the way. Hypocritical of Rosanna and Dogpack to accuse, hypocritical of Rosanna and Dogpack to accuse the so-called Guna Gang of sweeping for her, except discussing in their group chats then. Also, what weird stuff was in the chats? Give me proof or I'm not believing you. If I remember correctly, Plop is referring to these exact lines in the leaks. Personally, I would like to know what creators were lying about these chats about. So this is all just like fucking... God, they're just fucking crashing out. This Pop person has literally been going... after like Diorio for like ages now. It's insane. So the next one is, this shit just keeps going. I'm trying not to cut anything out for the stream. The dude was clearly having mental breakdowns. Who's supposed to be friends? Like they're just talking about fucking Bo Blacks. Jesus fucking Christ.
Redditors are actually fucking deranged.
Hey, it's almost like my take on Redditors is completely fucking correct, and Redditors need to be
anything. They don't know anything.
I mean,
The issue with Redditors is the Dunning-Kruger effect at full display. They think they're smart, but they really not, because they don't know how to actually like explore anything but what is presented to them.
Yeah, they've got no fucking idea. I pinned Hodder's message. Good morning, mate. God. How has this gone so... How do you fuck up this badly? Plop hates commentary, and especially Nick. Listen, all these people are just fucking ass mad. I mean, listen, I don't know what I have to tell you after last night, for those of you who watched the Destiny Dan stream. Like, it's like, if you are the sort of person who's like, I want to be a Reddit Janny, like, I don't know, seek help. Like, somebody joked that they were going to make a Cope and Seed subreddit, and I cannot stress how much I hope that becomes a hate community if they do, and how strongly I will disavow it. And it's the only thing that anyone could do that I would actually disavow, about this channel. Like, I would just be like, no, like, I'm not associated. Mostly, I'm just like, people are independent actors, but I'm like, no, that disgusts me. Don't drag me to Reddit. Fuck. I'm chill. I do all the normal posts on the boys. Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell.
Anyone who wants to be a Reddit Jenny as an aspiration should probably seek better things to fulfill their lives with, to be honest. At that point, just buy a sports car and, drive 100 miles per hour. You'll probably get more excitement that way. And don't,
Mr. Beast did.
I condone speeding, though. Hey, look. I used to do very illegal things on the road. That's all I'll say. So,
did Dan lose his mod privileges? Yes, he did. Somebody left a comment on last night's stream, by the way, and I just want to fuck it. I will go and find it quickly and read it to you. I'm not going to show it to you guys. but it just made me laugh so much. Where is it? I actually responded. They got a rare response out of me for this one. I caught a slightly longer stretch of that Destiny group stream through Lonerbox. There were some bits with Dylan Burns calling in from Ukraine that weren't directly part of that drama, but gave it another bizarre layer. If I recall correctly, Dylan was on the call before the Dan Kelly forethought drama started, but never really left. So waited through the hour or so of that and just suddenly popped back in again out of nowhere. At one point, Dan also started abusing Dylan for not having an audible enough mic because it was somehow his fault that Destiny decided to vacuum the room while they were all live, which is fucking actually crazy. just actually insane. Yeah, no, we're not here to talk about Dan. I just thought that was funny. Right, okay.
This is about Dan can't stream, right? That's the person I'm thinking about?
Yeah, Destiny's best friend.
Okay, I see. I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Right, let's start the video.
Yes. You're pushing back on everything that we're saying. So what?
Well, because you're trying to fire me, and I want to work at this company.
I'm the CEO of this company. If I'm talking, don't interrupt.
And I've been trying to get to this point.
Oh, Beckett, by the way,
for a long time.
Share your screen. Because I'm currently just watching your stream to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, my screen shared. My screen is shared.
Is it shared?
Yeah, it is shared. It's in the Discord.
I can't. I'm not seeing anything.
What do you mean you're not
fucking idiot?
You just hold on. I'll reshare it. You share your screen. Back it. Share the screen. Can you see it now?
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Yes. I guess it was just a UI issue or something, or that, or I'm an idiot.
Please.
Okay, listen. If you guys want to meme and create like a Cope and Seed Discord, like Reddit or something, do me a favor. Everyone create individual ones. Just create like fucking 20 of the fucking things.
I was about to say something incredibly horrible. I'll refrain.
Don't do that, by the way. I don't know if there's a fucking TOS rule about telling you to make subreddits or some shit. Like, don't do that.
Have a second chance.
You were the manager of Dawson, or Dogpack404.
I just burn my sleeve?
I was the
Probably.
manager of Dogpack404 for a time being. If you had to describe the working conditions when Dawson was working with you in ideation with one word, what word would it be?
I would say it was depressing.
The war crime stuff, that was a joke. Why did you make that joke?
Actively right now, by the videos that Dawson is making, he is actively hurting the philanthropy that is helping.
This whole thing, by the way, is insane. I can't believe Soggy got so many interviews with people. Like, it's crazy.
It's incredible.
Thousands and millions of
I want to know what that woman meant by depressing, though.
I guess we'll get to it.
Oh, so you want to cheaply manipulate people by imitating Content Cop? I'll show you imitating Content Cop.
What we do here is go back.
True, Teddy.
I find it so fitting that he looked like just an alternate version of iDubbbz.
He's got the mannerisms down absolutely fucking perfectly.
I'm willing to say that he looks almost like you know, just like a long lost twin of iDubbbz, actually.
I mean, listen, I hope at least Soggy has got laid before and doesn't get like fucking vagina trapped by some fucking crazy e-thought. I wouldn't want that to be his end. Fuck you, Anissa.
Yeah, let's just hope.
Oh, fuck.
He has a girlfriend
So
based.
most of you have probably guessed by now, this video won't just be about this alleged fraudulent and manipulative asshole, it'll also be about this confirmed fraudulent and manipulative asshole. Dogpack404, also known as Dawson French, and his victims of manipulation. For the people who have not been exposed to his propaganda yet...
Oh, okay, I noticed this first time around. You know, so when he showed his name, it said, not doxing, this is public. There's a reason for that. Dawson's name has always been public. He says it in the first thing he releases. Like, basically the first thing. He's like, I was a dog.
Dawson French.
And then, everyone censors his name. Everyone who covers any of this shit censors his fucking name, like it's some big secret who his identity is. It's all these little manipulation tactics that are really, oh, you know, we need to make sure that we're protecting people's anonymity. And it's like, but that's your name. What the fuck?
In the past, I've refrained from using his name out of courtesy. I just think it's a common courtesy thing, really.
Dawson's a fucking stupid name. Dawson's a fucking stupid name. He should have stayed at the creek.
Dogpack404, or Dawson French, is an ex-MRBEAST employee who worked there for about 3 weeks, and after being fired, made or worked on videos filled with lies about MRBEAST. And I became suspicious of Dogpack404 after he called me overdramatic for not wanting to spread serious
Okay, how is saying I did not want to make a video with unsubstantiated proof being over dramatic? Yeah, this doesn't, like, he shows some of his DMs, none of them surprise me because I've seen Nick's and I've obviously seen my own. There's something weird about the way Dogpack talks to people. It's just, it's just very off. Like,
the way that I see it is that I think that in his mind, I think that in Dogpack's mind he feels he feels superior to those that he's like, you know, that he's conversing with, especially in regards to this. The reality is that...
Have you heard the recording he sent to me?
No, I haven't.
Okay, let me just play this. I'll just play the recording. I think you should be able to hear it. Because this was us talking about James Warren, if I recall correctly. Play? You know, work? That's interesting. Come on. Wait, has he removed that fucking sound clip? That's very interesting. Okay, cool. Give me a second. Doesn't play. I don't know whether he's like gone back and deleted that fucking sound clip, but that's interesting. Fortunately, I have a recording. There we go. You'll have to watch this through the stream.
So the same way I have the LaCoya document with all the corroborating testimonies, I have one for James Warren. The issue is that I made that document first, and there was a lot of mistakes in how I made that document as far as like, what I learned is like to just screenshot what I want to use, send it to people immediately, and then say, hey, can I put this on the record? Instead of being like, okay, can I ask you some on the record questions? And then, you know, whatever, people change their mind or forget. And yeah, a lot of people have like distinct texting styles. It took a long time. Things changed. And then like the documentary crews and journalists got involved, and I was like, okay, do you want to go to these people instead? So, but yeah, there exists a lot of corroborating testimony. I just can't use it, if that makes sense.
No, none of that makes sense. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. Should have stayed at the creek. I don't get it. Get it? Does Dawson own this creek, or is it Dawson's creek? Thanks, Daddy. Thanks for the 5. Yeah, I listen to that, and I'm like, it doesn't make much sense to me, because like the thing is, you're like, well, I've got corroborating testimony, and I'm like, okay, but that's not enough for you to release something like that. It wasn't really enough for you to release the LaCoya stuff, apparently.
Something that really rubs me the wrong way. If you're somebody that's so worried about like levying allegations like these and making sure that they're interpreted in a way that you want them to be interpreted, like I'm the type of person that really watches the type of words that they say very carefully. I always think about the words that I'm going to say before I say them. Dogpack, how are you not like thinking about the things that are coming out of your mouth? Because when he says that I'm going through the stuff that I want to use and sending it to people, what does that imply? Like, are you taking things that fit your narrative better? Like, or is it a possibility that there's things like, that are attached to what you want to use that could, like, make the situation less worse? Like why are you specifically stating that there are things you want to use? Like why is he just like how is he this fucking careless? Like it shows that he has like say for example, if I were to levy allegations like these, I would try to include every possible bit of context to support my claims rather than just use, particular things.
Well, I mean, like whenever I've come across stuff where I'm like, I've got like, if I'm like 80 to 90% sure, I won't release those accusations. I just won't run them. That has been my standard, for pretty much everything. And while there are mistakes, I've made framing mistakes before, and I think like things like the shad list is a framing mistake. The initial claim is these people interacted. They did. There is evidence of the interaction, like for example. Yeah. But like, there are other things, and I think the best example I've got in this case is the accusation that Dogpack committed had a charge of domestic violence. We were very sure that was the same Dawson French, and we fucking disproved ourselves. Because that was just a responsible thing to do, not just because it's morally correct, but because if we hadn't, Dogpack would have had a fucking field day. He would have, like, I can tell you exactly what would happen. We'd have released those accusations, and Dogpack would go, "That's fucking bullshit. They're accusing me of not doing research, but they can't do research either." Like, you just look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah. It's that's what I like about post-production, really, or like that's what I like about Actually, I don't even know where I was going with this point. You can go ahead.
Accusations with unsubstantiated and easily refutable evidence. As well as because he tried to silence me with threats of slander after I started suspecting him of lying. So in this video, I will be debunking close to every accusation he and the people he manipulated have made. But Soggy!
Okay, this is one of the points I disagree with Soggy on. He did not manipulate Jake Weddle and Roseanne. I know why Soggy's saying this, but like you look at Roseanne's history, Roseanne was all in on this. Roseanne wanted this. Roseanne fucking hates Mr. Beast. At the same time, Jake Weddle has a long fucking history of wanting to go after Mr. Beast. And I get that there is a divide. I actually think that when other people within the company are talking about Jake Weddle, from what I've seen, there is either a sympathy element or there is a divide and conquer element. Yeah. I can't work out which. I wouldn't like to make that. I wouldn't like to make that claim. But Jake Weddle seems to have a very, very long history of being very, very fucking unhinged.
Soggy,
I would argue, actually. I would actually argue that Dawson did take advantage of Jake Weddle and Rosanna, I like to an extent, to a limited extent, because while these individuals did have their own chip on their shoulders, their own reasons to go after Mr. Beast as well, I do believe that they weren't expecting for Dogpack to be as slanderous and as non-credible. I wanted to say incredible, but I don't want to implicate in any way, shape, or form that he's a you know what I mean.
No, So I mean, again, I disagree because I don't think they care. I don't think they care. I think they're just as.
Do you genuinely?
Yeah, I genuinely think they are just as fucking malicious as he is. So it's irrelevant. Like, because at one point it's like, hey, I mean, I'll make a really extreme example. Like, to me, it sounds like people are going, Hitler took advantage of the Nazi leadership. And I'm like, okay, sure, they fell in line behind a charismatic leader. They're still monsters. I don't care. Like, it's just like they would have, they didn't need as much of a fucking push. That's where I'm at.
The way they have yet to disavow Dogpack, despite there being so many blatant lies and Rosanna being led down the wrong, led into also presenting slanders.
I can't wait to see what Pegasus, Quincio, and Cam Nuggets have to say. I'm agog. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear them. The little teeny tiny patter of either the Dogpack Defense Force. Okay, well, the Soggy video shows a lot of issues, but Dogpack can't know anything, which I think is going to be Cam Nugget's take.
But that's a contradiction. That's an inherent contradiction to everything. Because first they were saying that that Dogpack is one of the most credible individuals because he had time in the fucking scene, which is what everybody
that would require any of them to be honest.
Yeah, but like
Isn't gonna happen.
Yeah, like unless their audience probably is stupid, but unless their audience is stupid, nobody's gonna fucking buy that.
None of these people. These people have built their platforms off this story. These people don't have audiences in 6 months. That's I think where we are. Unless something can come out in the next 24-ish hours. Unless something comes out in the next couple of weeks where they can go, hey, look, that's really bad. I think this is why they want the crypto thing. So I haven't seen the whole of the crypto video yet, but my impression of the crypto video is something has happened. It's difficult to know whether Jimmy was involved in that happening or his people did it. It's difficult to know whether it's actually illegal or it's just immoral. But they're all jumping on it. It's like, CoffeeZilla's made a video. Okay, well, when CoffeeZilla really goes for somebody, we can see that because you can see the fucking Jake Paul, the Logan Paul video. That's what Coffee's like when he's really fucking going with and again, if there is something untoward there with crypto stuff, we should see it. There should be an answer to that question. I don't fucking disagree with you, but they're fucking pulling on it because they're desperate for something. Shut up. They're desperate for something.
Found something wrong.
Yeah, because they are desperate for it. So the real question I have is what are these people going to do next? Where do they go from there?
Interestingly, that would make incredible debate content. That would, if anybody's listening to this right now and has an ability to fucking debate these people at any point in time, like Cam Nuggets, that would be an incredible debate content. Because look, let's say hypothetically, I'm not too sure about too much about the her crypto beast stuff aside from stuff that I researched on the side because I haven't seen any of CoffeeZilla's coverage. Let's say hypothetically in a completely different timeline that MrBeast did pump and dump a cryptocurrency, right? Is that necessarily illegal? Not really, because he didn't send his fans, to buy.
Well,
that crypto, right?
look, I don't know the crypto stuff. I don't want to go into it because I don't know it. I agree with Nick. I'll leave that to CoffeeZilla. I'll leave it to CoffeeZilla. What I will say is this: if anyone in the course of this stream or anybody is lurking who is a Dogpack defender, who is an anti-MrBeast person, and again, if you're gonna if anyone wants to be well, the LaCoya stuff's really bad, I agree with you. But if there's anything in this video that Soggy has at this position, and you want to debate me or Gamma on it, or you want to come in and make a defense, for the very, very rare occasion, I will take callers, and you can have as long as you like to make those arguments. You are welcome on stream. I will take all fucking opinions because also I'm biased. I fucking hate this guy. I do. I dislike the anti-MrBeast audience because they have pissed me off. So if I'm being blinded by the fact that I'm just going, yeah, no, that's evidence, I'm happy with that. Come and fucking tell me. Because if you're right, I will tell you. I will admit it. I'll be like, no, that's a good point. But if you want to talk, I will let you on stream to talk, okay?
Look, so Beckett, the reason why
TLDR, give me free content.
So the reason why I bring up the crypto hypothetical is because I would really love to see why why is this morally bad in your opinion debate between somebody who is completely informed on this stuff and somebody Cam Nuggets. I want to hear them struggle to come up with a reason, a well thought out reason why taking advantage of fucking cryptocurrency, which is incredibly volatile, is morally bad. That's the reason why I want that. I want to see that debate go down eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine. Well, my personal take on Quinthio is that Quinthio has been. Do you know what? Fuck it. Let's have a coming together moment. I'm going to be charitable to Quinthio. I think Quinthio knows that the position is unsustainable. He's known it for a while, and now he's looking like, hey, I'll make it. I'll try and show willing that I'm not just here to shit on people. Also, Ellington, thank you for the 2. Too drunk to debate, have money. Thank you, 07 and based. Okay, cool. Let's keep going.
It's the Mr. Beast, Soggy. Are you going to decry the largely owning, alleged intentionally registered sex offender hiring Mr. Beast, Soggy? No. See, I think we can all agree that Lunchley, kinda cringe. Logan Paul KSI collab, kinda, that's a yikes out of 10, okay? And the fucking mold situation, that is disgustingly messed up, and I'm never eating that shit in my life. But that doesn't mean that just because this spiteful, vengeful ghoul accuses Mr. Beast of intentionally hiring a registered sex offender, that he actually did. Yeah, let's talk about the lie spun by Dogpack and Jake Weddle, that Mr. Beast knowingly hired a registered sex offender and while working at the company would refer to him by covert codename Delaware because of the crimes he committed there, and as a result is not allowed to go back into the state of Delaware, and that Mr. Beast higher-ups are using that nickname because they enjoy messed up insider jokes like that.
When I was there, they called him Delaware. He's like, why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like, you know.
So, yeah, Nick points this out. That's not true. It's just not true. Like, that's I mean, again, Jake Weddle spins a good story. He should be a liar for a living. Oh wait.
something that I just don't know enough about Jake Weddle is like, is he like liar by intent, or is he just a fucking idiot that believes in his
I
own,
think it's
like,
malicious.
in his own sense of justice?
I think it's malicious.
You think it's malicious?
I think if you ask me anything about Jake Weddle, Roseanne, or Dogpack, the answer is it's malicious. Yeah,
malicious?
I don't think Cam Nuggets is malicious, for example. Like so you understand. I'm not just going, everyone's fucking malicious. No, like I don't think Cam's malicious. I think Cam's stupid and he's scared of losing his audience, right?
Yeah.
But I think that people like Jake Weddle are fucking malicious. They're there to get fame. They're there to get money. And in any way they get, like Queen's like both. Yeah, like sure, these people are fucking stupid. If they weren't, like, thank God they are fucking stupid. Because sometimes, like, with the amount of fucking, like, force, again, I'm going to steal a talking point from Nick. Because, you know, there's this narrative that they've spun. Well, you know, the safe position is defending Mr. Beast. No, it's fucking not. I would have made bank. I would be, if I had carried on the Chris Tyson stuff and become a fucking, like, anti-Mr. Beast channel, I would be sat at 40,000 subs and multiple hundreds of viewed fucking slot videos. I'd be fucking, I would have made, I could have made bank doing this. As many people have. Have you seen Cam Nugget's channel? Have you seen his channel recently? Should we?
That's a good case study, actually.
Chat. Shall we go and have a look at Cam Nugget's channel? Let's have a quick look. See a little dip in to old Cam Nuggets. I love the fact that when I search Cam Nuggets, my stream's the second thing that comes up. Fuck you, bro. Right. Okay. Let's have a quick look. I'll expand this so we can see the numbers. Okay. Because I think this is really fucking interesting. So, an hour ago, Mr. Beast crypto scammer, 417 views. Hold on, we're gonna come back to this because I'm interested to see the comments because it's only came up an hour ago. Right, okay. Disgusting Roblox YouTuber, 4.2k views. By the way, this is a massively hot story. Tell me, Blocks.
Yeah. I've been writing about that.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing you can expect to probably be reaching if you do it, like, if you're hitting the algorithm right, like, maybe 50,000, actually. Logan Paul fired again, 30k. Whoa, Vicky is crashing out, 2.8k. Logan Paul just ruined Lunchley for good, 29. Ludwig exposed to 9.8. 3.1, 1.5 for the Minecraft video. What happened to that, cum nuggets? I can show my audience Minecraft videos and people will turn up to watch them. Yeah, but not the audience who's there for Mr. Beast, not the ones who have, like, subbed to you. Yeah, fucking. And then you go back and it's like 48k, 28k, 20. I want to I want to test something as well. It's bad. Okay, Logan Paul and KSI just got sued again. It's bad. The Shadman logs expose everyone. It's bad. Ludwig exposed Logan Paul. It's bad. Moist Critical is leaving YouTube. It's bad. Fucking Chris Tyson is still on the YouTubers fan page. It's bad. The entitled streamer hates veterans. It's bad. Asmongold banned on Twitch. It's bad. And fucking Mr. Beast finally responded. It's bad. Mr. Beast got exposed. It's bad. Mr. Beast reported to the FBI. It's bad. Fucking Mr. Beast crossed the line. Cease and desist videos. It's bad. Mr. Beast finally speaks on Ava Chris Tyson situation. It's bad. iNumber X drops more allegations in open brackets. It's bad. Oh, it used to be. It's horrible. Actually, fuck these people. Cam Nuggets can't even come up with a fucking title.
Yeah. The thing about Cam Nuggets is that they can't really have a proper discussion about anything. It has to be a surface level take about something that most people will be like, will have an agreeability upon, right? Like, for example, the Twitch stuff that's going on right now, that's an incredibly hot story as well. That's something that I'm going to be like, covering
good fucking luck to you.
In depth if I can. Yeah, that's a really good story that I'm interested in. Could somebody like Cam Nuggets make a video on the Twitch stuff and condense like a good commentary video about it? Absolutely fucking not, because they don't know how to fucking like they don't know how to like research this stuff. They don't know how to like come up with rational takes or assessments.
This has been out for an hour, and it's 16 comments and 429 views. I mean that's. What was that message you sent to your Discord in the soggy cereal vid? It's not my Discord server. Check my community post.
I do want to say, did you see that part of Soggy Cereal's video?
Yeah, I did. He like soggy framed it when we get to it. Yeah. When we get to it. When we get to it, we'll talk about it. But yes, I too disavow Soggy Cereal's framing of Cum Nuggets' gooning. To be clear, when presented with a child's arsehole, he did leave the VC and join another one, which we can all agree is less than the bare minimum.
This is karma. This is karma, though. He fucking misrepresented me and several other people. I feel like this is him getting his just desserts. Do I disavow? Yes, but what goes around comes around. Get owned, loser. LMAO.
Cam Nugget sees Cam Nugget sees child's arsehole in gooning Discord. It's bad.
The Cam Nuggets allegations, they're bad.
By the way, if you're enjoying the content tonight, please remember to like, subscribe, leave a comment, call me a slur, dislike the video, sub, become a member, all the good stuff. Thank you very much for staying up late and enjoying what is essentially a masturbatory victory lap. Let's call it what it is.
It's Delaware. Don't ask me why. Yeah. You know that he knew, and because he'll be in videos, and whenever he is, he's wearing a mask.
Which, just saying that out loud makes it sound like a contrived side plot in a badly written Netflix series, since state banishments are extremely rare. Most recent one I found was a 1-year Kentucky banishment in the year 2000. Luckily, the real story is much more boring. See, according to a anonymous MrBeast employee, Dustin Harris, who has been working at MrBeast for about 6 years and went rogue because he couldn't stand
It's real interesting that people are prepared to put their names and faces to these stories, right? Isn't that interesting, Dogpack? The fact that it seems that there are people who are yeah.
Jimmy not responding to all of the misinformation being spread about not just Jimmy or the MrBeast company, but also about his own friends and colleagues. Well, he explained that Delaware was once a store manager at Jimmy's local Best Buy, which, for the people who don't know, Best Buy is a $20 billion valued electronics retailer company with stores all over the US. I mean that when Jimmy was 19 and first started blowing up on YouTube, Jimmy realized he needed employees to improve his content. So, as a dumbass, impulsive 19-year-old randomly thrown into fame, he went to his local Best Buy and asked its employees if they wanted to work for it. Naively thinking that a multi-billion-dollar company would have at least made sure to not hire criminals and especially to not hire a registered sex offender as store manager, 19-year-old MrBeast didn't do background checks. Was that stupid? Yes. Is Delaware a piece of shit? Yes. Should Jimmy take responsibility for making that mistake? Yes. But it wasn't this fucked up master plan by Jimmy to...
Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of these things of like, like, I agree with this, like, but what's the... I don't know what people who are going at MrBeast want. Clearly, MrBeast company now has a HR department, and it's a full HR department. They now do background checks. This happened years ago, and it's been dealt with internally, and we can see the actual outcomes. So what do you want? And this is, do you know what? This is kind of my posed question now for the anti-MrBeast crowd. What do you want? What would satisfy you? Jimmy hired an offender. It's bad. True.
Intentionally hire an RSO. It was a dumb mistake by an inexperienced adolescent starting up a business. And you don't need to take mine or Dustin's word for it. If someone did but a shred of research, you'd find this still publicly available, almost 7-year-old video on the MrBeast channel, where you can see Delaware as the Best Buy store manager before he was hired at MrBeast. And guess what nickname was embroidered on his Best Buy uniform? Delaware. Wow. Well, that was hard investigative research.
They called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. You know that he knew, and because he'll be in videos, and whenever he is, he's wearing a mask. And whenever he is, he's wearing a mask. He's wearing a mask.
Jake Weddle is malicious. Jake Weddle is malicious. This is a malicious lie to slander Jimmy. That's what this is. About something bad.
No.
Huh?
Did Jake Weddle know like their prior history? Like, is it possible that he could have just? I mean, that still makes it malicious, but I do want to like just explore the idea. See,
did
that's
Jake
one of my
Weddle-
biggest issues because
Did Jake Weddle know? Probably. Okay, so I'd say this. Probably, because Jake Weddle wasn't just in one MrBeast video. Jake Weddle worked with MrBeast multiple times over years.
Multiple times.
He's talking about like an inside joke.
Yeah.
About somebody and actually we'll get to the timelining of this because they have misframed the timeline for which Delaware was employed, as I understand it.
Yeah. This is why. Go ahead.
So yeah, it's malicious. Fuck this shit.
But this is why I love exploring wider context of things, such as the Ava Tyson stuff, because sometimes it helps in either giving somebody more leeway or less charitability than they deserve.
Because like Aiden, you're a debate pedophile.
For the people thinking that he still works at MrBeast, no, he was fired over half a decade ago. Now, Dogpack, before you say something along the lines of, what about the recording we showed from a real MrBeast employee talking about Delaware?
This is fucking
do you
wild.
really want me to go into detail about how you and your cronies tricked an employee into saying what you wanted him to say to support your lies, and then you guys recording him and using that recording without his consent? Okay. Hi, Garrett. Can you tell me a bit about how long you worked at MrBeast?
I was at MrBeast from around 2017 to 2021.
So you've worked there for 5 years and could be seen as a credible ex-employee.
Yep.
You're the person who we can hear talk about Delaware in the recording Dawson or Dogpack404 shows in his video. Can you tell me a bit about how that happened?
Yeah, it was not to my knowledge that I was being recorded at all. You know, I have a friend who, you know, I worked with
so
plenty of
insane. Yeah, can you tell us how your kind of your modified voice was used in the video? Yeah, no one told me, and it's really interesting. Do you remember I played you that thing earlier where it was Dogpack going, well, I forget to ask people if it's on the record, or I don't know when I'm grabbing screenshots. It's like, okay, well, this directly disproves what Dogpack fucking said to me, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dogpack lied to me.
Would you argue based on this alone that the Dogpack is exploitative?
Based on this alone? Fucking yes. Yeah, just based on this alone, I would say that Dogpack is opportunistic.
Yeah,
absolutely. And dishonest. Dogpack is the fucking assassin version of slop content. Ironically.
A personal theory of mine that I've had that I haven't disclosed with anybody else because I don't want to make the mistake of alleging something without without corroborating evidence or something to substantiate it in any way, shape, or form, is that I definitely do think I definitely did think, now I kind of am more confirmed on it, that Dogpack probably took advantage of a lot of the people that he was using to as witnesses.
Yeah.
Right. I think he definitely used them opportunistically. Absolutely.
Yeah, undoubtedly. It's just he just went, what works? What can I do in this moment to get what I want?
Something about the way that he was talking to employees during the whole Akoya and the whole James Warren stuff, where the whole conversation of Mr. Beast's girlfriend being a wine drunk that spreads rumors happened, made me and we've discussed this before, made me believe that Dogpack probably doesn't really care who his sources are. He's just, being opportunistic on things that they say that can be utilized to paint
here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. Do you ever talk shit about your workplace?
Absolutely, all the time.
And how
Even
much
to my
of
managers.
and how much of it's 100% accurate, or how much of it is a little bit exaggerated because you're bitching and pissed off?
I'd say 70-30. I'd like to remain as honest as possible.
But I would actually say that's probably true for most people. It's certainly true for me. So what if somebody took that 30% and then put in a video to attack your employer?
Yeah, that's how I feel about Dogpack.
Yeah, it's just the 30%. That's all we get to see. We don't get to see the other side where it's but there were these good elements.
That actually adds even more credence to my idea.
Yeah.
Like if you are only taking those anecdotes, what about anything else that those employees may have had?
This is the baseline of why you show more than you need to sometimes. If you're making accusations, show more than you need to.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, like earlier, show the fullest extent of context instead of picking and choosing.
I'm so happy this video came out, man.
I was outside of Mr. Beast. Just thought it was just a normal call, just checking up on him, him checking up on me. And, when two people speak about old places, there's drama, there's gossip, there's catching up, there's, et cetera, whatever. And then the next thing you know, 2 weeks later, Dogpack releases a 12 million view video where, I just have a really crappy voice changer over my voice. And if you know me, you know it's me.
So was the entire call basically just rumors you were talking about with a friend?
Yeah, it's just a friend. We're just shooting the shit, and we're just gossiping a lot, catching up on the current drama. It's just it is nothing crazy.
Pretty normal.
Like nothing you
it makes
said
me wonder
had
how Dogpack
any
got
actual
his
facts.
Well, I imagine he got it through, because again, if he's gossiping with somebody, that person may also be a disgruntled employee. I think there are probably quite a few disgruntled employees. Mm-hmm. Trey's another one of them. Trey's a massively disgruntled employee. But also Trey is a lying piece of shit who's trying to cover up for Chris Tyson.
Yeah, that reminds me.
Actually, no, I want to be clear. Sorry, 1 second. I want to be clear. I don't know if Trey is, lying, but Trey is, a crybaby. oh my god, I can't, I don't, I want weekends back. You work in media. I know other people have clashed with my opinions on this. But like, you know, you expect, if you're working in a non-standard industry, and media is one of them, you're not going to have standard working hours. That's just the reality. And it's so high pressure that people are going to be like, toodle pip, fuckity off. There are other people who want your position, and I need someone who can do that job. That's the reality. That's just welcome to reality.
Behind it, as they try to construe in their video.
No, I don't. You know, I don't think any of the stuff that we were talking about really had any facts or like evidence. It was just water cooler talk.
Would you say them using the call recording unconsensually in their video has damaged you or your life in any way?
Yeah. Unfortunately, to say that it hasn't hurt me financially would be just a lie. You know, mentally, it's hurt me as well.
Jesus.
I mean, I was manic and crazy for about a month and a half, trying to just watch relationships like fall through my fingers. You know, I lost someone that like was pretty close to me as well. You know, it just wasn't a good scene. So financially and mentally, it really messed me up.
And this is a problem. Dogpack keeps trying to accuse, like, actually the entire anti-Mr. Beast crowd. I will give this take, actually, because I agree that there are absolutely things that, like, Mr. Beast should answer for. Like, and maybe, you know, maybe I can be flippant about this, or maybe I can sound flippant about it. But the amount of damage that has been done by Roseanne Dogpack and Jake Weddle, and also by the content creators who have covered them, is immeasurably fucking larger from what I can see than anything Mr. Beast has actually done. And ironically, like, people keep talking about their concerns and harms and everything, but actually, the people who've done the fucking harm to, like, just fucking bystanders.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking...
That's something that I've said.
Know.
Yeah, that's something that I've said a lot in the past too, is like all of these people want to side with Dogpack, but what about all the potential affected, like, you know, victims that are like, yeah, like, you know, collateral
Well, think about it this way, like right from the off with Prism. It's like, imagine going to somebody and like taking their name public and being like, and their their online identity public, and going, this person's a grooming victim and they're covering for their abuser.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Sorry, on my camera. Yeah, it's fucked. It's incredibly, it's completely fucked.
It's really interesting how all of these fucking people that like to pretend that they're morally significant, like they're morally high above everybody else, especially in the story, they like to make these bold assertions that Mr. Beast is a pedophile because he had a pedophile working for him, you know, even though that's technically untrue. What's it called in regards to Tyson, right? They like to claim that Mr. Beast is a cannibal over fucking like a stupid war meme, right? They like to claim all these things. They like to act like they're morally superior, but they're not even stopping to consider that if you actually cared about morality, you'd understand that Dogpack is doing more harm to some of these individuals by not only making their stories less believable, if they have a story to believe, but what about the potential ramifications that they may receive for, you know, being a part of a what is essentially a smear campaign? Yeah. Well, what is a smear campaign? Essentially, is the wrong word. What about all of these people that are going to lose employment, money, you know, relationships?
We'll get to the philanthropic losses as well, because certain things now haven't happened.
Oh, yeah.
That would have helped people. I want to be very clear as well, because just guys, I can see the comment in chat. Chris seems a lot worse than Jimmy, in my opinion. Yes, yeah, actually. And my opinions on Chris Tyson have not fucking changed. They haven't shifted one iota from when this started. Not one fucking iota. So I want to be really clear about that. Not shifted at all. The only people I have seen sweep for Chris Tyson are the people on Dogpack's fucking side, because they don't care about victims. They'll create their own. What they care about is going after Mr. Beast. They want that little fucking bit of blood.
Ironically enough, sweeping for Tyson on like Dogpack's behalf, is kind of like, you know, it helps them, if that makes any sense, right? Because they have to downplay their connection to Tyson, so that they're not also, like, for example, Jake Weddle was apparently pretty decent friends with Tyson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it benefits them to an extent, because if they downplay their connection to Tyson, even though they were decent friends, if they sweep for her, then it makes other people less likely to
Well, it's the
question their connection to her.
it's the same thing with the Jake the Viking stuff. Jimmy knew, about your
but you knew too,
brother-in-law.
motherfucker.
Like what the fuck? You fucking, I hate these people. As a doctor, the philanthropy bit made me mad. Deborah's a doctor? Holy shit.
Can I have $500?
Base.
That's like my inside joke now. That's honestly like an inside joke. I literally just go around saying, "Can I have $500?" It's always the same amount. It's never a different amount.
I've got it's like I occasionally gather people who are like PhDs and things in the audience, and I'm like, this is really weird.
Also, that's a Spanish name, by the way. You said Deborah, but it's debería estar estudiando, which means I should be studying.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep calling you Deborah. Listen, build a new armada and come and talk to me about it, okay? There we go, British joke. Right, let's go.
Feel in any way like tricked, deceived, or used?
I mean, yeah. To say that I felt tricked or used is an understatement. Like, they knowingly came and did this. You know, I had like 3 or 4 contacts call me the night that it dropped, and I was watching the whole video trying to figure out like what they were talking about, and when it got to that recording, my stomach just like sank.
All because of a call that they unconsensually recorded, which you clarified was basically rumors and gossip.
Yeah, I didn't want to be involved with, didn't even know what was going on, that, you know, I was just thrown into unconsensually. And yeah, you said it, man. I just it threw a pretty big wall up in the progress of my life. And
I've worked out, oh my god, this is why he's kept his sources anonymous.
Yeah.
This is why, because they're non-consenting. I imagine many of them are non-consenting.
Mm-hmm.
Because he'll have heard it through rumors or taken whatever he can get his hands on. It's not to protect the sources, it's because he physically cannot put their names to them, and he's trusting that the shit they're like getting, or the pushback, or the potential pushback they'll get, is what's going to keep them quiet. And that worked! Yeah. It fucking worked! Oh my god, that's infuriating.
Oh, I want to address your Deborah in chat. I actually am Hispanic. I am fluent in Spanish. Spanish is my first language. I just said it in an English sort of accent because.
Wait, you're fluent in Spanish?
Yeah, I'm fluent in Spanish. I pronounced the name that this person has. I was about to say she. I pronounced the name that this person has purposely with like an English Anglo accent because I don't like, you know, breaking the I don't like breaking the English consistency if I'm already speaking one language directly. But yeah, I do speak fluent Spanish.
Okay, I might have somebody who will want to talk to you. Because I know a content creator who's currently working on something where they were looking for somebody who's actually can speak, who's like bilingual.
Like I'll try saying it in my fluent like Spanish accent to this person right here. I'll try reading what he's saying. He's saying El británico no tiene respeto. So that means that the British doesn't have any respect.
That's true. That's because we won.
The Brit doesn't have any respect.
That's because we won. That's because we won. Build another fucking armada. Come and tell me about it. Hey, fourth time's the charm. Okay.
The person, there's somebody asking me a question saying which regional dialect. I wouldn't be able to tell you because I abandoned the Mexican dialect that I grew up with, and I studied a more formal version of it in school. So,
right, well,
I wouldn't be able to answer that. Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to you about this offline because, there's a story going on where a lot of it's in Spanish. So okay. no one can understand it. Right, okay. Let's fucking go.
I didn't feel like that was needed, and pretty upset.
But then, what about Jake the Viking's tweet about Jimmy's mom literally allowing her then barely of age son to knowingly be in contact with and hire a pedophile? First of all, have you thought about just how fucking absurd that sounds? And second, Jake the Viking is a shitty person and untrustworthy. Even Dogpack's friends agree on that.
Viking is not a good guy, and that's just
No shit. No shit. Shocking take. Jake the Viking, the guy who lied and tried to go after Jimmy for something that he was well aware of, isn't a good guy. Shocking.
opinion based on his actions in my eyeballs.
Wow, Dogpack and Jake Weddle falsely implying Mr. Beast intentionally hired a registered sex offender and created a nickname to joke about it within the company to then try back up their baseless claims by tricking an employee and recording him without consent? That's pretty messed up, Soggy. Yahoo! That'd be as shameless as falsely accusing someone of committing war crimes against the Geneva Convention in a consented to solitary confinement challenge where you'd earn $10,000 a day and can quit whenever you want and still keep the accumulated prize money up until that point. During a time where we have multiple countries actively at war in the world with millions of people suffering because of it. Oh, wait.
And I go up to my friend, my good friend. He goes, "What? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists." Oh, good. 24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing.
You know what? Let's ask Dustin about that, because
I hate Jake Weddle. I hate him. I'm very close to saying something that's gonna get me in actual trouble. Like, unironically,
call him a slur. Call him a slur.
No, I was like, I'm not sure if what I was going to say would actually potentially be ban worthy. So, like, I was like, I'm not sure I can fucking say that.
Ironically enough, Dustin is the good friend of Jake Weddle who made those war crime comments. And I can prove it with Jake Weddle's own words.
One of my dear friends who I believe I lost is the same guy who did the war crime joke, which turned out to not be a joke. He got injured at Mr. Beast, and that's because of Viking. On that shoot, everybody else had to stay behind and clean up. And Viking said, "Fuck that, let's just throw all of this over the side of the mountain," like littering in a national park. And my good dear friend, who I kept saying was one of the good people over there, said, "You're not going to do that. I'm not going to let you do that." And Viking said, "Watch me," and he did it. But my friend gathered up all the stuff he could to make sure there was just that much less litter. And that's a really good thing to do. He carried everything he could down the mountain, and he broke his ankle. They said, "Yeah, you were carrying too much stuff, right?" Yes, he was. Because that guy's a saint.
And blame me for our friend Dustin. I'll use names, unlike you. Our friend Dustin falling and breaking his leg. Or not his leg, yeah, his ankle. I'm sorry, falling and breaking his ankle.
Now, why would someone who Jake Weddle himself, who is clearly against Mr. Beast, describes as one of the best people he has ever known, who literally broke his ankle trying to prevent littering, and in Jake's own words, is a saint?
Because that guy's a saint.
Go rogue to try and correct defamatory statements made against Jimmy if Jimmy committed war crimes. The war crime stuff was 100% a joke. I'm now a producer, but I was originally hired as comedy writer with Jake Weddle, so I just wanted to cheer him up with a dumb and edgy joke. Oh,
a comedian who doesn't understand what a joke is. I'm glad you spent all that money on comedy lessons, you fucking hack.
So it was a joke.
That's the funny thing about Jake Weddle, which I think is incredibly good karmic justice, is that he'll never make it in any form of entertainment ever. He doesn't have the mental faculties to do so.
I think, okay, I think the biggest irony of all of this entire story is the entire internet, everyone who's known about this, even people who are anti-Mr. Beast, are laughing at Jake Weddle, and it's not, and it's not his intention. Like, he is accidentally hilarious, you know?
The thing is, like, what I don't like about Jake Weddle is that he wants to be ballsy. He wants to be ballsy, but at the same time, you got no balls to be ballsy.
Look, if
right?
if $100,000 can't make you funny, you're never gonna be funny, right?
Yeah. Like if you are fucking complaining about how you failed at your fucking job and didn't complete a fucking a challenge, yet still got paid for it. And if you're still complaining about how you didn't get the rest of the money and how you feel like you were fucking manipulated via a power dynamic, you're just, I hate saying this because I hate the fucking toxic masculinity aspect of current society, which is a conversation for a fucking another day. But Jake Weddle is honestly not a fucking man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean that metaphorically. Like have some fucking balls and deal with what you were given, because what you were given is actually not that bad. People go through fucking worse on a day-to-day basis who work regular labor jobs, and you're out here acting like you've been fucking like mentally scarred over something that realistically doesn't fucking mean anything, and you got paid substantially for it. He wants to like come at Jake the Viking, which I understand because Jake the Viking isn't a good guy for these things, acting like you're hot shit and you're want to like say shit about your your comedy gig, acting like you're hot shit, but the reality is that you're not. You want to be ballsy, but you're not, you don't have no balls.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just Jake Weddle is not mentally stable. That's probably the best defense Weddle has, in the same way menopause is the best defense Rosanna has.
Yeah. Oh my god. I disavow.
See, that took you a minute, but see?
I disavow.
Did say the war crime stuff as a joke. Okay, that makes sense. Because in a follow-up video of Jake Weddle's and Dogpack's interview, Jake Weddle seems to slip up, saying it was a joke.
He's the same guy who did the war crime joke.
Before quickly correcting himself.
Which turned out to not be a joke.
And his videos are pretty unedited, so he might have just accidentally let it slip through the cracks. And just to be clear, I'll show the clip of Dogpack's 13 million viewed video again, in which Jake and Dogpack clearly insinuated it wasn't a joke.
And I go up to my friend, my good friend. And I go, they're not turning the lights off. He goes, what? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists. Oh!
Yeah. See, that's something that I said too in the past. What Soggy Serial's pointing out right now, adding the definition to manipulate viewers, right? I would consider that like a form of double speak.
Soggy goes into a lot of this, and a lot of it is like taking jokes out of context, or like just taking little bits out of context. I saw a really interesting post about the fucking John Oliver show, and I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is true because it's from 4chan, so take it with a pinch of salt. But apparently, like, this guy's a psychologist and he was speaking to a colleague about it. And actually, if you watch the segments, it's done in like basically a very particular format where like you don't really have time to think about the information. The information's presented along with a joke or an anecdote, and then like a laugh and a response kind of thing. And it's very like it's almost like a drum beat. And like we know that there are like ways to manipulate that are actually quite easy. I mean, we do this already because we do it algorithmically on YouTube. Like we know certain thumbnails are going to get certain clicks, certain titles, certain keywords. And that's not just the algorithm going to pick it up and push it. People are then going to also click on it and interact with it. We know that there's certain things we can do as a streamer. So like one of the things when I say like and subscribe, the reason we do that is because it works. Like it's actually like you know, and like people test these things out, and different things will have different impacts.
I want to call that mimeticism. I feel like mimeticism is an appropriate word.
Yeah.
For that, I might be wrong, and then the reason I say that is because it reminds me a lot of that. And this is gonna be a fucking absurd reference that you may or may not understand. Probably will. But it reminds me of that SCP, which is essentially just like a meme, like, but in the definition of the word meme.
Yeah,
something
like
you
it's
share with somebody else.
Yeah, it's literally once you are aware, the document itself is the SCP.
SCP, yeah, once you are aware of it, yes.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. Pull up this video. You don't have to watch it, but like in case you haven't watched it, I just want to know if you have. It's called Double Speak and like how to lie without lying.
Okay, yeah, send it to me and I'll have a look at it.
Okay.
But if we go and watch another video, we will never get through this, and we will be here till.
No, that's why I say you don't have to. You don't have to watch it at all. And in fact, you shouldn't watch it right now. But I would like your opinion on it.
Yeah, I'll have a look
later on.
Yeah, link it to me. I'll have a watch in my own time. Probably while curled up in bed, dying.
24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing.
It's a really big allegation to say that like Mr. Beast took away your agency and in a sense kind of like forced you into doing this. But I
agree. That is very serious. That's why I alleged it.
And viewers.
That was like the lyric section with Dogpack wasn't great, but the lyric section with Jake, I think, actually worked.
clearly didn't think it was a joke either. But just as I will rip into Jimmy later in this video, I'll also investigate Jake Weddle's story in more detail later in this video, because in between him falsely accusing Jimmy of intentionally hiring an RSO and comparing himself consensually agreeing to doing a challenge for $10,000 a day, being allowed to leave whenever he wants, to rape victims and victims of war crimes, even though he knew that was a joke.
The same guy who did the war crime joke.
As well as spreading fake AI-generated incriminating voice recordings of Mr. Beast.
What are our options? Is this legally considered defamation? Because I was struggling here. Can someone please tell me what my options are here? Because we were supposed to launch the voice today. Jake knows what he wants. Jake knows what he thinks he needs. He's supposed to be a student. He's a comedian. He's going to call that free. He has no idea how much fucking money I spent on that video to subscribe it. Jake, I really think it's a problem. I think it's possible.
That's right. I got that sent to me, and you know what? That was AI.
Maybe say that before playing.
Yeah, it's so fucking manipulative.
I had that same criticism when I was speaking to Chud about this a couple of weeks, like a month ago. I was basically saying, like, yeah, that is inherently manipulative. This is going to lead people to believe that this is that. Because how many people are going to go back to, like, you know, after seeing
yeah,
that
it's
to
most people only watch the first 30 seconds of a video.
The recording because you.
I'm really glad that
Mr.
Soggy
Beast,
Serial is
and you know
actually
how
exploring like the wider nuances of this, because this is something that I was going to do as well in my hour-long Dogpack video, which I'm not going to make anymore because fucking Soggy, you know, nailed it on the head. But there are so many instances where you can point out how these individuals and Soggy Serial is pointing them out as well, where they're purposely, you know, leading people to believe things that are worse than they actually are, right?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, like, this isn't unique to them, but they are very good at it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a common practice.
And like, you know, it's an easy thing to do. Occasionally, if you want to be funny. I mean, we're talking about the morale stuff, right? Like,
I mean, even Soggy did it. Even Soggy Serial did it in regards to the cam nugget stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like you can do it as an offhand bit of framing. I try and be careful. So like even in the jar video, it's like I talk about the spot stuff, and I'm just like I'm gonna be as broad brush as possible here. And I still caught flat for that. Well, it's not quite right. It's like, well, I don't. Yeah, it's probably not quite right, but I'm not gonna sit here and explain in detail to you the fucking Spock drama. I just don't. I don't have time. Like it's a needless distraction to the wider points I'm trying to make. So, you know, when I look at stuff like this, I'm just like, I can't look at this as any other way than intentional.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
you know, because they don't put the disclaimers at the right places. And again, after you see the point where, like, you're like, it gets to the end of that and it was sent to me, you might stay for the AI bit. But I mean, honest question, how many people want to sit down and watch any more Jake Weddle than they fucking have to?
Yeah. I actually, I'm curious to know, what's the view retention on that video?
I'd have no idea, but
yeah, like what's the like where like I want to see the drop off. You know what I mean? Like I mean, we can partially assume what the drop off looks like based on that first, you know, like those first 13 seconds that Soggy Serial's pointing out right there, that spike. I just want to see how it looks like on his graph.
Yeah. That would be interesting. I mean, frankly, I imagine it doesn't look that different to any of his other fucking videos.
We'll just watch the recording and then click off of the video without ever hearing your disclaimer that it was AI generated. Oh, but then you wouldn't get as much money from views because this AI generated disinformation video is the one that got your channel monetized.
That's my brand, is being honest and crying a lot.
And then after making those slanderous claims, accept another $50,000 from Jimmy with no strings attached, there's a lot more to be said about him.
That's my brand, is being honest and...
Hold on. Lies about Delaware situation. Compares himself doing a consensual 10k a day challenge with unconsensual rape victims. Takes an extra 50k from someone after slandering that person. Lies about war crimes. Fumbles in every interview talking about the solitary confinement challenge. I mean, let's be honest about like, do you guys remember what Jake did when he got blown out the fucking water and like started posting on Instagram? He came out and was like, hey, I'm just gonna tell this story lying on this fucking bed that looks like he's in a hostel in fucking Siberia, going saying, you know what, James Warren pays for sex workers. I mean, like, sure, who fucking cares? Who cares, Jake?
If it's even real, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is, yeah, who gives a shit?
Also,
I don't care if Jake Warren hires escorts. I actually don't give a shit.
Another fucking theory as well that I proposed is I don't think that Jake Weddle, you know, only took $50,000 to play around his audience like other people are saying. I think he only took $50,000 so that because there's a sense of guilt in his mind that he knows he's not entitled to anything over a certain amount. I feel like 50K was just oh, Jimmy can, you know, spare 50K, that's like $5 out of his pocket, but he knows he's not entitled to anything.
Nah, I think you are too fucking nice. I think you are too fucking nice. Also, I would definitely go to Siberia. That sounds awesome. But
no, listen.
No,
I think that that's worse than the whole audience thing. I think the fact that he is purposely not taking more money is because of this fucking sense of guilt, because he himself knows that he's a fucking, like, you know, lying piece of shit. I think that's worse than the audience thing.
I mean, it might be worse. I don't think he has that sort of self-reflective skill. I don't believe it. I think Jake Weddle is a pathological liar. I think he lies as easily as I drink Monster and smoke. Okay, it is a compulsion. Okay.
Actually, interesting. Side note, side tangent. Do you exercise by like any measure at all?
I mean, like, I fucking walk around a lot, I guess. Like, I'm not.
I was about to say, this is gonna sound fucking unhinged, but unironically, I mean, unironically is the wrong word to use, but genuinely, if you ever like go, well, actually, I'd consider like working yourself into this because it might kill you. It won't, but you'll feel like shit. If you ever do like hit hard cardio or a hard workout, Monster and coconut water is an incredible combination. It keeps you going for so fucking long. That's it. That's all. I just love Monster. I do love Monster for exercise.
Are you
for
like
cardiovascular purposes?
Are you bringing out a fitness routine? What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, guys.
I'm just giving you a recommendation.
Monster and coconut water gives me the kind of stamina and energy of a vibrant 20-year-old on his first date with a supermodel. And I've combined the ingredients of both of these things in my new merch, Gamma Water. Like, what the fuck are you, like, is it gonna have a puffer fish on it? Like, what the fuck?
I really want, so funny thing about the puffer fish for my profile picture on Discord, I have a group of friends. I don't have Discord Nitro, and I refuse to buy it. Me and a group of friends like just randomly get a like stupid fucking image, and we all just like use it at the same time. There's like fucking 6 of us that do it, and we thought that the fucking puffer fish looked stupid, so we just, you know, we switched to that.
Such a fucking nerd. How does somebody who's like coming and talking to me about coconut and water for cardio fucking continuity be such a fucking nerd? Talk about Warhammer. Be a real nerd, you fucking poser. Right, okay. Come on.
Crying a lot. And about how Dogpack manipulated him. But let's first continue with all of the lies and manipulation of Dogpack404. Now, for the visual learners watching, you'll see that I have behind me a wall. And this wall features...
Actually, the idea of learning styles and people, like, learning differently has been widely debunked. Everyone can learn through every style, even if they have preferences. That's a trained or learned thing. There you go, Dogpack. There's your defense. Here, I've destroyed his video. No, I'm not going to provide any evidence. Oh, fucking hell.
Most of Dogpack404's accusations, and I say most because at this point there are just so many that I might have forgotten a few, and every time I disprove one of his accusations, it'll be crossed through with red marker. Every time I prove one to be uncertain, I'll add a blue question mark to it, and every time an accusation Dogpack made is true, I'll add a green check mark to it. And I know that you, and I, and everyone else wants to know about the illegal lotteries. Did MrBeast really commit 3 malicious and predatory illegal lotteries as get-rich-quick scheme? Well, I will talk about them throughout my video in between all of the other accusations, starting right now with the alleged illegal lottery number 3 claim of Dogpack404. Or should I say doctoring up evidence to make more convincing claims you knew to be untrue, Pack 404. Yeah, Dawson, I'm the first one who noticed. See, for the third illegal lottery, by sure to be in a video live stream, Dogpack claims they only informed people on the website that
I can't believe how fucking insane this is. I don't know how he spotted this.
no purchase was necessary. But did you read the description?
Can you pause real quick,
know,
actually?
the description.
I had my own theories in regards. I'm gonna say fucking theory. I already did say it so much throughout the stream. I remember I was DMing you and I was like somebody sent me a document where they assessed that a lot of the illegal lottery information might actually be untrue, because going back on a lot of these things, you will see that there are forms of entry that were there that would nullify a lot of like the illegal lottery claims that Dogpack was making.
Yeah, we found similar stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
I also
go on.
Go ahead.
Well, it's just never been a focus for me, so I've never talked about it at length.
For me, I was like, in regards to Dogpack404, I was hyper focused on finding every single discrepancy and lie that I could find in regards to him, and this was one of them, because this is arguably what put him on the map, right? The illegal lotteries, because a lot of people, due to negligent presentation of evidence, is what I'm gonna call it, assumed that MrBeast was exploiting children by promoting gambling to them, utilizing illegal lotteries as a buzzword for it. However, when actually looking into it, it's hard to say that any of these lotteries are actually illegal, because one, in order for that to fully be the case, the FTC would have to be involved in one shape or form, and two, when you look into it, there are ways that people can enter without necessarily, spending money, as alleged in Dogpack's video. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna bring this up just randomly, but this was a really missed opportunity to title the video Dogpack404 Honesty Not Found, because that's what I would have titled my video.
You know what the biggest mistake I made for the Dogpack videos visibility was? I didn't put MrBeast in the title.
Oh, that's true. No, you're right.
Even with this stream, I might change it at some point.
Speaking of that, it's criminal. It's criminal that this video, that Soggy Cereal's video doesn't have more views.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna edit the title actually. New
MrBeast allegations. They're bad.
Beast video. I'll put Dogpack in brackets. Let's play the algorithm game. I love the algorithm game. This is so dumb. Right, okay, let's go.
Which I got via the Wayback Machine, where it literally says free entry available on site. Oh, but wait, you never actually found the description of that video, did you? You just made it look that way by doctoring up this fake YouTube UI. So you'd be more convincing and it'd look as if you had access to the original video and description. So people would more easily believe you. But I want you, the viewer, to closely compare these two layouts. This one is the UI when he talks about the buy a shirt to be in my video live stream, and this one is the actual current YouTube UI you see whenever Dogpack shows a screen recording of public videos you can still watch. And when putting the two side by side, you can see that the UI for the illegal live stream is not the real YouTube UI. Instead of rounded corners, they're sharp, the likes are gone, the upload date is in a completely wrong spot where it has never been, and the button sizes and title font just seem off. And no, it's not because he found an older YouTube UI via the Wayback Machine like I did, because they don't hide likes, and YouTube has never had this exact UI. Sure, it had sharp corners once, but not in combination with these exact other UI elements. But you wanna know the funniest part? Even the re-uploaded version that Dogpack found and then added a manipulative fake YouTube UI to actually had copied the original live stream's description. So even in the re-upload he found.
So I want to be like super clear about this as well. The fact that like I keep hearing the Dogpack can't research argument. I don't think that's true. I actually don't think that's true, and it is my opinion that Dogpack has known about stuff like this and actively ignored it. I think there are too many cases where he has conveniently not found the evidence. It stops being a coincidence at that point. And Dogpack, if you can prove to me that you are incompetent, framing, but that's what it would be. Prove to me you are this incompetent, then do it. Like, do it. Actually, like, I beat death. Holy shit, this guy did his homework. Jenny messaged me about this, and we were just chatting generally about this video, and we were like this entire year, a lot of the stuff we've said is people need to research more, and it's nice to see a video like this where both Jenny and I went, we need to up our game now. That's pretty cool for like because like I think we've been really great with research work, but like this was just like, fuck, that's a new standard to hit. Holy fuck, that's so good.
Yeah, there's been a couple YouTubers, I can't name any off the top of my head, that I've looked at their video about a topic that I was similarly interested in, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I can't talk about this anymore because there's no way I'm like, there's
like,
no
what
way
am I
I
gonna
can
add?
research this presentation. Yeah. There's no way that I can out-research this. Like, this is like, as this is as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah, it covers all the main points. As I say, there are definitely like things around that I still like I'm interested in. But yeah, I'm pretty like I'm happy, I'm satisfied. I feel like, look, I've always said I don't need to be the one that takes the scalp. I'm happy just to be a contributing part. But yeah, like fuck, I hats off. Like I as I said on Twitter, I'm in awe. This is just it is a fucking from a research perspective, it's a masterpiece.
I'm curious to know if he has any researchers, if he has a team, or if he did this entirely by himself. Because if he did this entirely by himself, holy fuck, like, Don't
get me wrong. Jenny largely is the one that handles research for like these deeper dive topics. I know that I know it's capable. Like largely it's like when things are badly researched, it's one of two things. It's either laziness or just people not knowing what they're doing. But the thing about the internet is because it's coupled with people having really poor ability to like cover their tracks. A lot of the time, if you go looking for stuff, you'll find it. It's actually quite rare that you get. It's actually quite rare that things are completely lost media, like there's no reference to them or anything. That's actually just not common. It's one of the. We mentioned SCPs earlier, and like one of the claims you'll hear is like the old SCP stuff from 4chan is gone. It's disappeared. It was destroyed in the purge. And it's like, yeah, a lot of it is gone, but there's either references to it or there's like other archival work that's been done or other people have done digging and that information is up and around. Nice. Yeah, I think like Jack, you cut the hamstring, Soggy removed the scalp, and I'll be honest, it was quite nice when I commented in Diorio's chat that somebody just one person was like, you're a domino, and I'm like, yeah, that's enough. That's enough. I feel satisfied with that. I don't need more than that. I just feel completely fucking vindicated. I am so happy. What a great fucking end to the year.
I also feel extremely vindicated because I've literally been saying this day fucking one. I literally, like, my very first video on the Mr. B situation was like, I don't know if I'm wrong here, but I don't like Dogpack's vibes. Right? Like, I might end up being wrong in the future, or I might end up completely vindicated, but like, I even challenged my audience. I was like, I don't know if you guys are going to disagree with me, but I think that Dogpack is displaying like signs of disgruntled employee. Like, you know,
yeah,
whatever,
that's exactly, that was my exact read on it. The only thing I will say that is different is I think that he probably would have done, because he was making these accusations on his Reddit when he was either employed or before he was employed. So I think at some level this would always have happened. Like, and I'm still of the opinion that the disgruntled employee thing is like, sure. I still think that there's an element where he wanted more time, because I think that he was always going to go for Mr. B. And that's just my opinion. I don't think it's entirely... I think there is an element here where Dogpack had a wider goal of becoming internet famous.
That brings an interesting idea into my head. This is a conversation we had last time we were on stream together. And the conversation was, in reality, how bad is Mr. Beast's company like actually, right? Because when you start observing companies and their intricacies, like, you know, down to like their deepest secrets, every single company is gonna have some sort of like malice to it that is comparable to the allegations that Dogpack is levying. So how much of a story is this worth talking about in actuality? When now that we see that a lot of Dogpack's work has been, you know, obfuscations or even exaggerations, like is like Mr. Beast's company actually as fucking shady as like we were led to believe?
I will say this is the longest period Dogpack has taken to respond to one of my messages, I think, ever.
Let me present this to you, for example.
Thank you, Ibida.
In the United States, when you take your car to the shop, I'm not sure if this is like similar over there in England, but in the United States, and some people will understand what I'm talking about. In the United States, when you take your car to the shop, like people people think that mechanics are extremely professional if they don't know anything about the industry, but that's actually not the case. Mechanics like to cut corners a lot, right? Yeah, mechanics like to do a little bit of, like, you know, tomfoolery and fuckery in the background, but that's not like the end of it. That's not the end of it at all. When you go to what's it called, a service writer, and they present you options on how you can repair your vehicle, they'll be like, well, you can get brand new parts and it'll cost this much and it'll be the most expensive option, or we can source your parts another way and it'll be this price and it'll be cheaper, but the quality of the parts aren't guaranteed. What happens in actuality is that they'll send somebody to a local junkyard. They'll take that part from another car that's identical to yours and has the same parts and everything. And in that junkyard, the labor force is nothing but illegal immigrants, right? In actuality, a lot of businesses and industries and, you know, and labor is extremely crooked. So when juxtaposed to Mr. Beast's company, you know, and how other, you know, companies operate.
Let me put it this way, because this has been my consistent take. Mr. Beast runs a media company. A media company being run like a media company, in my opinion, is not a story.
Yeah.
At least not one that I'm interested in personally.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. So, like, it's like all these people who are going, Mr. Beast needs to be stopped. It's like, okay, talk about Hollywood, talk about the major studios, talk about television stations, talk about, like, fucking, like, independent documentary makers, talk about, like, because these problems are endemic in the media industry. And the only reason, like, you know, and again, maybe I'm jaded because sort of I have, at least through, like, the environment in which I grew up, maybe more knowledge than some people of what these spaces are like. I'll give you an example, like the publishing industry. I know authors who have tried to write books, taken them to publishers, and the publisher has hired another writer to try and write the same book faster. Like that, this shit happens. I know people who've basically been like successful. The publisher has realized that they're probably going to be too successful for like how much it will cost them. So what the publisher does is go, here's your contract for say 3 books, and then just rejects the manuscripts and then ties that author to them because they can't take those manuscripts to anyone else, but they're contractually tied in. Like the entire media industry is incredibly fucking corrupt. It's insane, but nobody fucking talks about it really, because like it's all inside knowledge. And again, these are just industries that I know about. I won't even talk about like the sector that I exist within and the shit I see. Because it's probably true of every industry in the world has corruption, has bad practices, and the reason that people don't realize that is because people live in this little fucking YouTube bubble where they're like, Mr. Beast is evil, he's the Antichrist, and I'm just like, yeah, water is wet. That's just like
I'm gonna use this euphemism. I'm gonna use this euphemism to end that point off. It's like, for example, you can like go out into your backyard right now, and everything will be fine. But when you put a magnifying glass in any corner of your backyard, you're probably gonna find a fucking venomous spider, right? Let's be real here.
Well, not in England, but no, it depends on what venomous we're talking about here. But like, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
it's like you're probably going to like turn over a rock and you'll find something.
Lens, when you put anything under a lens and then just focus on that, like, yeah, that's horrible. But you do realize that if you go anywhere else and do the exact same thing, you're like it's bad everywhere. To almost to an equal extent, if not worse, in other places.
Yeah, and it's just, you know,
that's just the way the world is.
I love that this is how this has turned out, because this is actual karmic justice. I love this. I love it.
It says that there's a free entry option, yet he still doctored up this fake UI to make his intentional lies more convincing. Nah, I'm just kidding. Funniest part is that Mr. Beast verbally says it on stream.
Go shopmrbeast.com, buy the shirt or hoodie. You could be one of the people that come down and compete in the video. There's also a free entry on the site as well. If you just 100 of which are going to be picked from you know, people that buy this shirt or hoodie, or if you enter for free on the site as well, it's, that's an option as well. So,
oh my god, you're so sneaky. Now, when someone is prepared to doctor up evidence to make potentially incriminating lies more convincing, it automatically puts every single one of their accusations that isn't bulletproof into question. So,
true, Deborah.
Throughout this video, you'll also see that there are multiple examples of him leaving out crucial details from evidence that would easily disprove the accusations he's making. Because Dawson loves framing things deceitfully to push his personal agenda.
Shopify dashboard, we just have like a random number generator, and then like we just put the number, like if there's 1,000 orders, we just put it, picks a number between 1 and 1,000, and then my people give me the name.
Wait a second. Mr. Beast is only picking out of the Shopify list? Well, does that mean he's only giving away to paid entries after all? No. You can be part of a Shopify giveaway without having to make any purchase whatsoever. These are some generic examples of how to enter Shopify giveaways for free on the official Shopify website. Mr. Beast scamming someone out of a lifetime of dog food and then tried silencing.
This one is fucking insane. This is, I'm very little. I mean, again, the last one, fucking throwing out the fucking, sorry, I'm getting really distracted. We don't talk about that, Saxon. Right, throwing out the fucking hell, I'm completely lost in my train of thought. Throwing out the stuff to do with the lottery is bad enough, but fucking this, Jesus Christ, like, it seems like Dogpack, like, actively just lied and manipulated to anyone he could, even just random fucking Redditors.
The so-called victim on Reddit?
As far as fake giveaways go,
what's that one phrase? How does it go? Ignore. Something like that. I don't remember where that's from, but I find it really funny and I feel like it fits here really well.
Exposing confidential information and getting sued. So my official statement is that sometimes things slip through the cracks, and personally I believe that is intentional. Here's one example where someone on Reddit posted saying that they were promised free dog food for life in exchange for letting Mr. Beast use them in a video. 5 months later, they still haven't received their dog food. I actually sent this post to someone who works at Mr. Beast, and they said they were going to send it to the PR team, and then the Reddit post got taken down. So I don't know if it got resolved.
Not true. Here is a message from the Reddit user stating MrBeast did reach out to them as well as everyone else. Apparently this user just hadn't noticed at first because the MrBeast company's email went to the user's spam folder. The issue got resolved, and then the Reddit post got deleted.
Sometimes things slip through the cracks, and personally, I believe that is intentional.
Oh, the new Feastables formula has more sugar and calories than Hershey's?
MrBeast changed the formula again to where it has mostly the same ingredients as Hershey's, and even more sugar and more calories per bar.
Well, that'd be pretty messed up after MrBeast actively advertised his chocolate to be healthier than Hershey's. Luckily, it's just another lie. Dogpack is being deceitful here because he's comparing a single serving sized 43 grams Hershey's bar to a 2 serving sized 60 grams Feastables bar, instead of comparing it to a 1 serving sized 35 grams Feastables bar. While if you recalculate the ingredients of both to 43 grams, then you'll see that Feastables still has less sugar than Hershey's and actually has less calories.
I remember making
than
this
the
point too. I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how the fuck he got away with this. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know why anyone didn't question this. How the
No,
fuck
I was watching this. I made a Twitter post. I was like, dude, that's fucking like that's false. That's like blatantly false. Like you have to measure like the grams instead of just slapping on labels and then making it like again. This is again just another level of dishonesty. You're putting something up there, saying it in a certain way so people run with the worst case scenario of it without actually expanding on the idea.
Yeah, it's wild because like. Again, I Beat Death said, moving forward for the foreseeable future, any legitimate, like, any evidenced, sorry, that word is fucking breaking me. Anything legitimate, like, levied at MrBeast will be called into question because of Dogpack and Rosanna and all of the lies they have told. Yeah, and this is a problem. Now it really is the position that if employees have actual grievances, if there's still things waiting in the wings, if anyone attached themselves to Dogpack and gave them information, those people really probably can't come out anymore. Yeah, you have actually cooked your sources. Because, like, even if they're not named, and I can almost guarantee, like, you can tell from, you know the guy earlier on who's got, like, the voice changed.
Yeah.
It's like you can tell that's had impacts on him IRL, and he didn't even intend it. So if they could tell it was him, how much do you want to bet that other employees at MrBeast or in this industry? Because I imagine there's actually quite a lot of overlap in like the fucking true YouTube elite of people working together, collaborating, people moving through the media industry who are like being like looked at a bit fucking funny now because they might have said something offhand that's ended up in a fucking video.
Yeah. And the more like the more interesting part about this is that I don't think I mean I believe that somebody as obsessive as MrBeast could definitely pinpoint who some of these people are that gave information to MrBeast, which makes it more interesting because, like, again, it's really not that hard to like, it's really not that hard to like, by process of elimination, deduce who it is that like Dogpack was getting information from.
Yeah. Because it like the claims he's making will depend on what people worked on, where they were, and what their standing is with MrBeast.
Yeah.
His formula.
This pit is fake.
No, it's not. Here's footage of them digging the pit. You know what? Here's a crew member's footage of the 2 non-CGI buses and non-CGI train being in the pit after they drove them in there.
Shredder is CGI.
Nope. At this timestamp, they do shred an actual Lamborghini in a legitimate shredder. But I will say that when they use CGI, it looks fucking terrible, as if it came straight out of a CW show.
This car is digitally lifted.
This car isn't digitally lifted. However, they did change the original red coloring to blue to make a visual distinction between the first rocket.
So, yeah, again, Dogpack just fucking lied. And why wouldn't he? He was at the company for 3 fucking weeks. What's he gonna know? Also, whatever happened to the surprise witness? Seems like Dogpack404 discarded her when it seemed a bit convenient. So, to my understanding, while Surprise Witness has tweeted out about this, Surprise Witness, I think because of the pushback... So Surprise Witness, actually, unironically, for all the shit talking she does, is actually quite worried about any coverage of her. And I know this because I've spoken with people who have a much longer knowledge of Surprise Witness. Yeah. It freaks her out So when commentary started looking at her, she dipped and has been dealing with validity stuff. She has her own lawsuit going on, and has basically just fucking gone, it's nothing to do with me anymore. Because, like,
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
was
she
about to
expected the response that she got. She thought she'd go at Keemstar, like, it'd be a massive audience response, and then Keemstar would get worried and back down, or Dioria would. What she wasn't expecting was everyone to suddenly go, we're gonna make, like, 20 streams on you because you're fucking, like, ridiculous. And that freaked her out. That's why she dipped.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Surprise Witness is a fucking, like she's a normie. She doesn't know about the wider internet lore. Right, so when she came against Keemstar, she probably wasn't expecting that everybody knew information that she was like that she didn't know. Now, and I hate saying this, but I feel like like credit where credit is due. I don't think that Surprise Witness is a complete and utter fucking moron. I just think she was ignorant of like the commentary lore. Right, I'm pretty sure she was smart enough to understand that Dogpack had like a massive fucking like trail of just like shattered dreams and inconsistencies ahead of him. And she pulled out at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. And I mean, that's partly because, like, people, if I'm honest, it's partly because plenty of people started looking at her particular stuff. And she's been A-logged really hard. And to be clear, her A-loggers some of them are kind of crazy, actually. So it's kind of a problem. Like, and not some people have legitimate grievances, some people are just insane. And the whole like Free Britney thing, like that whole shit was wild from what I can understand.
Car they launched and failed, which was red, and the second one they launched, which succeeded.
That's a Pontiac Firebird, by the way.
Because they were scared that both cars being red might confuse the audience, so in post, they just changed the second one's color to blue. But there was no digital lift.
What you're saying, the things that you're saying are truly, you're not a disgruntled employee.
You can watch my video and like...
Pavel, why? God, how are the people who've been like covering this gonna react? Like, if you're bigger and you've not been like building an audience off the Dogpack shit, what's their reaction gonna fucking be? Speaking of Britney, Simon did a takedown of Destiny. Yeah, we're gonna watch it this weekend. I am gonna go over it. Probably as a members stream. So if you'd like to be able to watch that, well, at least the VOD of it, because members streams are live and then become members streams, then become a member on COPECAST at any fucking level and you'll get access. But yeah, no, it's like so many people have done videos on this where those videos are going to be up. Those videos are going to be up and they're going to be talking about these things. You're fucked. Why would you do that? What's wrong with you? It's so bad. Oh, I'm so happy.
Like, view it through the lens of, oh, this guy's just a disgruntled employee. But the evidence still speaks for itself.
Of course.
But the evidence still speaks for itself.
Of course.
This accusation of Dogpack404 actually upset this engineering YouTuber who passionately worked on that rocket car for months to get it working, just to have this goober claim that it's faked. But Dawson doesn't care about collateral damage done to others. He doesn't mind throwing people in front of non-CGI buses to push his own agenda. He did it with the rocket car YouTuber. He did it with that tricked employee's phone recording they showed without his consent. He tried doing it with me by calling me over dramatic, pressuring me into making a video accusing MrBeast with uncertain and refutable evidence, which by now I know to be untrue, which he doubled down on, by the way. Every other commentary YouTuber did it without getting sued, even though just because
every other commentary YouTuber did it without getting sued.
That's a fucking insane thing to tell somebody. You're asking somebody to throw away their fucking ethics and standards. Like,
well, that's because Dogpack doesn't fucking have any ethics or standards.
That just goes to show how fucking self-centered and deplorable.
Do you remember? Did I show you this bit of the Cam interview I had where Cam's like, I'm just here to report the news and like kind of like comment on things and like kind of like not get sued? And I'm like, that's real fucking interesting as a take, because look, I don't want to get sued, but do you know what? If I believed something to be true, I'd probably risk it, honestly. If I had good evidence for something, I'd kind of like, fuck it, whatever. Like,
this makes me interested in the background more. What the fuck if at all, was Dogpack telling people like Cam Nuggets or Cam Nuggets himself behind the scenes?
I imagine he was telling him, "Good boy, have a biscuit." Like I imagine
pushing,
it didn't
keep
take.
pushing
I
these
didn't.
false fucking narratives.
I imagine it didn't fucking take more than that. You know.
Because a lot of
Cam Nuggets should leak
YouTubers
the
tried.
logs.
He hasn't got the balls. That would be
Show us
amazing.
the conversations. Show
Yeah,
us
that
how
would
fucking
be
malicious this
amazing.
motherfucker was.
Hey, listen, we've all been talking about the Tea Party group chat. Show us your fucking group chat.
Looking the situation and through unsubstantiated, easily disprovable accusations out there for clout, views, and money without getting sued doesn't make it an okay thing to do, Dogpack. Or do you think it's acceptable to make false CP allegations? Which, maybe I should talk about that for a second. See, in a recent video on Rosanna Pansino's channel, Dogpack404 claimed to have access to leaked work chat messages, with one of them being Ava Christison distributing alleged CP of Ivanka Trump. Except Dogpack doesn't always use the term alleged.
Yeah, this is the most disgusting one by far. Well, actually, the CP was probably more disgusting.
And he also proudly admitted to having
Peace, Jack.
downloaded that uncensored
Say
alleged
well.
CP on a now deleted community post, and admits to having reverse image searched what he thought was CP in the video. Obviously, Dawson French himself was called out for owning and reverse image searching what he believed was fucking CP, because that is weird and a crime.
Of CP are not protected under First Amendment rights and are illegal contraband under federal law. Legal definition of sexually explicit conduct does not require that an image depict a child engaging in sexual activity. A picture
right there where it says underdeveloped film, undeveloped video, and
Yeah, well-
electronically stored data.
Well, how can he not?
Convenient,
How can he
Dogpack.
not?
Yeah. How convenient, Dogpack.
I fucking love this shit. It's so good.
I ain't like when this video released, I woke up the next day and I made my own video saying like, yeah, Dogpack made this mistake, and then I pulled up this same clip, and I'm like, Dogpack, you were reading this law and you didn't address that this directly implicates you. So yeah, every single time that I see this, I'm just like, what a fucking idiot. like you knew something and you still went ahead with it anyways.
Just how have we reached this point? I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. I listen, you guys should all pray that the people who hate you are as dumb as Dogpack.
of a naked child may constitute illegal CP.
So he deleted that community post to then lie about never having had the uncensored CP on someone else's YouTube video. Funny thing is that it only took 1 hour for people to find this tweet about that exact picture of 18-year-old Ivanka Trump being in a GQ magazine. It legitimately took 1 hour. 1 hour to not falsely accuse someone of distributing CP.
It's like he constantly lies to get himself out of trouble, and only when he's run out of lies and in face of a serious trouble and he's run out of options does he reveal the truth. Then he tries to pull the LOL I said allegedly thing again. I said as Ava alleges, I said in my opinion, I said may, I said if.
Yeah, this is the most disgusting one by far. Well, actually, the CP was probably more disgusting. But
So either Dogpack knew.
Why would you not cut that out in post? There are so many things that I like. There's so much stuff I see. I think that's about cam nuggets as well. It's like I see shit and I'm just like, why would you not cut this? Like, why would you not just be like, maybe I don't want to show people myself saying this. Like I go by the H Bomber Guy rules. Gamma knows this because I told this to him. Like, when you've finished a project, when you're done, remove 15% of it. That's the rule. Remove 15%. And it will be so much fucking better.
That it wasn't CP and made those false.
Stucky! Hey, that's me, lol. I don't know.
I have a bone to pick with Stucky.
Oh, God.
Stucky. No, I'm just mad that he got a lot of attention for this video. I was hoping that I'd be one of the ones to blow up for it. It's just an ego thing. I'm sorry, Stucky. I don't mean it.
Listen,
you did a good job.
Listen. Let's be clear. He mentions James Warren, and I don't get any mention for like the 12 hours of work we did in the thread, or the fucking fact that we were the first people to like point out the cease and desist order, or or any of the other Dogpack shit we've been. Do you know what? I am gonna put it this way though. as far as I can tell, Keemstar isn't mentioned in this fucking video, and neither is, like, Diorio's tweets are shown, but all the work that Diorio did isn't mentioned. And I want to be clear, I'm just so happy that this is, like, shown. I'm, like what's in this, and, like, Soggy has done so much independent research. I'm not mad or anything. But I know that it's really easy to be salty, and you're like, well, where's my fucking shout out?
where's my
mention my domino? Like,
no, Stucky, you don't have to say sorry for anything. We're just yanking your leg.
Yeah, no. Stucky, do you want to call in? Do you want to talk? Do you want to come and talk about this video? I don't think I've seen yours yet, actually. Because I fucking autistically have like I just sit in a little ball of rage. You can
I don't watch videos on Dogpack because all of the information they have is probably going to be in some cases it is because I have watched some to see if there's anything I missed. In most cases it's going to be less than what we already have, or it's going to be like, people barely catching on.
Yeah, it's this has been so fucking insane.
Yeah, I actively don't watch the Dogpack videos because I'm like, well, what are they gonna have that I haven't already been aware of or keyed myself into or said in the past?
Yeah,
like,
it's one of
so many fucking lies.
Well, I'm watching. Yeah, no, nice. Okay, cool. What we'll do is I'll get you to join my Discord and just post in the Okay, join the Discord, post in general, and then I'll send you a message and add you as a friend and invite you to the call, and we'll get you in. But yeah, it's like going through this, there's so many times Diorio is like, I didn't even know about this thing, what the fuck?
What did he not know about specifically? Because most of the stuff that's being shown so far... Go ahead.
There's a couple of things later where it's like a couple of like, because there's so many things that just didn't go viral. So I think there's like one coming up with somebody who was like talked about getting a load of shit. Yeah, it's God. I don't believe Trump's daughter did that in 2008. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, fucking well. Again, I mean, you're a model, you know. But yeah, I'll wait for Stucky to get in. We got add friend. I've sent you a friend request, Stucky. Just let me know when you've accepted it, and I'll restart the call. Perfect.
Yo,
how you doing?
How's it going, man?
Yeah, not too bad. Have you enjoyed the video?
Dude, like as I was watching your video, I was just feeling so vindicated and just like I'm just
Welcome to the club.
Finally coming out there, you know what I mean?
Club.
Yeah.
So to catch you up on kind of where we are, like, firstly, I sent a message to Soggy, who I've never spoken to before, but I just said, hey, just wanted to say thank you and congrats, and I cannot say that enough. I don't know if he'll ever message me back. I don't care. But I have messaged Dogpack and I have asked any initial thoughts on the Soggy video, and this is the longest it's taken for Dogpack to ever get back to me.
Dude, you know what's funny? Like Soggy Cereal actually like DM'd Dogpack, and then like we were supposed to do like an interview, like me and Soggy, with Dogpack, kind of like explaining his side of the situation, like before Soggy like posted his video explaining his side of the situation or whatever. And Dogpack actually said, like, I don't want to do an interview because you know how my last interview went with Ludwig, and I don't want to repeat that again.
Do you have any evidence of this?
This is the guy that thinks like he's like really smart, right? But like he can't like even do an interview where like we talk about the accusations that he brought up and like he can explain his side of the story. But like it's like he's scared to like even do that.
He agreed to an interview with me in principle and then ghosted me. And then we didn't really bring it up again.
Stucky,
Oh,
here's
shit.
why though. It's because like as you've noticed, it's because he doesn't actually have a fucking story. None of this stuff pertains to him. He only knows his own personal like vendetta that he got after being fired by LaKoya. Everything after that is stuff that he can't personally recount because he's probably not too keyed in with these allegations. He just forms them together in whatever document he has, makes a video on it, but because he's not actually personally invested, he doesn't remember any of the details, so he can't even fight his battle.
Yeah, and he knows that. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, because it's interesting. Because actually, if you do speak to Soggy, there are two things that I really want to know, and I genuinely want to know this. I want to know if he ever found hide nor hair of Dogpack's 60,000 sub YouTube channel, and I want to know because Dogpack said to me that he worked with other large YouTubers. Now, the fact that no YouTuber has come out and either defended or condemned him and been like, I know Dogpack, is crazy. This is me sort of speedrunning catching you up.
Right.
So, like, Dogpack uses, for example, a Proton account. The idea of a normie using a Proton account is fucking crazy. So, because my interest now...
Yeah, I was about to say, do you know what Proton is?
So a Proton account is like a very high security way to like hide your identity email account. It's something you'll find a lot of people on, like the classic example is people who are like doxers or like people who are like on shadier websites will use Proton accounts. Or if you're just like very concerned about your OPSEC. But that makes no sense for someone like Dogpack because he's so public about his name, his stuff, but he has no like internet history I can find up till about 2.5 years ago. And that's really fucking weird. That's insane, actually. And no one seems to be questioning this. The dude is a fucking ghost. It's like it's like Steven Spielberg walking into Hollywood and being like, I'm going to make Jurassic Park. And everyone being like, he made Jurassic Park. And everyone was like, okay, cool, what's his history? Don't know, he just sort of turned up and made Jurassic Park. It's kind of like bizarre. I'm like, do you not want to know where this guy came from? Like, what the fuck is going on? Was he was he frozen after World War II? Is he like some like Nazi experiment that escaped to Argentina? Like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, usually anybody with this type of know-how, let's be clear here, even though Dogpack is a complete fucking moron, he does have intelligence in certain areas, right? Intelligence that you only gather by being around in a certain environment for a specific amount of time. So to not find anything in the back and like behind the scenes of how he learned or came to be ideations for like a company as big as MrBeast either shows that MrBeast is incredibly negligent when it comes to hiring people, or Dogpack has been around doing things that is seemingly impossible to fucking find, which is strange.
So
sorry, just very quick. I just want to respond to one thing very quickly. Why speak of Proton Mail like it's some illegal stuff, lol? It's not that it's illegal, like Bido. I don't want to give that impression. When I say shadier websites, it's not something normies know about, if that makes sense. That's why it's weird. It's not an accusation that Dogpack is criminal. It's an accusation that Dogpack, like, people have said, like we throw the word normie around. Dogpack's not a normie, and to not be a normie, but like appear like a ghost 2 years ago is really fucking weird. It's very, very odd, and the way he operates is odd. So like, I use the Proton account as like an indicator that I think he has a much deeper internet history than it appears. That's what I'm alluding to, not criminality.
May I interject on that? So the thing about Proton Mail specifically, to the commenter who said that, is that again, like Beckett said, it's not that it's illegal. It's more so that somebody who's using Proton is gonna be somebody that has that is very aware of like how they can be observed, right? It's somebody who wants to hide their it's somebody who wants to hide any observability of their history on the internet, essentially, right? They don't want to be perceived. Only somebody who doesn't want to be perceived, whether it's for privacy concerns, whether it's for illicit reasons, whether it's to just like hide their tracks, whether it's just to be like super secure and not have anything like bite them in the ass in regards to malicious individuals. Proton is just in like a very high security measure that is not known to many normal people.
Right. So it's kind of like VPN, but like hardcore.
Well, no, because a VPN doesn't actually protect you like Proton Mail does.
I love this comment from Pretty Idiot. I just have a Proton account to keep up with my second Discord. Lol. It was a free email. I love the way you're just like, it's like, yeah, I just sort of like got it. It was free. That is just good OPSEC. I agree with you, but if you're a normie, most normies don't think about it. That's why a lot of normies get doxxed, because they've got a massive fucking trail. They haven't gone and like, they're not thinking about like, I fucking posted on fucking MySpace in fucking 2000 and whatever fucking MySpace was around in 2007. Like, they're not thinking about that. Like the classic example is like Doxbin when we're talking about in this community, for example. But like, yeah, it's whatever. Have a good day, Bryce. First one was old school, and the VPN versus secure mailbox like apples and fire trucks. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I'm just like, you cannot attribute intention to the use of insecurity too. I'm not attributing attention. I'm getting very one-guide here, but like, I'm not attributing attention. I'm attributing knowledge. The fact that he like like there's other things obviously as well. The fact that he's an ideation expert, the fact that he clearly understands how to put these kind of videos together, this kind of content together, suggests that he has a much longer history. And he's made those claims to me, right? He said that he said to me he had a YouTube account with 60,000 subscribers in 2016. That's for 2016. That's a lot, and no one's heard of this fucking guy anywhere.
No, yeah, it's not an implication. It's more so that it's more so like it gives reason to the idea that maybe Dogpack is not entirely being honest about his history, or he's hiding history, right? It's not more so an implication of whether he is or isn't doing it. It's there's multiple possibilities as to why he has a Proton account.
Yeah,
which isn't unhinged to like explore.
Is this YouTube channel still like up and running? Like, is it or is it down?
Well,
Dogpacks?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I asked him, his exact wording to me was, I said, "Can you tell me what your YouTube account was, so I can see it? I just want to know more about you and whether I can validate this." Rather than saying it's been deleted or no, I don't want to, he said, "I don't think you can find it."
Okay.
That's word for word like the message he sent. And I'm just like, that's fucking weird. Why would you put it like that? Like,
yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Is like, why would you frame it in that sense? And yet you also have all of these other like details that make it like incredibly easy to be suspect of you. That again, that's not to implicate anything. That's just like when like it's like, for example, being the type of person that has a gun on your desk. Like sure, that doesn't mean that you're gonna go out and commit a murder, but like.
It's just weird. It's like it doesn't make sense. What I'll do, Stucky, as well, I'll send you my. I believe I gave my DMs for Dogpack to Diorio. I made after Dogpack sort of ghosted me for the interview. I was like, well, I'm never going to get that. So I made the very, very rare decision for me to actually leak DMs. So I will send those to you so you can have a look at them, because I think they are certainly fucking interesting. And he sent me a voice message as well, which is really fucking weird.
Lucky, I have a question for you, actually, now that you're here. I have a question for you, Stucky, now that you're here.
Oh, yeah.
What's your opinion on WestJet?
WestJet? Mm-hmm. So, like, I've seen all the lyrics videos about WestJet and the Cheeto, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think, like, a Cheeto and WestJet are kind of different. Like, I think a Cheeto is a piece of shit, and that's for the record. And, I think the way WestJet kind of differs from a Cheeto is, well, first of all, I mean, like, he did apologize, and he, like, took down the video, and then, like, posted, like, community notes, kind of explaining the situation, and, hey, this wasn't true, and all that. So he made the effort to kind of let the viewers know that he made a mistake, and that it was misinformation. But I agree, the part where he kind of, like, explains himself, well, I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, it was an ironic video, and at the end of the day, like, I still think the VTuber was a piece of shit, and I still stand by my statements and whatever. I felt like he was taking accountability and not taking accountability at the same time, which
Okay.
was like a really weird thing to do. But I can attribute that to a person who is just, realize who has just realized that he made a mistake and is trying to rectify it, but in the process, he might say some things that might not
For self-preservation.
like come across as very genuine to a lot of people.
Mhm.
And, that can happen, but fundamentally I don't think he's like a really bad dude because he took
Honestly,
accountability. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think WestJet is a complete piece of shit. 100%. No backing from it. He
Gotcha.
because while he's attempting to like defend himself from the Turkey Tom criticism, again, he's not really fully taking accountability. He's just offering excuses. Not to mention, he also took Tom himself out of context and tried saying why what he did was wrong, and then tried smearing Tom as like somebody who endorses cheating when that was never the case. Right? WestJet
Yeah.
is worse in my opinion.
Right.
Right? I mean, like WestJet is a pretty dishonest individual who not only
Mm.
cannot do research, but has a massive ego over over the fact that he has a massive ego over the fact that he's just like a regular like commentary guy, when in reality, as somebody who's making videos and information, you should have a sort of
Right.
moral obligation to make sure that your information is consistent. But instead, he was like, oh, who cares, right? That's stuff for nerds. Like, why
100%.
are we treating it up to this standard, right?
Yeah,
Stucky,
yeah, yeah.
you believe that we should be honest as commentators, specifically per your coverage of Dogpack. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Well, WestJet disagrees with you inherently.
I know. But like here's the thing. I think like people tend to like look at people really negatively when they just kind of like come out trying to like explain that they fucked up, they messed up, and
Mhm.
they're trying to rectify it. And to the people like looking at it, listening to it, like that can like come across as like really disingenuous and whatnot. But at the end of the day, like this is a guy with a massive ego who's trying to explain himself, and the slip ups that he says, I think, can be forgiven. Like in my opinion, like I'm not the one to speak for the internet. That's just my personal opinion. Because like I'm just the type of guy who like just believes everybody makes mistakes. And I mean, like with the Asmongold situation, like he said some pretty horrible stuff, but he came out with an apology. And then I was like, all right, like people make mistakes, and we can move on. But in the process, if you say something weird, well, that can be attributed to you kind of like explaining yourself.
So,
So it's kind of a 50-50.
So to bring it back to this topic, because I think it's an interesting like juxtaposition. Like, I talked a little bit about this to Turkey Tom, and he was like, "Well, I don't think Dogpack's malicious," and I was like, "I think this is malice. I think Jake."
Dogpack is 100%.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that call with you.
Yeah, I heard. I think Dogpack, Razan, Jake Weddle are just malicious actors. I don't think these are mistakes. I don't think Dogpack is just shit at research. I certainly actually don't think Surprise Witness is shit at research. I think these people are actually capable of doing the work.
They're calculating.
Yeah, and I think that they did, and I think that they actively chose these directions. That is my opinion. And once again, if I'm wrong, prove to me that you're incompetent. I guess I don't fucking know, but I mean, do you think that's fair, Stucky?
Dude, you know what's a resounding example of Dogpack knowing and researching fully and knowing otherwise that what he said wasn't true, but he posted it on the video anyway? Like, in his like first video, he talks about how like the 10-minute real-time challenge video was faked. The timer was faked, right? He says that in the video, but like I looked at like the actual photo of like the actual like filming scene, and Dogpack was supposedly there when the real-time filming thing happened.
Yeah, that comes up in this video in a couple of minutes actually.
Oh yeah. So like he was actually there and he saw it happen with his own eyes, and like he saw everything and he knew everything, but he still like decided to just like post on the internet. Oh, I mean, like he faked his video, like it wasn't real time. So like that's just like one example. Like I mean, like I'm sure you guys know there are plenty of occasions like the word chat, like he knew like it was, a fucking year apart. when it became an actual work chat. But like he still decided to like post all these like really misleading information and then try to like paint it as the truth.
Yeah, one of the
Oh yeah.
One of the most annoying sweeps I've had directed at me over particularly his Reddit history when we went over that was, well, as you see, like Dogpack, while he was working for MrBeast and when he was like attempting to get a job at MrBeast, he was already making accusations of like the lotteries being illegal, for example. And the stuff with the chocolate bars and things. And people were like, well, you know, you can ask questions of your employer. And I'm like, yeah, but he's not just asking questions, he's making accusations of a company he works for. And it's really interesting if you look at the timeline. Like, before he works at MrBeast, he's like really anti, like, the whole, like, online philanthropy stuff. And then he works there and he's really positive it. And then he, like, leaves and then he's really anti it again.
No longer positive.
And it's... And it's like the core claims, the core claim of Dogpack is I worked for MrBeast. He lies about how long he worked there. You know, he also said to us, because we questioned this, I think it was to us.
He also lied about his intentions for working there, by the way.
Yeah, and he but he said to us, you know, oh, well, I was fired, but then I went and worked for one of MrBeast's friends. Like that was his claim. That's why that was his defense for his timeline that he presented. But his core claim is I was a MrBeast fan and I discovered these things while working for the company. But that's not true. You already believed these things before you joined the company. Like it's again, it's so fucking dishonest. It's like infuriating.
Yeah, it's kind of analogous to like the internet right now. Like it's kind of, I talked about it in my other videos. It's confirmation bias, right? It's kind of like you already like made up your judgment and you're going into it only like searching for evidence that fits with your narrative and ignoring everything else that proves otherwise. And just kind of like going with the flow. Oh, MrBeast like faked this video, like he had digitally lifted the car. But like in the Soggy Cereal video, it wasn't digitally lifted. You know, they just like fucking used CGI to make the color different. But like you're going into it thinking, oh, I mean, he must have faked it. So that's all you see.
Yeah.
So like that's just like basically entire, like I don't want to say entirely, but like 80% to 90% of his claims are based on just like confirmation bias and just like ignoring every single other piece of evidence that proves otherwise, which is so insane to me.
Also, just very quickly, because I've just seen Zlane post, and before he was with the company, he was contracted with them, if I recall. That's a lie! That's a fucking lie! He's referring to, like, he's like, he appears to be, like, there's no, like, the messages that we've seen presented show that he was basically hired and then came to work for the company. What he seems to be referring to with that additional early period before the contract kicks in is him posting on Reddit.
Yeah.
The MrBeast said, like, that's not contracted. He was posting ideas to Reddit. Like, it's fucking insane. Like,
there is no evidence to suggest that Dogpack was there for longer than 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks.
Let alone did any actual work, right? Because during those 2 to 3 weeks, I guarantee you he was during, and even they identify it as a trial period, he was probably just shadowing people and not actually doing anything. Which brings up another interesting concern. If you're shadowing people and like getting fired by shadowing people, what the fuck are you doing to get fired for being trained?
Yeah.
Like do you know what I mean, Beckett? Like, what the fuck does someone have to do at a company like that to get fired for training?
You know, it's this idea that there's a really interesting statement Dogpack made on Reddit. I believe it's on the Reddit. I'd have to go and dig it up. I think we've got it in the folder where he's like, I saw the issues with MrBeast and I wanted to come in and help them fix them. And I'm like, you're nobody. Okay.
And you don't know anything in regards to the company.
Yeah. And you know, and you don't. After years at a company, if you're not in upper management, you don't really understand the priorities, goals, and how upper management works for that company. You just don't.
Right.
You don't know. You have, like, we all have our fucking suspicions of how our, like, bosses function, but the reality is we don't know. And one of the things that's really interesting when you progress in an actual job It's like, you know, I've progressed in my career over the years, and I'm at like a decent position now, I guess you could say. But
yeah.
I think back occasionally to what I thought a position like mine would be like. It's nothing like that. That's all. It's completely fucking different. You know, it's you don't know until you do it, and Dogpack has never fucking done anything. That's the problem.
It was a 3-week training. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like also like let's not forget like towards the end of the Soggy Cereal video, I think he mentions that like before he did all the subreddit craze thing, like I'm not sure I understood this correctly, but he posted 2 applications which got rejected. Both of them got rejected. And then like after that got rejected, he just like went on a rampage on the subreddit.
Oh, I have a question. You might know this better than me. So Soggy seems to have found like the 2 previous application videos on Reddit. Is that correct?
Yeah. Like I don't know much about that. Like, you know,
I just like to publicly say, when Jenny heard that, she was like, I need to go and end myself for dishonoring the channel and not finding those. She was like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean Soggy found Reddit things we didn't? I was like, yeah. I was surprised too. Like, and that's like, this is my litmus test. If you're finding things that Jenny isn't, like that's solid. Like that really, like that's impressive. You know, he is good. Like I don't know what autistic spite drove him to make this video, but it's good. Like,
I think that the spite must have really been about the fucking slander, like the false slander accusation that Dogpack levied to Soggy, right? Because like not only was Dogpack in that WestJet video still trying to insinuate that Soggy Cereal fucking slandered Dogpack by saying that he was making coworkers uncomfortable, but in that very same conversation towards the end of WestJet's video, Dogpack himself gives credence to the accusation that Soggy Cereal brings up, right? Because he literally says, yeah, I did that, but it was a joke. Yep. Okay, well, do you not understand how jokes could be offensive? So that means it gives credence to Soggy's whole, you know, accusation in the first place. Not to mention, in this same video, he further proves that accusation by mentioning how this manager wanted to speak to Dogpack about that fucking joke. Like, how could you accuse somebody of slander if you yourself admit to making that joke? Like you could reasonably.
I just think it's insane that you're making slander accusations while slandering people and defaming people. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, not to mention that what Soggy Cereal said isn't entirely untrue either. You did make those statements.
Do you know one of the best bits of advice I've been given? Since kind of moving over to commentary and I guess taking this more seriously. And to be clear, as I've been pretty open about, one of the reasons that I moved over to YouTube and started taking a channel more seriously was spite. Like, I was annoyed at some people in a drama and I was like, fuck you. That's why I did it. But, you know, one of the best bits of advice I was given was, if you've got somebody who you don't need to piss off, who it's not beneficial to you to piss off, don't do it, because you never know when you're going to run into somebody who will actually do something that will fucking crash you into a wall. The example that's given is never piss off teenagers on the internet. Never piss off people who have a load of fucking free time on their hands or can find it.
Autistic teenagers.
Yeah, it's like you will regret it. And like I took that to heart. And I think that's what's happened with this. You know, he pissed off Soggy and like he thought, because you know, if Diorio and Keem aren't like fucking destroying your life, if you're able to keep functioning with under that, you're probably feeling pretty fucking secure. But apparently that wasn't particularly wise. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and Soggy Cereal is just like, you know. Like at first, like he was like really buying into, you know, like Dogpack's claims at first because like he tried to manipulate him as well. But like later on, like when he kind of like tried to go the other route, Dogpack was like calling him over dramatic, calling him like trying to like slander him, trying to like threaten him, like, and then like that pissed him off even more. And then he just like went in hard. Like usually he makes like 10 to 20 minute videos.
Yeah.
He made like a freaking hour and 30-minute video. Yeah.
Anybody whose ethics are being fucking trampled upon is gonna get really fucking mad. Right.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of things. Like I can tell that Soggy Cereal is motivated by reality based, reporting of information.
Yeah.
And like people that base ourselves in that type of logic, when we're told, hey, maybe like when we're told or we see like, obfuscation of information, that type of shit like drives us mad. Right. It makes it takes like certain boxes within ourselves to be like, okay, we need to find a way to prove that this guy, or to prove that these claims are incorrect and that this guy is being like fucking dishonest as hell. Like it happened to me in regards to cam nuggets. Right. Of course, it's gonna happen to somebody like Soggy Cereal to a higher extent when a motherfucker is literally attempting to push you into, being like going against your morals, going against your logic. That you just don't do that.
Dude, I've seen the Himpleton interview, by the way. That was funny as fuck. That was crazy.
That was
Morale just like went in hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it was good. I'm pretty pleased with the video that came out of it, as well on Gamma's channel.
Yeah.
It's always fun to do a cameo. Okay, let's keep fucking going. Let's keep fucking going, because we've got like an hour left. Fuck.
Accusations anyways, or he's just a fucking idiot who can't even use Google. But that wasn't the only lie in that video, was it, Dawson?
This isn't a work chat. This is just a small snapshot of a company chat, but it's, I think, one of many. I've heard that there's other company chats that they communicate on.
Yes.
And
it wasn't a work chat. It was created as an NSFW meme chat by already known degenerate Ava Christison. There's even examples of Ava getting mad whenever anyone talks about anything work related.
This is just a small snapshot of a company chat. Small snapshot of a company chat.
What you're saying, the things that you're saying are truly in good faith, and that you're not a disgruntled employee.
You can watch my video and like view it through the lens of, oh, this guy's just a disgruntled employee, but the evidence still speaks for itself.
Of course.
However, at one point it was changed to a work chat by Ava, at which point she also kicked everyone unrelated out of there. But then the chat instantly died because obviously no one else, including Jimmy, wanted to use it as a work chat. Now, I will say that even though this image is confirmed not to be CP, Ava did seem to think it was at the time, and so this proves that she is even worse than we thought and is a disgusting individual. However, the way Dogpack tried distributing what he believes was a...
So with this, I really don't want to run defense for Chris Tyson, because I think Chris Tyson is obviously fucking horrific. But yeah, I do actually agree with Gamma. I think that this is Chris Tyson questioning a story about a pedophile, not claiming that the image is a 13-year-old Ivanka Trump. I just don't read it that way. I think the fact that they're linking to the wider article and wider thread, it's just, But again, I don't want to press the point, because I think I want to be fair, because there's been so much unfairness in this whole story, but also fuck Chris Tyson, and also fuck the fact that Chris Tyson's wife lied. Oh, Chris had no idea of the ages of the mods in the yes, it's literally in black and multiple colored names, but it is literally written there. They're telling, like, Chris met these people. Are you serious? What?
I do have to say, while I disagree with Soggy Cereal's assessment, because again, there is a wider conversation to be had, I don't think it is, I would challenge him on that myself, but I don't think he is wrong to presume that, because that's what, that's naturally the assumption anybody would take from that, right?
Yeah, I think, sure. I'm just trying to be as accurate as possible, and we're going to have the Cam Nuggets thing come up in a bit, because I think it's really easy to do, like, especially when you're like doing a stream like this one, which is a victory lap. It's really easy to get carried away and be like, yeah, fuck everyone involved, but I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to be good.
picture of a sexually abused child to thousands of possibly child viewers wasn't to inform people of degenerate Ava Chris Tyson, but instead was to push his own agenda, framing MrBeast into allegedly knowing that Ava was a confirmed pedophile. It's so disgusting. See, I say framing because if you look at all of the messages around that image, it's a huge rant from not just Ava but other people as well about pedophiles exposed by the hacker group Anonymous in this Twitter thread she linked with that picture of Ava.
Yeah. Right here exactly is what gave significantly more credence to like my whole exploration idea, right? Those prior images that he shows basically like, you know, at least give me, and this might be a little bit of confirmation bias, like, you know, vindication in my whole thought process of maybe they weren't referring to this image as CP because it is CP. They're referring to it as a wider conversation of, look at this guy, Casablancas, who is allegedly a pedophile.
I mean, I will say as well, like seeing the way Dogpack has used people in this, like without consent to push his narrative. I'm really glad that, and I've only got sort of my own experience to go on this, but I actually think that Dogpack's third video was intended to contain the Ava Chris Tyson stuff. And I think one of the reasons that Dogpack might have been fucked and had to go to this group chat is because I know the person who was still gathering information on that Discord. And I've spoken to them about their continued digging. And there was like some contact with Dogpack's group over what they were finding. And when I started looking into Dogpack, they asked me, well, this stuff you presented on Dogpack is really bad. What should I do? And I said, go to a fucking journalist. Don't go to any YouTubers. Don't give it to me. Go to a fucking journalist. And
I think I know who you're talking about because they reached out to me, or I think this person reached out to me too, if it is the same person, who was digging more through the Discord logs and also was conversing with Dogpack about like information that they're talking about. And apparently Dogpack wanted this information from this individual. Does that sound correct?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Then I think we've both been approached by the same person.
And well, like I had the advantage, obviously, no secret, that the person who like logged the Discord is Cookie of Gods, and Cookie and I talk semi-regularly. You know, we talk every now and again when something like something's going on around this, and Cookie just sent them to me, and was like, "Yeah, chat to Becca." So I don't know whether this is true. I'm sort of just, I might be fantasizing a little bit, and I'm happy to accept it. That's the truth. But if I fucked Dogpack out of his third video, and I'll never know, I will be so fucking satisfied. Like,
apparently, if we're both referring to the same person, this person is also compiling information against Dogpack because he found more information out on him.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I told this person to just make a document about it, compile it, and then, you know, when he's done, show it to us.
Oh, interesting.
That he trusts. I'm hoping that something comes out of that, but you know.
Yeah, you never know. Well, Dogpack's like, especially after this, I think Dogpack's got a fairly large target painted on his back.
Oh, absolutely.
Ivanka Trump,
like I said,
because it was.
Sorry, say that again.
No, like I said, there's no comeback for him.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, you're fucked. Yeah. You're already seeing these posts appear on people like Cam Nuggets videos.
In that Twitter thread, as well as a rant about Jeffrey Epstein and billionaire pedos, and I don't think context matters here on Ava Tyson's side. I still think this is fucking disgusting. However, I do think context matters for the people perceiving Ava Chris Tyson's messages. I'm sorry, but if I'd see my friend actively ranting about pedophiles and bashing them, I'd actively be convinced to not think they're a pedophile when they send degenerate memes like this. I just cringe on the inside while thinking that they have a degenerate sense of Zoomer humor.
Just to be clear, as far as I can tell and I'm aware, Discount Mod was a mod for both Chris Tyson and MrBeast. It is we need a lot of evidence for this, but I don't buy the whole Jimmy didn't know anything. I just don't buy it. And not because of Tyson, but because of Discount Milk. And there were other people involved in this. Like, we'll never know. As far as I know, MrBeast's original server was never logged. So fucking, I guess I can fucking kick rocks. I don't know.
Even Trey Yates, the person who leaked the work chat to Dogpack and Rosanna, refers to those memes as a weird thing Ava found funny in the past.
Morning,
instead
Lars.
of confirmed file messages.
A lot of the edgy type of content and a lot of the, edgy cringelord humor started with Ava. Like, she sent a bunch of messages that probably shouldn't have been sent in a work group chat. Just because she thought it was funny at the time.
So even he, who actively dislikes Mr. Beast, didn't even notice.
So with all this evidence, I think it's definitely fair to say that Jimmy knew about Ava Tyson's behavior.
Basagi, Rosanna Pansino and Dogpack404 reported Jimmy Beast to the FBI, so he's gotta be a pedophile. I think people vastly underestimate just how easy you can report someone to the FBI. Even as a non-American citizen myself, I just created this entire forum of Rosanna Pansino and Dawson French, aka Dogpack404, distributing CP in 2 minutes on tips.fbi.gov, which I will now submit to the FBI. Soggy Cereal reported Rosanna Pansino and Dawson French to the FBI. Holy shit, they've gotta be guilty now. See what I did there?
Yeah.
Also, I didn't submit this because unlike 2 other creators, I'd rather not waste the FBI's time from...
Okay, hot take. I don't... Have we got any confirmation they ever reported them to the FBI? Cam Nuggets threw this back to me. He was like... well, actually, they reported them to the authorities first. I'm like, no. That's not
true.
That's not what they said.
We don't even know.
They said they'd censored it, and then when challenged and they got a load of pushback, they said, well, no, we cleared it with a lawyer. And when then that didn't work, Rosanna fucking, like, said, we've sent them to the
FBI.
Yeah, at FBI. Are you people retarded? What is going on? Like, how is this? How has this been allowed to propagate?
That behavior is a clear indication of panic. You motherfuckers didn't do anything beforehand. We know this, right? We know this, like, just purely on the, like, the evidence. Well, not the evidence, but like the circumstances at hand. Like if you actually posted this to the FBI, that would have been concluded in advance. It wouldn't have been concluded as like a drastic measure, way after.
Yeah, just.
And this is a bit of a sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is a bit of a speculation, but like the FBI Twitter post was right around the time when people started to like question Rosanna and Dogpack for like possessing alleged CP and just like
Well, right around the time is a little bit inaccurate. It was actually like the next day after. It was before like it was literally right after the shitstorm. The shitstorm was right before. I remember
like
because I literally made I remember
time
because I made like 2
period,
videos on it before it happened.
Yeah. So like when people were like a day later, like when people were like giving her shit for it, like she basically tried to like shift the attention away from herself and tried to like make it into a Mr. Beast thing again. So like she posted that, I reported Mr. Beast to the FBI, like knowing that, people's attention was gonna be focused on that rather than her own allegations that, she posted like reacted to CP or whatever. Which I thought could potentially be a very manipulative thing to do.
Absolutely, it is. You don't even have to say potentially. These guys, like I said, these guys know what they're doing. They have mastered. Well, they're not even necessarily mastered because they're fucking idiots, but they have been utilizing the art of what's it called, inflammatory remarks, loaded statements, lack of context, double speak. They have been utilizing all of these like tools to their advantage so that they can present things as inflammatory as possible, so that people take the worst case assumption of things. It's a ploy that they're playing very well into.
It's like, when we went through the North Carolina court records to debunk the James Warren stuff. We, like I've said a couple of times, we spoke to a lawyer, which is true. And that lawyer was very, very helpful to us. But one of the things he said was, hey, this isn't my field of law. And also, I'm not in North Carolina. So there are probably other people you should speak to. And he, I won't go too in depth into it. But all I've said is I spoke to a lawyer, which is true. But, like, if that was all we'd done, if I'd just gone, we'd spoke to a lawyer, I can speak to a lawyer about anything. They could be a fucking copyright lawyer. What relevance is that to this? Which lawyers did you speak to? Who is on your team? Who are you involving in this? Those questions actually matter for an investigation like this.
What information did you disclose to them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this
like,
a
what did you
paid
tell them? How did
retained
you frame
lawyer?
it?
Is this like fucking like silent like surprise witness? Who is it?
Did you call somebody's fucking like paralegal or some bullshit to give like to give you like legal advice?
Yeah. Was it Rakita Law? Did you play him in Bulldoze? Like, what the fuck are you? What is going on? Like,
Did you ask Chat? Did you ask Chat GPT or a fucking?
yeah. Did you
lawyer
mama
bot?
max it?
Because like
fine.
every interpretation of the law, no matter who you ask, would probably like say that yeah, you can't post CP even if it's censored in any way, shape, or form, because that is technically possession. Which is, obviously I don't have to get into the semantics of it. You can go ahead.
Actual CP distributors to push a selfish, manipulative, and personal agenda, and manipulating Rosanna Pansino so you could use her bigger channel to spread this disinformation is so vile. Look, I knew you were petty.
Didn't need to. Rosanna's channel's dead. Rosanna Pantsu's channel's dead. It is a 14 million sub channel with 300,000 views per video for the cake making videos. And that sounds like a lot. It's not. Her channel is dead. For the lifestyle she's living, it's probably actually becoming more of a financial worry, whereas when she's posting Mr. Beast videos, she's getting millions of views. Okay, like this, I want to dispel this fucking narrative. Not only is Rosanna like motivated by her own spite, she's motivated by the massive media exposure she's getting of this. She was on the fucking news talking about this. She was on Ethan Klein talking about the fucking hide and seek game. Rosanna Pantsu does not need fucking persuading by Dogpack. She's not just like, she hates him and she benefits from it. Like actually benefits financially.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
And remember the hide and seek event, like where she like accused Mr. Beast of editing her out, and she like got edited to 5th place. Like the day after she went out on that podcast talking about it and calling him like a sexist or misogynist or whatever, like implying it. She dropped a freaking music video, right?
Yeah.
And
I forgot.
And then like a year later, you know what's so fucking ironic? A year later, the date that Dogpack404 and Rosanna Pansino video was posted was the exact same date as last year when she went out on that podcast. So, yeah, the October 27th, I think.
Time is a flat fucking circle.
Yeah, and like a few days later, she actually like posted the exact same music video on her Twitter, promoting it, like because she saw a lot of traffic was coming into her social media, which is like so fucking cringe, and just like your motivations are very transparent.
I think Nicholas Diorio was all over that when that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Do you know what? I will repeat the same talking point I've given multiple times. Do you know what the most insane thing about the hide and seek story she told on Trisha was?
No,
she said she got stuck in a fridge or a freezer or something. I'm like, bitch, you're a chef. Like, of all the things to fucking happen to you, you're a fucking chef. Guys, you need to... I'm a celebrity chef. I bake cakes. Got stuck in a freezer.
Yeah, I was about to say, even a fucking McDonald's employee, if they have a walk-in freezer, would understand to be mindful of the fucking walk-in freezer.
Unfucking real. Actually unreal.
Dawson, but I never expected you to stoop this low. He also tried dragging the famous anime Higehiro and its fandom through the mud by saying it's about a 26-year-old having a romantic relationship with a minor.
Let's see if Jimmy knew about Ava's concerning behavior. June of 2021, he sends a message of an anime called Higehiro. It says, I bet Chris would love this show. Why?
What's this show about?
Well, it's interesting that you ask, because this show is about a romantic relationship between a 26-year-old salaryman and a 17-year-old high school runaway.
Jimmy in the chats is saying, I bet Chris would love this show because it's right up her alley.
Why do you think Chris would love that show, Jimmy?
And Mr. Beast saying Ava would love this? Even though the anime is about the exact opposite.
He posted that one thing about the anime with the, like, a doll getting into a relationship with a...
That's, okay, here's the thing. That's a lie.
Willy.
That is such a bullshit lie.
Firstly, Lumpy Willy, we'll come back to that. Actually, I've got something to show you. Give me a second. This is so dumb. I want to make sure this is the thing. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Because people know we like to shitpost and make memes. This is from the second channel. And we put this together, and it's kind of bizarre looking at it now, because people have always gone, well, show me evidence of Jimmy knowing, show me something that Jimmy knew, or Jimmy making a joke about it. Well, this is a little compilation video. It's like, you can see the Shadman art there, and you can see it in some clips here, and that's all fine. And then we've got some stuff for the server. And then this in particular, this bit. We'll get to this bit.
Chris, I'm tired of watching so much CP intros.
Wait, you watch child Jimmy, I thought I told you that joke wasn't funny.
Oh yeah, but it's not a joke.
We made this as a meme, and Dogpack never fucking used it. Pretty sure we put this on Twitter.
I don't know if you noticed, but Dogpack likes to make his own memes of the bullshit that he does or that he finds.
Yeah, I said this really early on. Dogpack unironically probably would have been like better served like hiring us. Yeah, we take commission research work. The channel takes commission research work. You could have just fucking like asked. We would have given you a rate.
Becca, can you write the fucking Twitch? Can you write a script for the Twitch stuff for me?
If you, yeah, I mean, fuck, like, talk to Jenny, like, yeah, potentially. Like, unironically, we do some work on the side. We've said this before, like, because the research stuff is like something that's really interesting to us. And
I've been on a fucking writer's blog recently. I've been having trouble like writing my fucking ideas and assessments of some of this fucking shit going on. I really need to stop because I usually post on a weekly basis and I'm already like 4 days late.
Well, yeah, I mean, fucking. Well, the Twitch stuff's. Maybe we can find something interesting. Yeah,
I'm probably just gonna do like a really dry. I'm probably just gonna do a really dry take of reporting like factual information. Just be done with it.
You doing a dry take reporting factual information? That's fucking wild. How out of character. Okay, let's go. You know I love you, Gower.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
He literally said,
"Do we have the
I
time?"
No.
No.
He literally said, I think Chris would like this. Why would he say that, though?
No, the context of that anime, that show is about a 26-year-old guy, okay? He takes in this runaway girl who is selling herself to prostitution. She's like 17 or whatever, 16. I don't remember. She's 17, 16. She's...
Yes, please. If you're going to do the Twitch video, please title it Hassan, It's Bad. Okay.
I actually was going to do that. Not going to lie to you. The Hassan was going to be the thumbnail and the point of the video, and I was going to speak about how, like, Twitch right now allegedly is, going through, like,
it's an
intense amounts of, like, moderation changes and, ad revenue bullshit.
Selling her body because she ran away from home because some other shit happened. And I remember this because my friend tried showing this to me. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? It turned out it was actually a very wholesome show about this dude kind of teaching her like how to get through like all this trauma that she had in her life. There was never any romantic intentions there. Sure, if you watch the anime in the first episode, the girl was coming on to him, but the guy rejected her and saw her as a daughter. That whole show, he had a whole nother love interest in that show. this whole time. This was never about the dude getting into a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old.
You guys actively pissed off the entire anime side of Twitter with this one. So this again more so proves Jimmy didn't know.
So with all this evidence, I think it's definitely fair to say that Jimmy knew about Ava Tyson's behavior.
Dawson, maybe look at the people you're working with. It's not a good look when your friend Cam Nuggets is revealed to be watching minors spread their...
Okay, so we've already addressed this earlier. This is a massive fucking misframing of what happened. Cam Nuggets did not fucking like... Cam Nuggets is a crazy gooner, but he is not like a fucking pedophile, okay? I cannot stress that enough. As much as Cam annoys me, let's not just spread random things like that. But at the same time, I get that Soggy is glossing over things, and also... Frankly, it seems like Cam doesn't care whether things are like accurately portrayed. So
karma, yeah.
They're assholes on Discord. And you want to know the worst of all? Dogpack and Rosanna used what they thought was a CP picture as clickbait for their fucking thumbnail. They even A/B tested 3 versions of it. You know, just trying to get some more views by putting alleged CP in your quirky thumbnails. Will the allegedly abused child garner more views with the red background or the pink background? Following their logic, they are now both confirmed pedophiles and should have 100% known that of one another.
The answer's red.
Yeah. Psychologically, red gets more like, you know, attention. Red thumbnails perform really well in the algorithm, I've noticed.
We're not doing this.
In this video, where they do all this, a Dogpack dares to try and invalidate my past accusations that his video IDs he came up with while working at Mr. Beast were weirding and creeping employees out.
I suggested a video for breast cancer awareness.
Hey, thank you guys. Welcome in.
1,000 boobs. Like maybe not the most professional way to phrase it, you know, it's a little clickbaity or whatever, but like the actual video is supposed to be paying for mastectomies and cosmetic surgeries for breast cancer survivors.
That's amazing. That's wonderful.
With a thumbnail and title like these? Oh, wait. If this wasn't supposed to be creepy or weird, then why did you make sure to blur the title and thumbnail when showing it on screen? Don't be shy, I still got the sharp version. Oh, was it because 4 objectified headless pairs of boobs with the Mr. Beast clickbait face and the title, I bought 1,000 boobs, wasn't in line with your I'm not a weird creep agenda you were trying to push? Yeah, this it's about cancer awareness message seems more like you realizing your manager didn't think that joke objectifying women was funny, and you then desperately trying to save your own skin by, you know, using cancer, especially when you also sent in these work IDs such as Baby Battle Royale with
I can't imagine. Could you imagine fucking proposing this shit to your managers? Guys. Fucking horrifying. It was so fucked.
Like, whenever like Dogpack presented like ideas to his managers, every single one of them would get rejected, right? And like he still thought his idea was good, so like he followed his like manager or like higher up, like I forget, like guy around, just trying to like convince him that his ideas are good. And like one of the guys was like, all right, we'll take a look at your idea or whatever, and he was like gloating about it that like, you know, oh, the manager finally accepted my idea. But like at the end of the day, like his idea got rejected, and every single one of them got rejected. Like he was just terrible at work. Like he was just a terrible employee.
Yeah, he just wasn't. He wasn't good at this. He clearly understands the flow, but it's almost like this classic example of finding out you're like good at one part of a like workplace and not good at others. Like I'm a terrible process worker. Like if you just sit me down and it's like, hey, you need to go through these forms and like just make sure everything's like in the right like sections, I guess, I'm fucking shit. If you're like, hey, can you write a report on this? I'm like, yeah, sure. Can you do an assessment on this? Yeah, sure. I can do that easy. But like, and as you progress in life, you'll find those things that you're good at and be good at them. It's like, but with Dogpack, it was never enough. He sort of got his like dream job, so to speak, and then but it wasn't like his dream job. His dream job, actually, in my opinion, was he wanted to be on camera. He wanted to be discussing his ideas. He wanted his ideas taken seriously, and he wanted to use MrBeast's platform to push that. Didn't he get the job literally posting a new idea until MrBeast hires me thinking, yeah, he did. He did, Killjoy. That's exactly how he got the fucking job.
Yeah, the thing about Dogpack, though, is that based on like the information that we've been presented, Dogpack actually doesn't know how to create or, you know, idealize things that are rooted in reality, right? Like, just because it exists as a cool concept in your head doesn't mean that it's going to be a cool concept externally to the rest of the world, right? And Dunning-Kruger effect, again, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, when he got hired, like, different departments kind of tried to, like, kind of review Dogpack's resume and, like, whether he was, like, fit for the job or whatever. And every single department rejected this guy.
Is that in this video, by the way?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Okay,
cool,
yeah.
cool,
Yeah. It's alluded to, basically, because Hoodie basically runs into him in like, in kind of thumbnail work. He's like, interesting.
Yeah, and this guy at the ideation department, like before he left the company, just randomly decided to let Dogpack404 in, and then like he left the company. So like unintentionally he just like let in the most disgusting bombshell into the company and he left the company, which is such a funny thing to think about. But yeah, I mean that never should have happened. Like, you know, like when I heard it, like it was also like not like an official like turn of events. It was kind of like this guy who was kind of like quirky and goofy manager just like decided, oh, Dogpack404 might be a good employee, and just like decided to let him in, which turned out to be a fucking bombshell.
Well, you don't expect someone to do something like this, you know? Like, it's so difficult because, you know, occasionally somebody can look really good on paper. I've experienced this. Where someone looks amazing on paper, but they're just not quite right. And sometimes it can be an attitude thing. Like, so for me, day to day, I was talking to some friends about this because we were sort of like, we were chatting shit about our jobs. And they were like, well, what's it like with you? Like, what's it like with your managers? And I was like, yeah, my managers are really sound. I just sort of get on with things and I do stuff. And they were like, well, don't your managers sort of tell you what to do? And I'm like, not really, because I just do things because I'm a technical person. I find shit to do. I know what I'm doing. I've been around for a while. And managers are making sure that like core things are done. But generally speaking, I have a lot of freedom. And they found this like an insanely weird concept. But also at the same time, I know people in my sector, because that's pretty common for my sector, who fucking cannot cope because nobody's telling them what to do. And it's like, go find shit to do, make sure stuff's done. And they're like, yeah, but what about this thing? And one thing I ran into was somebody who was like, well, we need to go to baseline for this. We need to go back to basics. And everyone else being like, we don't though, because we know what we're doing. And with Dogpack, it felt like he was one of these people almost on the opposite end where he was like, I can do fucking anything. But it sounds like MrBeast's workplace is actually very, very fucking structured. It actually seems very regimented. And that's actually not, ironically, particularly good for some creative people if they're not in those creative roles. That's going to be really fucking painful. And I think that's a big thing that struck Dogpack. I think he thought, I don't know whether Nick or Soggy said it, but they were like, one of the things that's like occurred to me, I think it's Soggy in this video, is that MrBeast isn't a tiny company. It's a massive company with tons of employees. And I think Dogpack thought the same thing. He thought he'd be joining a little fucking YouTube company with maybe like 20 people working at it. And that's not what MrBeast is. And when he was trying to get in with XQC, that's probably what XQC would have been.
babies carrying assault rifles, or Mr. Beast does every drug challenge. Were those also for Breast Cancer Awareness Month? Also, didn't you say that Mr. Beast is mainly targeted toward kids?
Encouraging like almost children simping for these people. I would say he's gained most of his audience since then, and his content's only gotten younger. Now, Mr. Beast intentionally manipulates these children's vulnerable minds.
What happened to that claim? Look, I expected them at the end of the video to say that it was some twisted parody, but nope, they seemed pretty proud of their slanderous content where they admitted to committing multiple alleged federal crimes. So same time next week? But his collateral damage doesn't end with allegedly abused children. He also uses old people. For example, he tried using contestant 58 from the ages
This is fucked. Like, this is actually fucked.
1 to 100 video by claiming that he didn't really wink.
In this video, this wink was added in post.
And that number 58 didn't hear number 42 getting out of the booth.
In fact, 58 was actually on the far opposite side of the room from 42, and he just didn't hear him.
And because of that, number 58, a 58-year-old man, was so confused and getting harassed online to the point he felt that he had to make a TikTok about it.
Hey guys, Mr. 58. Been a while since I've posted anything.
What a good doggo.
Something's really been concerning me a little bit.
I wonder how accurate that framing is. Was he actually
seeing
harassed,
things
or
on
was
the
it just like, you
internet
know?
Fucking from everything else I've seen, look what happened with Lava. I don't know
Yeah,
what
okay,
the truth of it is, but I fucking, like, this is one of those ones that actually I don't really need more evidence for. The fact that he's made the TikTok at all. We could probably quibble about the word harass, but I'm sure he got fucking comments about it.
Yeah, I mean, after the whole like, you know, Aiden debate, I'm gonna fucking start being more rhetoric, tone, and word policey about things. Just out of spite to Aiden.
Fucking
have said
I'll be right back,
I
by the
didn't
way.
wink
Nice.
in the Mr. Beast video 1 to 100. I did wink. I winked a few times, as a matter of fact. The other thing that's been said is I didn't hear 42
True,
say
Ben.
he was stepping out of his cube. Yes, I heard 42 say he was stepping out of his cube. I did it on my own accord to step out with 2 seconds left on the clock. I know of nothing in that video that was staged whatsoever, and I don't know why these rumors are going over the internet that these things didn't happen. Everything that I did in that video, and nothing was edited after the fact. Everybody be good and have a great day.
This is just sad. I actually got mad seeing this old sweet guy get so upset. And what was Dogpack's proof for these claims? Well, I've got to preview the 1 to 100 video once, so now you've got to believe every baseless claim I make around it. Because you're so trustworthy, Dawson. I'd rather believe the sweet old guy who literally was in the video.
Everybody be good and have a great day.
He did it with Mark Bates, a random subscriber contestant.
I subscribed to Mr. Beast and literally won $1 million. I literally was in this video right here, and all I did was subscribe. I had no relation with Mr. Beast or anything like that. And they flew me down to North Carolina. I live in Cleveland, and changed my life forever. Literally. All I did was subscribe.
Who won $1 million and then made a video after winning that prize, which Dogpack just took a very out of context clip from.
Another example of things slipping through the cracks.
The second thing that I probably would do different is invest. I talked to Jimmy after I won $1 million, after I finally got the remaining amount in my bank account. I was telling him, I was like, man, I don't want to fail. I don't want to be like how everybody's saying, like I'm gonna run out of money and do all this crazy stuff. I was like, man, Jimmy, please help me. And he said he was gonna help me and we was gonna invest, but yeah, that didn't happen. So.
Oh no, he didn't invest for Mark. Oh wait, what's this clip right after? Which Dogpack conveniently didn't put in his video?
Invest, but yeah, that didn't happen. So. Yeah, and let me clarify, Jimmy did help me. Cause I know, like I said, I know y'all be like, oh, he didn't help him. He did help me financially, but like giving me money for.
How, Stucky, how angry did you get going over this?
Dude, I was actually watching this video with Soggy Cereal on a Discord call, and both of us were like, holy shit, that was so fucking manipulative. Because at the time, Soggy, like, didn't watch this video, and I was like, wait, I watched that video, like, but did Dogpack, like, cut away right before he said, Mr. Beast helped him? I was like, yo, check that out. And then, like, it turns out it actually did. So that was so fucking manipulative, like, you know, but this is Dogpack we're talking about. He's manipulative all the time.
Of course he fucking is. I mean, again, like, even in the voice message he sent me, it's just fucking noise. It's not even true. The fact that he says that, you know, he has to make sure things are on the record and get things cleared and that he can release them, that's a lie. No. He doesn't do that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I don't know if Soggy Cereal, like, talks about the exact way Mr. Beast helped him in this video. But if he didn't include it, I guess, like, that's, like, legal thing, so, like, I can't really talk about it either. But I can say that Mr. Beast financially helped this guy out tremendously.
Yeah, I think he does bring it up. We'll let it play. We'll let it play so you're not, like, fucking yourself over, just in case I'm wrong, because it is 9:38 in the morning in the UK.
He did give me funds.
Oh, so, Mr. Beast still funded Mark, even after winning and spending the $1 million? Okay. Apparently they just had him on a monthly salary at the Mr. Beast company without him having to perform any work there. Well, this guy's a victim. Mark paid himself was so fucking frustrated from Dogpack using this out-of-context clip to push his personal agenda that he made 2 more videos speaking out against all of the DMs he was getting from Dogpack's followers.
Channel everywhere. You guys been saying that I'm a victim of Mr. Beast and that he didn't help me. You've been talking about everything. It's not my story, so I really wanted to get up here and tell you guys that Mr. Beast really did come through for me, Jimmy. I love you.
Dogpack doesn't give a shit about who or what he uses or whose life he
ruins
just to push his own narrative, and it's fucking disgusting. Showing out-of-context clips and snippets is something that Dogpack does a lot, by the way. He also did it with Mac when Mr. Beast asked him what he was gonna do with the $800,000
Oh god, this
won.
bit.
What are you gonna spend the $800,000 on?
I've got 3 friends of mine, childhood friends of mine, and they don't have a lot of money. I'm gonna make sure they don't have to worry about money anymore. I mean, my life's changed now.
Oh wow, he's gonna give it to his 3 less fortunate friends? Well, that is so kind. Let's see what Dawson made of this.
Bathrooms. What are you gonna spend the $800,000 on?
I mean, my life's changed now.
Yeah, I'm sure that $800,000 is really gonna change your life.
Oh, he cut that whole part out to insinuate Mac was gonna spend it on more bathrooms in his huge mansion that he didn't even have.
Mac started working full-time on the editing team at Mr. Beast. Also, he didn't just move into any old house, he moved into a $1 million mansion. His 6,000 square foot $1 million mansion comes with a movie theater and 7 bathrooms.
See, I saw the actual property listing and, well, obviously I can't show this, so you've got to trust me on my word. But the house is on the name of another editor at Mr. Beast, which Mac was sleeping over at because he himself didn't have a house. But Soggy, didn't you expose Mac for being a liar? Why are you now picking his side? I don't pick sides, nor do I just blindly hate every person I criticize. What am I? A disgruntled employee acting like a toddler? Mac
This was such a good transition to the next bit.
left Iraq after all. And by the way, I've never seen Mac try and use fake CP to push a personal agenda. Also, Dogpack, take that clip from my video out of yours, cause now you're using my content to push your lies.
Over the next 7 days, I'm gonna be giving 1,000 random people that subscribe a free Samsung Galaxy S24.
How is this legal? I don't get it. All you have to do is subscribe to the channel.
All you have to do to enter to win one of these phones is subscribe.
It's a scam. Holy shit.
Samsung giveaway was legit. Here you can see old testimonies from random subscribers who won and got contacted by Mr. Beast. Also, PewDiePie never bashed that clip. It's just another example of Dogpack's manipulative editing. Now, even though we've only touched the tip of the lies of Dogpack iceberg so far, I preemptively want to ask Dawson, why would you knowingly spread all of this disinformation? Now, Dogpack, something you really shouldn't say because it would make you look real dumb. is either
he mentioned the fact that he is not a professional journalist or investigator, just a guy throwing allegations around for other people to properly investigate.
as you did in a desperate attempt to save the little credibility you had left after falsely accusing someone of domestic violence and kicking their dog in your third video. Because this is what you said in your first video, which I'm also disproving.
And I don't want to put a lot of like hearsay into this video. You should just believe the receipts that I'm showing you and not what I'm saying.
Well, I've looked at the receipts, Dawson, and so far they're telling me that you're a lying asshole. And before you try and defend yourself with plausible deniability, I'll just play this clip.
MrBeast knows this, but you know, he's a poker player. He likes a little bluffery, a little plausible deniability.
Also, me disproving cheap attempts at slander from this guy doesn't mean I'm defending this guy. I know a lot of people believe in the delusion that
What's your position at the moment, Stucky on MrBeast?
So here's what I will say about MrBeast. It's kind of like, I mean, of course he's not perfect. Like, he made some mistakes in the past. Like, for example, like, I think it's talked about in this video, when he hired, like, Delaware at Best Buy. I mean, like, you know, you can argue that, I mean...
And the LaCroix stuff.
He should have... Yeah, and he should have done background checks on the Delaware guy, and, like, he should have, like, taken precautions because it's a business, and it's a business targeted mainly towards children. But at the same time, it's kind of like, well, he was just starting, he was a stupid kid who was just starting his company, and like the Best Buy, the freaking $2 billion, whatever $1 billion like franchise, hired this guy as a manager, and like his name was Delaware. So like there was no reason for him to like suspect that this guy was an RSO because, well, Best Buy hired him as a manager. I mean, like, and he was a stupid kid. Like, how was he supposed to know? But if you want to argue that he was supposed to know, I guess you can go for that argument. But at the end of the day, my take is that he made a mistake and he tried to rectify it. And for example, another example is the whole Jake Weddle thing. You know how like he made like Jake Weddle supposedly run a marathon on a treadmill?
Yeah.
So like Jake Weddle like made it sound like MrBeast kind of like had him run that entire marathon in one continuous go, which was obviously not true. I think like he mentions in that video, MrBeast came every other day, and that implies that he had like 2 or 3 days to run the marathon.
I think it is mentioned in the video that he had a week to do it, by the way.
Yeah.
A week? Oh, shit.
Yeah, like, hey, Eva, how you doing? Good morning. Yeah, I mean, I'd say this. Look, having experienced Jake Weddle at this point, if MrBeast did break the Geneva Convention to torture Jake Weddle, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
But here's the thing. So like you know, regardless of the 2 or 3 days or the week, I guess like Jake Weddle was very sensitive, and then like I guess like the results were like, you know, he had a mental breakdown, or like he just like ended up in a not very good state.
He's always been like this.
If you want to call that, yeah, but like if you want to call that the mistake on the company's part, well, you can argue that, but like at the same time, from what I hear, like after like the Jake Weddle incident, the company was like, all right, we gotta try to like rectify our mistakes, and as our company progresses, we gotta learn from our mistakes and not let things like this happen again, because they couldn't predict that Jake Weddle would behave in this way, but it still happened. So even though I think that Jake Weddle was just being a drama queen and just like not, you know, just being too overly sensitive about this whole thing, they didn't take it that way, and they tried to like, you know, remedy their mistakes.
Frame it as worse. Okay.
I mean, I think, like, let me put it this way as well. Like, this is a true story, okay? This is absolutely true. I'm not going to lie to you. When I was at university, a lecturer subjected me to enhanced interrogation techniques, the sort of things they use at Guantanamo Bay. That's true. That's I'm not lying to you. That sounds really bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason for that is I have a master's degree in counterterrorism, and it's like a physical demonstration, which I volunteered for, of the effects of being in enhanced interrogation positions. Like, so like when you start leaving out context, or you can make things sound way more dramatic than they are. It's like, there wasn't like a, Beckett, if you fail this, like you fail the course, there's no dramatic thing. It's just a, how long can you hold this position? And then afterwards it was like, hey, so if you were put in that position or actually forced in it, like, how would you like feel? And it's like, well, I feel like I'd probably tell you pretty much whatever you wanted, so I didn't have to do that again, because it's incredibly painful. So, you know, the wider context being left out of all these things, or the way they've been dramatically spun, it is so fucking wild. I just, you know. Beckett, the hidden alpha male. Let's be clear, I did not last long, okay? It was not me there for like an hour in this. I lasted, I think I lasted about a minute and a half. It was not particularly impressive. Not many of us did, to be fair.
Cool,
huh?
That was pretty cool though. That was really cool. But yeah, to like answer the question itself, I guess, like, you know, I mean, like, Mr. Beast, like, is not perfect, you know. I still think, you know, some of the allegations, like illegal lottery thing or whatever, like, yeah, I mean, like, if you look at it from the perspective of, well, he was trying to make money by doing potential gambling. I mean, I guess you can see it that way. Like, my brain doesn't work that way because I played Overwatch and I dealt with, like, loot boxes. I fuck with gacha systems. So, like, you know, like, I'm fine with games of chance.
Yeah, it's like, where's all the criticism of all these other companies doing this shit, you know? Like,
yeah,
again,
so, like, if you want to argue that Mr. Beast is just the same as every other business, and that he's not a saint, well, I guess you can argue that, but I don't think that makes him like this Satan-like figure either. Like, this very essence of demon or evil or whatever, like, narrative people are trying to paint him out to be. Because illegal lottery is like one of the main arguments people like go for every time. But like, every time I see that argument, it's just like, well, he did giveaways. I mean, like, the words sound different when you like use different words. Like, if you use gambling, okay, like, you can use the word gambling, but you also have sweepstakes and giveaways. So, I mean, he was a businessman doing business. I guess, like, that doesn't make him like the scummiest person ever. But at the same time, I heard like multiple accounts. The people working at Mr. Beast, the employees working there, like, you know, they fuck with other stuff. But one of the stuffs that they feel the most pride in is actually the Beast philanthropy. So whenever they do the Beast philanthropy videos, that's one of the reasons why, you know, they feel so good about their work.
It's also like describing the workplace is crazy. Like, Trey does this. He's like, so, you know, I knew I was in trouble when I said I didn't want to work weekends and I wanted to work 9 to 5. Again, in the media industry, which is anyone who says that, and again, from my awareness, if you go to your boss and you work in a media company and you're like, I'm not gonna work overtime anymore. It's like, if you've got the kind of contract when you're protected, they'll find another way to remove you over the next several weeks. And then he said, you know, I didn't have a very good weekend. And then I came in on Monday to the morning gaming session. I'm like, what company has a morning gaming session? My first meeting at 9:30 a.m. is with a manager, like talking about what happened last week and like asking for updates. That's my Monday fucking morning. What do you mean gaming session? The fuck? Like, oh my god, guys, you don't understand. It was a very awkward gaming session. People didn't want to talk to me. I'm like, Trey, I've only seen clips of you in interviews. I don't want to fucking talk to you. I can't imagine what it'd be like working with this motherfucker. Come on. Let's keep going.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, like, you know, yeah.
Oh no, go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, you know, like, he's a businessman, but like, he also tries to rectify his mistakes and do like stuff that is good, like philanthropy and whatnot. And I think, you know, you give him some credibility is like what I'm trying to say, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, I think if there's things there that he needs to like address, it would be great to see that. I don't think it would be to his benefit ever. I actually don't think like optically there is a good way for Mr. Beast to ever respond. I think the best thing, I think I would actually argue it would be better just to sue Roseanne and Dogpack optically, because while you take an optical hit, no one's gonna fucking do it again. Like,
Mr. Beast is the
I think he should just
option.
shoot Dogpack, to be honest.
I actually, do you know what? I wouldn't go for Dogpack. I'd go for Roseanne.
Why? Because Rosanna has more money?
Oh no, because Rosanna has a bigger profile.
Oh, yeah. So it'll be more known. That's true.
Because Mr. Beast doesn't care about the money. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message.
Yeah.
I'm really not trying to quote The Dark Knight, but like it is literally just about sending a message.
I know there's people have been living under a rock lately, but defending Mr. Beast right now is actual career suicide. While regurgitating Dogpack's lies is the easy and safe way to generate millions of views and hundreds of thousands of dollars. But in my opinion, blindly taking either side should be heavily frowned upon, because there are some very questionable and fucked up decisions Mr. Beast has made that he needs to be held accountable for. And I'll get to that. However, to effectively criticize him, help genuine victims, and hold him morally and legally accountable, we must first clear the table of
Also
all
true,
of the
anime
lies
girls.
that have been spread by Dawson French, aka Dogpack404, such as the lie of Feasibles using child slavery. It takes a single Google search to find several public articles to prove that from October 2023, the same time when they took their slave-free banner off of the Feasibles website, they've been in talks to join Tony Chocolonely's Open Chain Ethical Sourcing Initiative, and did so officially from March 2024, which, if you don't know, Tony Chocolonely's
Dude,
is a
10
Dutch
haters in
chocolate
one
brand
day.
known for
Jesus.
their goal to produce chocolate as ethically as possible, and one of few companies legitimately doing so. And now Feasibles is the first major US-based company who joined them with the goal to actively reduce child labor and slavery in the chocolate production process. But then, why they take slave-free banner off of Feasibles website? Well, dear Dogpack, already typing that question up on Twitter, you can literally read the answer on the Tony Chocolonely's website. Why did you make the switch from slave-free to exploitation-free? We've adapted our mission messaging to help us express the scope of impact work we do today. When Tony started, we were laser focused on one issue in the cocoa industry, but as we've grown, our areas of impact have grown too. Our mission statement needs to be inclusive of all the work we do today, from addressing multidimensional poverty to remediating child labor and everything in between. Wow! It took one Google search to not falsely accuse someone of using child slavery? Yes. For the people who don't know, Dogpack did falsely accuse someone of DV and AB.
Mr. Beast, Dogpack404, put out his third video, Mr. Beast's Secret CEO, in
There we go. There you go, Sucky. Actually, I haven't seen these videos. Did you actually find our thread? I'm kind of interested because it didn't do like hugely well in visibility.
So like I think in one of my videos, like I actually mentioned like you, like the really famous Twitter thread about James Warren.
Oh, really?
Was that about James Warren?
We did one about Dogpack and his like Reddit stuff. We did the Chris
the Reddit
Tyson
stuff.
thread, and then we did a follow one on the North Carolina court records for Warren.
So I think it was this video. I'm not sure. The guy canceling Mr. Beast is getting canceled. Yeah, like I mentioned like there's this amazing user in Twitter named COPECAST, and I followed up on the thread, and this is what I'm gonna talk about. And I think I mentioned that in one of my videos. But like your thread and Nicholas DiOrio, which I mentioned in my other video, like hugely helped in getting the James Warren stuff and the his like Reddit stuff like out there. And your like Reddit stuff actually prompted one of my subscribers to like actively follow up on Dogpack's history, and he actually exposed him for like saying in a deleted Reddit comment or whatever that transgender is caused by pollution or whatever.
Oh fuck
like-
yeah. So that was there's a Twitter post about that. Like I actually referenced that in my video as well. It's the whole post is insane. It's like microplastics cause transgenderism is like fucking crazy. Good morning, Shotmouth. How you doing, Mickey? Right, show you my son. I'm just fucking add as mod. There we go. Sorry.
What's funny is that I remember seeing that same thread, the same day he posted it, because I was reading into it, and towards the end of the thread, he was like he was asked like, so what about like the whole drug stuff, like, and I remember he commented to somebody, and I took a screenshot of that so that I could like say that he's being inconsistent about the whole drug allegation.
What we found is like the shit on Reddit from like DMT and like mushrooms and everything else.
Yeah.
It was like this was like very early into the the Dogpack stuff. Like I remember this was like way back in like literally an hour after he posted that, I was screen sharing with a couple of people in my server, and I was like, he just lied here because he said he tried weed once, yet he's saying that he fucking like has never done drugs yet, and you have also said that you are like not mentally ill, yet you're saying here contradictory that you did weed for mild depression. So like, which one is it? Have you never done this, or have you never done this or been mentally ill, or have you done drugs for a certain reason in the past, right? And this was in response to as well to the claims that from Chucky, that he was let go due to erratic behavior.
Yeah, it's. I mean, like the reason I ask is not like ego stroking. I'm actually interested. I'm interested in how much of an impact we had. Because I really fucking hate this guy. Like, I mean, it is like, as I said earlier, it's nice to be a domino in this story, frankly. Like, not for any kudos or credit. Like God, like, and to be clear, God knows COPECAST in the last year has had enough of that. Frankly, I'm very grateful. But actually, just for personal satisfaction, because absolutely fuck this guy. I actually
I mean, someone has to draw the starting line. Am I right? Somebody has to do it.
I said recently, because I was interviewed by a small another commentator, who like, what's your sort of goal for the channel? And I was like, if there's anything that we can do that I'd be like proud of, it would be like, I don't care about scalps. It would be quite cool to be an arms dealer, though. I like the idea of being able to bring things out other people can use. And ironically, the whole Dogpack thing of, I'm just here to bring out stuff other people can use, like real journalists. Like, frankly, if I can bring out stuff other people can use to be like, okay, here's the thing. I'm like, that's just fucking awesome. That's so cool.
So yeah, to like detail like the sequence of events, like when I like first started the channel, like it was mainly like it was around the time when Dogpack404 posted his first video and probably second video. And I looked at his first video, and then I watched the Ludwig interview, and I watched Dogpack just like fumbling all over himself like in that interview. And that's when I started to become suspicious, right? So I went back and looked at his first video, and just like found a lot of the stuff was really inconsistent and had lacked evidence and whatever. And then like that was around the time when the third video dropped, and I was pissed at this guy like you. So I was trying to like I was on my way to like debunk the entire third video when I like stumbled upon like Nicholas Dioreo's post and your amazing, by the way, like Twitter thread, and just started like looking into stuff. So yeah, definitely huge credibility to COPECAST and Nicholas Dioreo, because that was like the definitive evidence and proof that started Dogpack404's downfall. So I think a lot of credit goes to both you guys, and yeah, I mean
the shit like Nick and Keem have been through, like, and ironically it's nice to help, but the shit like Nick and Keemstar have got so much shit from this, like more than anyone else. And it's funny actually the way you put this. What re-engaged me, because like I cared about the Chris Tyson stuff, but when it was like Mr. Beast's company, I was like, I kind of don't give a shit. But then like Chris the Narc was questioning this in his stream, and he got really fucking angry because he was getting called a Mr. Beast defender, and he came and talked to me in the call, like, because we chat fairly regularly, and he was like, Becca, I'm really pissed off, and I was like, I don't like hearing my friends sound this fucked off about something. So that's one of the reasons we started digging. And ironically, if the anti-Mr. Beast crowd weren't so fucking toxic, this Dogpack would probably still be fine. It's because like it's like not fine. I think it would have come out, but it did engage a lot of people into just being really fucking annoyed at these people. But I do have something nice here for a Gamma. But also, Sucky, thank you. That's really nice of you to say. I really appreciate it. Cam Nuggets has posted, also Critical Shogun, thank you for alerting me. Cam Nuggets, 4 hours ago, posted a community tab post. This scumbag, Soggy Zero, just accused me of watching minors do inappropriate things because I reported one that was flashing the camera in a public Discord server called Edgy. The server is free to join and again public, and you are more than welcome to read the full context of this discussion by searching it. I understand trying to discredit Dogpack and expect this from smaller commentary channels, but as a 556k sub YouTuber self-identifying as a detective, God, that's fucking... God, the cognitive dissonance it must have taken him to type that fucking sentence out. That does real journalism. You look pathetic calling out Dogpack and Rezona for going after Chris Tyson / Mr. Beast, or making disgusting, out of context, slanderous claims like this. Do better, homie. 17 comments. Let's read the comments. Let's have a little look. See
if he knows that he's not entitled to this.
Yeah, he's not entitled to any kind of defense. That's Cam Nugget's position. Fuck this guy. Also, Critical Shogun generally, fucking has been killing it on Twitter and everywhere else. It's been so good. Watching and reporting is not synonymous. See something, say something came about for a reason. You have to see it to report it. If you wanted to see it, you'd have kept your mouth shut about it. Jesus Christ. Well, his actions pretty much prove how credible he is. Bro, this is like watching two of your best friends fighting each other. It's engaging, yet it's awkward. Doggy Cereal thinks he is always right, and that says all about his personality. Do these people, actually have any... when they look in the mirror, are they surprised? Is it the sort of thing where they think, when a cat looks in the mirror and doesn't recognize itself? Is that what, these people, Cam Nugget's audience are like? Look in the mirror and they're sat there for 20 minutes staring at themselves, don't want to break eye contact? It's like a fucking dominance thing?
Do these people even these motherfuckers actually do not know what they're talking about? Look at this comment right here. I mean, at the end of the day, he is still Soggy Cereal, something we don't like but are forced to endure. He's just a dumb kid with fame and some money. He thinks he's at the top. You're talking about Cam Nuggets right now. Soggy Cereal's not just some dumb kid with fame and money. The Cam Nuggets is a dumb kid with a significantly small, you could hardly call fame, and probably some money that he got from these videos.
And if you see the context, Soggy Cereal investigated and researched 3 months to come out with one video, and Cam Nuggets just posted freaking 30 videos over that span of time. Who is he calling out on integrity, and who is he calling out on a small commentary YouTuber not acting on his integrity? That doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, it's
also because Soggy Cereal has a significantly larger amount of subscribers. He's not allowed
maybe
to,
don't start fights for larger subscribers.
Maybe don't fucking say shit.
Larger creators, Cam Nuggets. Isn't that your take? I cannot believe this shit.
Oh, by the way, he deleted that post he made about me.
Good. I bet he fucking did. That I'm gonna be honest. I think the video we released on him was absolutely fucking brutal. I'm so satisfied.
I enjoyed every second of those videos. That was wild.
I actually, I didn't think that the interview I'd had with Cam Nuggets would come in useful a month and a half down the road. That's wild. I just can't believe it. It's so great hearing him say things like, we have to take responsibility for the fact that we've platformed this shit. Okay, Cam, those are your words. I might repost that
Don't
soon.
you,
Actually,
don't you have to take responsibility to platform people that just use things that are, you know, vaguely synonymous to something else?
Yeah.
Right. So doesn't that mean that Soggy Cereal is entitled to allow it to make a vaguely synonymous claim, such as like the whole, you know, you just saw a kid in a Discord server? like that, like you're saying that you have to be accountable for that, okay?
Listen, he's just taking what you wrote and presenting it to a massive audience.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. The context isn't needed, motherfucker.
Now, obviously, we're being hyperbolic. I don't believe this. I think it is. I personally think Soggy should correct this. That is my actual opinion. I think that would be the right thing to do. But also, I'm not going to push on him. You know,
I agree.
I'm not
but
a moral flag about it.
I agree, but I think that using somebody's own logic against them is the best way of pushing a win condition argument. Right?
Well, I think it's you know,
CP argument.
Yeah, if that's his argument, if that's, you know, Cam Nugget's argument that, you know, that's what you said, so I'm going to use that as what you said, then if they're allowed to make an interpretation on what you said, then Soggy Cereal is more than allowed to make an interpretation on what he said, because he said that, right? If that's his logic, then Soggy Cereal is entitled to whatever he wanted to do with that, if that's his logic, right? So
tell you what,
all fair.
I think a fair thing would be if Cam Nuggets comes and publicly apologizes to Gamma, Soggy should address it.
He'll never do that because he doesn't have a fucking spine.
No, well, you know, he gooned it away, bro. Okay, let's fucking go.
In which she was later proven to have accused an innocent man, James Warren, Mr. Beast's cousin, of domestic violence. He later admitted this on Twitter after his own source disproved him and he looked into it himself, only to find out he accused the wrong guy.
I just want to go back to this. The 6 North Carolina criminal court cases were not for DV. I still have some FOI requests out, but an alleged current Beast employee reached out, giving me their side of the story. Yeah, like, again, he didn't look into it himself. He literally came and asked us about it. He literally was like, how do you know? And I'm like, what do you mean? Read the fucking thread, retard. Like...
His own source
Did he actually
disproved
say
him,
that?
and
How
he
do
looked
you
at
know?
Yes. Yeah.
That
Do you
just
know
goes
what?
to show.
I don't want to misquote him. I don't want to misquote him. So I will read you the DM. You can check this because it's on in Doria's video where he goes over these. Where is it? Genuine curiosity. I want to note with this one, by the way, he DM'd us after the thread came out. We didn't actually reach out to him. Genuine curiosity. How did you know based off the ages 17, 18, and 19 those weren't DV related? He's literally fucking asking us, like, how did you guys figure it out? Like, I don't know. Talk to a lawyer. Like, what do you mean?
You know what? That gives more credence to the idea that he's a fucking retard in every sense of the word retard. And I don't like using the word retard because it's fucking incredibly like. I feel like using certain words discredits what you have to say because they come off as too aggressive. But I wholeheartedly say that. Like, you're telling me that you genuinely could not have done something as simple as just wait for information to, like, you know, to come out so that you can have a legitimate take, right?
Yeah.
Like, why are you surprised that somebody else knows information that was seemingly easy to gather?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's so... I can't believe we're here. I keep saying it. I can't believe this is the point this drama has come to.
See, this is why I can't bring myself to call Dogpack intelligent by any means.
He is not intelligent.
Yeah, like how can you be this fucking stupid? Like you're gonna ask, you're gonna like fucking like even if he did it just to feign ignorance, why the fuck would you allow yourself to be to feign ignorance in this way? It just shows significantly more incompetence, which shows that, again, you should have never been the one to break this story. Not that there is a story, because, again, all companies are like this.
Yeah, I just... Fuck. And now we will probably never find out about discount milk.
You know what I'm really mad about? I had asked multiple people to platform a debate between me and Cam Nuggets, and I'm not Cam Nuggets, me and Dogpack, because I feel like I could have like dragged him like I did Prism, right? And it just never happened because I would have had some very hard-hitting questions that probably would have unraveled this like such a long time ago.
Well,
yeah, like I said, he's
yeah.
there to do interviews. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
No, this was before the Ludwig stuff. I had asked Tom to like let me debate him on his stream. And I had asked like Chud to like you know, like if he could get Dogpack on, I wanted a piece of that. Although me asking Chud did come after the Ludwig stuff.
Yeah, I just it's a weird one because I think there were a lot of disgruntled employees with MrBeast, which makes sense. It's proximity to success that you're kind of like it's snatched away from you, right? But I wonder whether there's a timeline somewhere where Dogpack is just giving information to somebody else. If somebody else had run this story, if someone else had balanced these accusations, I wonder whether they would have done more damage.
I don't think so, because if he had given somebody like more like this information to somebody like, say for example, Mudahar, people like us, and I want to say Mudahar tangentially because I want to assume that Mudahar has like a similar logic brain as we do. Like he's logic brain to like a similar extent as we are. I feel like Mudahar would have been asking questions in his head because sometimes when you're exploring information like this, you're asking yourself, well, why would a person have a reason to say these things? Why would a person have a reason to do these things? Why would a person have a reason to do any of this? And then they'll be like, oh, well, maybe potentially because of X, Y, and Z. Well, X, Y, and Z seems more probable. And if X, Y, and Z seems more probable, then it's likely that this didn't actually occur the way that we think it did. So now let's gather information on that end. Oh, it turns out that this person never actually, you know, raped this individual because of this claim. If that makes any sense, right? We're gonna do more exploration before we even begin to start processing an allegation, right? Yeah. Sort of like the Mrau DMs. When we saw the Mrau DMs, we're not just gonna immediately assume like, you know, oh, this, right? We're gonna ask questions about further context, and we're gonna ask questions about, you know, like the elements involved in something like that. So if Dogpack were to present all of this information to somebody more adequate than him, then I would want to logically assume that that individual would be like, okay, well, there's not enough here for me to draw a reasonable conclusion to make any sort of allegation.
Yeah, but there are things here you could probably draw reasonable conclusions from. I like when we're looking at the crypto stuff, for example. Like if you cut out all the fluff, like even if we were like, because one of the takes was 80% of this is slosh. Even if that's wrong, and it's like let's say 10% of it, or even 5, but it's things like the LaCroix Jackson stuff, or it's things to do with Delaware, or it's things to do with Tyson. It's really laser focused, and all the other shit that Dogpack has put out is gone. I wonder whether that would have done actually serious damage to Mr.
Well,
because there wouldn't have been the ability to refute it, because these are the things that we still keep coming back to and going, well, here are the things MrBeast has done wrong.
Actually, let me utilize this as an example. So, the illegal lottery allegations alone, if he were to just present everything he had in his video, only the illegal lottery stuff, and bring it to somebody again who is logic inclined, they would start asking themselves, okay, well, you do have all of this evidence that seemingly points to an FTC violation. However, are you 1,000% sure that there wasn't like any other form of disclosures or any form of participation agreements or any other form of things that would necessarily protect them from an FTC violation? Because even me, as dumb as I am, had that initial question at first when the video released. I was like, I don't think the illegal lotteries are as big of a claim as people are assuming they are to be, because I think there's information missing that maybe the law was misinterpreted, or maybe the law doesn't work or can be applicable in this situation for reasons unbeknownst to us, right? I feel like if he did provide that information to other people, I still think that somebody would ask more questions and come to the conclusion that there is in fact not a larger story here, unless it's for something that he himself wasn't responsible for finding out, such as the crypto stuff.
So this might be a hot take, but I know the MrBeast fakes videos is going to come up. It comes up in this video because I've already watched it twice. But here's a hot take. don't care, and I think if you do, you're dumb. Because it's one of those things where, like, at a certain level, when we're watching media, whether it's reality TV, like Jerry Springer, like for anyone who knows anything about like shows like Springer, or like these shows where you bring people on and they fight, they're not 100% real. Many shows like this, many pieces of media are like presented as the true story, and we kind of suspend our disbelief and engage with that fiction because it's much more entertaining to have that. Like in the simple things where you get things like based on a true story, and it's like the thing that's true is that somebody was named Jane, right? Like that's it. So you get those elements, and even if elements of Mr. Beast videos were faked and people are like, well, I feel deceived or something else, it's just like, okay, cool. Like, and Santa Claus doesn't exist. Like, it's a fucking YouTube video, bro. Like, I just don't, like, all these things get compounded together. And, like, because I do a lot of, like, art com drama, like, one of the things I regularly say about it is, you have a grooming scandal and a scandal of somebody tracing someone else's art. And these things are essentially, in the way they're talked about in the drama cycle, treated with the same severity, which is insane, which is just fucking crazy. And this is what it feels like with the Mr. Beast stuff. It's like, Chris Tyson had a Discord server filled with minors, and there was like a not safe for work channel created and run by the 16-year-old Nathan. The head admin was Lava, who was a minor. There were multiple liners in the server, and there was a load of hentai posted, and you're like, wow, that's fucking crazy. That's insane. It's like, yeah. Did you also know that Mr. Beast fakes his videos? And you're like, what? Like, what do you mean? And like, you just told me there's a pedophile. Like, why would I care about this? Like, what's going on?
It's funny you mentioned that, because in the initial tweets that Dogpack was posting way back in August, if that's the right month, because I fucking confuse my months all the time, he literally prefaced the video by saying, since people will care about Mr. Beast faking his videos more than the information of Ava Chris Tyson, I feel like now is a good time, now that the Ava Chris Tyson information has died down, to release my video. He didn't say that verbatim, right? But that is literally what he said to an extent on his fucking on his Twitter when that video was coming out.
Yeah, it's just I can't believe we're here. Okay. I think we're getting close to the good bit. Let's go.
Into it himself, only to find out.
Oh, also, I want to say one thing, just very quickly. I want to remind everyone, because we keep talking about malice and dishonesty. Multiple people saw the Daily Mail article about Mr. Beast hiring a super lawyer and never once mentioned that the Daily Mail released a full cease and desist that listed Dogpack as employed for 3 weeks, the reason for his firing. None of them mentioned it. If you guys think that this is like, oh, well, they were focused on the lawyer thing, I want to be clear. My opinion is that basically everyone is either like at such a level of negligence it's malicious because they just don't want to know. Like it's malice through it's malice through intentional ignorance, or they saw it and they just didn't fucking care. Again, malicious. My position is, unless you are going to come to me and say I am fucking incompetent, you are malicious in my view. If you have covered this and just excluded all this information, I am fucking done with charitability with these people. I just think they're fucking malicious. I don't see any other, like, and you can argue like they wanted views, they wanted money and all this. Don't care. You did that and you hurt people who didn't deserve it in your pursuit. That is malice. As far as I'm concerned, that's my position. Fuck all of you.
He accused the wrong guy.
That slanders video is still up, by the way, after more than a month of people begging him.
Just very quickly, because I've also heard this before, and I know pretty you're not like taking a shot, but the whole, I don't trust the Daily Mail. If the Daily Mail is posting a cease and desist letter from Dogpack's from Mr. Beast's lawyer, That's credible enough. It's not enough just to say, well, a newspaper isn't credible. A newspaper, like, not just saying those allegations exist, but physically showing you the legal paperwork is not like that. Yes, you can trust that. And if you can't trust that, why would you report using the Daily Mail article at all? Like, it's either you trust everything or you trust nothing. So, yeah, sorry, I sound very agitated because I am, but not at you.
To take it down. Disclaimer, he took it down a few days ago, but after almost 2 months and 3.1 million views, you're not getting off the hook that easily, Dawson. And the video of the false CP allegations is also still up. He also made life-ruining allegations against Lokoya Hill, who was the person that made the decision to fire Dogpack. Here's an audio clip from the leaked firing interview at Beast.
Let's fucking go!
I'm our COO. Part of my job is that you're pushing back on everything that we're saying. So
Well, because you're trying to fire me, and I want to work at this company.
I'm the CEO of this company. If I'm talking, don't interrupt me. And I am telling you this is what's happening, and you're telling me that I'm wrong.
Okay, there are two things here. Firstly, the fact that Dogpack never mentioned that Lokoya was the one who fired him, fucking crazy. Secondly, here's just a general comment. Has anyone ever been fired by a CEO before? Like a COO? Like, what? Like, what the fuck is going on at Mr. Beast? With this
that's
guy
exactly what makes me wonder, like, what the fuck? Yeah. What did Dogpack do? Because I this one, I don't just buy, like, the maluse of fucking, like, you know, company funds. I want to know the further story. Like, what personally drives, like, because I've had hot conversations with my manager before, but it's never been like this. Right?
Like,
It's never been like I'm telling you like stop talking to me in this way. I'm telling you this because it is so. Right? I've never had a conversation like this. It's insane.
Like, apparently, like, one of the workers, who was super happy to work at the Mr. Beast company, like, every day, every month. According to her, like, when Dogpack was in the company, was one of the worst times at the company she actually wanted to, like, quit. Like, that was Dogpack's influence over the company.
You know, it's funny. I actually have a theory about this now, because I just thinking about it a bit since I first saw this. And there's another, I'm going to, like, spoil a bit of this interview. They said, we're still going to pay you out. Like, and I'm like, do you know what? The more I hear about the internal workings of Mr. Beast, the more I'm like, yeah, the more I'm like, this sounds like a really good place to work. Like, again, I'm not trying to sweep, and I don't like Mr. Beast content. I don't fucking care. But I'm gonna be honest, this sounds like a really fucking good work environment. And like, it's kind of showing that none of these people have ever existed in the real fucking world. And it's kind of sad, actually, because if anything's gonna make this place more fucking corporate, it's this incident. Because they're gonna go, well, we can't risk this happening again. It's, you know, it's crazy. I'm for all the coverage, it's made me more sympathetic to Jimmy. Like, I don't know how else to feel about it. And that's just my honest take.
That's something that I was gonna say earlier. Is like, how can you really like apply a lot of, like, you know, condemnation to Jimmy if Jimmy is probably not, or more than likely not directly responsible for most of the stuff that is being levied.
It's like the people have this "the buck stops with you" attitude, and there's truth to that. Like, you can have criticisms of the company, you can have criticisms towards the crypto stuff. Again, I'll trust CopyZilla on this. Though my understanding of the video, as I see it, is like there's nothing like concrete for like legality, for illegality. But the truth is, like, day-to-day running of a company that appears to be this size, doing the projects that they're doing, do you think Jimmy... Question, do you think Jimmy fucking knew? Probably fucking not, actually. I think he was busy. I don't think he was concerned with the firing of an employee who'd been there for 3 weeks. I just don't. And it also sounds like... And if what Dogpack said to me was true, and I will go back and check this. Just give me 1 second. Where is it? Well, maybe he didn't say it to me. Maybe it was, something else. No, he did. He said something else afterwards in a response. I think, oh no, it was to Connor. That's what it was. He sent it in a DM to Connor, which I don't have to hand. Essentially, he said that, you know, he was moved from MrBeast to one of his friends to work there. If that is true, it would imply that after being fired, the MrBeast company set him up with another employer. Which, from when we look at the other things like the investment and everything else, I kind of believe, actually, which is wild. Which is actually fucking wild. Yeah, I don't know. For all the faults, like, I think we can have criticisms for MrBeast, but maybe that old take of MrBeast is a really nice guy, maybe there's some fucking truth to it. And now people are going to accuse me of fucking glazing, but this is my honest take at this point. Like, there are issues like the LaCoya stuff, like irresponsibility when he was younger. Like with Delaware, with potentially the crypto stuff. If he's not overseeing that, that's much more direct. I think that's potentially a much stronger accusation. But generally speaking, the actual work environment sounds pretty good to me. Like, two things can be true. Yeah. And obviously the Ava Chris Tyson stuff is fucking ridiculous. Like, it's just awful. I think a lot of the issues with MrBeast just go back to him blowing up so fast and trying to maintain that, then focusing on details. Now he knows. I think he's a little bit on the spectrum as well. I think he just wants to be nice to people. I don't think he really understands people.
He's a little bit on the spectrum.
I genuinely think he's a bit on the spectrum. When I watch him, he's kind of a bit glassy. Like, I think he's a little bit on the spectrum. It's not a criticism. I just my read.
I am not wrong. I've made the decision. Here, we will take care of.
I appreciate that. Can I please have a second chance?
It's not.
Just, if I'm getting paid, just let me come in and let me try to be coachable. If Hoodie changes his mind, can I? I've been trying to get to this point of working on MrBeast for a long time.
I wonder why he's trying.
Okay, look. How much money do I have to pay Soggy to get a copy of that full call?
Yo, I can say something about this. I don't know if it was recorded, but apparently, when Dogpack was leaving, he said, "Oh, you're gonna see me real soon." Like, he actually said that.
That's not in the video. That's fucking amazing.
Like,
yeah, can you please just tell Soggy to fucking like leak all of that? That would be great content for the following, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in the call, but like that's what like Soggy told me. Like, you know, like Dogpack, like as he was leaving the company, like company was like I forget what the company said, but like, you know, it's not verbatim, but like Dogpack actually said something along the lines of, "Oh, you're gonna see me real soon," and then he, you know, posted that, you know, video on the YouTube channel. It was just he had a malicious intent from the beginning.
Yeah.
It wasn't about the woke media, the truth, or whatever. He was a disgruntled employee who got fired and wanted to take revenge. End of story.
Yeah, if there is, I mean, does he have any intention to release that? I mean, listen, even if it's not for content, I'm same position as Nick. I just want to fucking hear it. I just want to hear it. I desperately want to hear that fucking call. If Soggy's like, you can never release this, but here you go, I would never release it. But I personally want to hear that call so badly. It's unreal. Holy shit.
To destroy LaCoya's life.
I think there are other people at the company, if I were to switch departments, that would be very happy to have me. I don't care about the salary.
It's not what happened.
Or Doc Scara.
She's your hiring manager.
Or put a picture of his manager on his psychotic wall for no reason but personal spite. Coincidentally, all three of those people were in the room when Dogpack was fired.
I'm our COO.
Car, we are still going to reimburse you.
This is the original contract and the original NDA. And so
it's like he's just doing all this out of a personal grudge. Yes.
We will lie if we have to. I mean, of course. I just try to be honest, I guess.
What is selfless hero? You know, a selfless hero who, whenever he can, mentions that he didn't make these slanderous videos with any personal gain in mind.
That's like the whole point of this is the video's not monetized. It's on a new account.
Wait, what do you mean that's the whole point? You didn't say that.
Like, you know, in the description of my video, it says, or in the intro too, it says this is not monetized. Because if it's monetized, then people think I'm just doing it for clout and money.
But you're doing it to expose the truth on woke media.
Exactly.
But you're doing it to expose the truth on woke media.
Exactly.
This is textbook
by the way, can I say
manipulation.
something about
Him
this?
saying
Of
he's
course.
So, his first 2 videos, right? I mean, like, as you guys know, I mean, to get monetized on YouTube, you have to post at least 3 videos in a span of like 3 months or something. Like, even if he wanted to get monetized for those 2 videos, he couldn't. You know?
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you search it, like you know, I don't think if this is a new thing, but like when I was making my channel, I had to post at least 3 videos in a span of 3 months. Like, and if you Google that, that just like easily comes up. So like,
Fuck, it never occurred to me because I'm a streamer.
I don't think. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall that. I believe I just needed watch hours and a certain amount of subscribers.
yeah, I mean, like, Soggy Zero didn't know about it either, but like, I guess it's like a new thing. But like, Dogpack made his account like around like August or July or whatever, right? So he must have made it around the same time I did. And like, if you like Google search it, like they updated it, so like you have to post 3 videos. So he couldn't get monetized.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
So just give me a second. I just want to look at Social Blade for a second. Like, this is a really weird one because I don't know how Social Blade calculates its revenue predictions. But let me just search Dogpack404. Dogpack404 is rated as D-. Yeah, it doesn't have any estimated yearly earnings, so I'd suggest in the API those videos still aren't monetized. Whether his intention was to monetize later for the 3rd video, potentially. There's so many ways he could potentially have spun that. God, it's quite funny. The reason he's derated is he's now minus 2.8 million views. He deleted the video. That's so funny. Fuck. Dogpack404, ladies and gentlemen. D- rated YouTuber. We are rated better than Dogpack404. Fuck you, bro. Oh, that's really funny. That's made my day. That's actually made my day.
Gaining anything out of these videos is extremely deceptive. He gained 700,000 loyal subscribers, collaborations with huge creators which he's clearly trying to abuse, and it's all built on lies, deceit, and manipulation. If there is one person who gained anything from all this, it's Dogpack. And purely out of principle, I'm putting a mid-roll ad here. Here Dogpack talks about how MrBeast scammed everyone by having people pay to get their memes sent to the moon, the rocket exploding, and them not offering refunds. First of all, people have shown proof of getting refunds even before the failed launch, just because it took longer than expected. Second of all, have you thought about a second launch? And as usual, I don't just have to take Dustin's word for it. The news article, which you put in your proof document, literally states the following. However, failure would not mean the end for S-Robotic, which is the company MrBeast paid to carry a copy of the hard drive filled with the memes. It's certainly going to have some impact on our relationships and our ability to secure additional missions in the future. S-Robotic already has a contract to fly another robotic lunar lander mission for NASA later this year. And this conveniently went unmentioned in your video.
3 years later, the spaceship finally launched, carrying beautiful pictures of deceased loved ones to the moon, where they would be immortalized. It fucking exploded.
Side note here, Dogpack also uses another very manipulative tactic where he shows this stinky, dinky scrap metal rocket instantly exploding, which made people believe that MrBeast was really trying to nickel and dime this entire space mission, while in reality the actual spacecraft carrying the hard drive was a high-quality Vulcan Centaur rocket made in collaboration with NASA as well as the ULA.
Vulcan rocket.
launching a new era in spaceflight to the moon and beyond.
Stinky
Thank
Dinky
you,
Rocket,
James.
high quality spacecraft carrying the hard drive with memes from Mr. Beast. Dogpack's manipulation, reality. But Soggy, what about the insider knowledge he has from working there?
In my opinion, as somebody who worked for Mr. Beast,
It has been proven time and time again, he only worked there for 20 workdays. As a new employee in like a 250 to 300 employee company, you're not gonna get much credible insider knowledge in 20 days.
Rude.
But he also had anonymous text messages from ex-Mr. Beast employees.
Also, I really want to highlight here, again, just for my own sanity, the fact that Dogpack lied about this made other people's coverage incorrect. The people who were talking about Dogpack, like, I think Coffee and Cookies or something like that, who I'm really not throwing shade at, but I did mention in my Dogpack video, was incorrect. She has this whole point about how do you go from being someone who loves the company, who's worked there for months, to where Dogpack is now exposing them. It's like, well, he never loved the company. He was talking shit about it on Reddit before, after, and in fact during. And secondly, he was there for 3 fucking weeks. Dogpack lied. Other people's coverage was incorrect. I don't know how else to put it. Also,
Dogpack lied. People died.
That's, in your opinion, allegedly.
No, that's 100% facts. I can prove it. I have a... See, when Dogpack released these videos, I heard allegedly... Actually, no, not allegedly. Sorry. I heard that somebody went out to Japan and hung themselves from a tree. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, that's a joke. I can't continue that far without clarifying.
But if you want to continue, you can like and subscribe to Cope and Seethe, give a donation, leave a comment calling me a slur, or dislike the video. It all helps in the algorithm, or become a member. Thank you all for staying and supporting in early morning streaming. God, I am so fucking tired, but we are getting through this video. And then I can send you to Chud Logic, it'll be fine. Right.
Well, see, I have 2 notes on that. One is that I feel like anonymous text messages can be used as tangible proof if either you have the receipts to back them up, or you as a person can be trusted to not have faked or manipulated them. Which, I don't think we can trust Dawson on that one. And 2, even if those messages are from legitimate ex-Mr. Beast employees, they're wrong. This text, for example, which Dogpack uses as a foundation for Mr. Beast rigging his challenges, according to them, after a shift change in the 100 Boys v Girls video, no girls were eliminated when closing off their circles, so it was pretty much rigged. They think? Okay. Love the lack of confidence in their own claims, and the lack of confidence makes sense. Because if you simply watch the 100 Girls v Boys video, you can clearly see a girl got eliminated during that part of the challenge. And in this behind the scenes video, you can even see how many cameras they had to make sure the challenge wasn't rigged.
So we could constantly monitor it. This is the kind of stuff we don't normally show. We had to have 6 or 7 people here monitoring every angle, because if they just touch the red line, they're out.
He also used this video as a prime example of Mr. Beast never using random subscribers, even though multiple people who can be identified by their nameplate can be proven to be random, non-influencer contestants from outside of North Carolina.
they are never random subscribers. If you subscribe, you will not win $1 million.
Oh, didn't Dogpack actually walk that claim back?
Won $1 million.
Huh?
In the first, Dogpack actually walked that claim back, which is incredibly fucking like stupid that people didn't touch on it earlier. In that first Oompaville interview, and it trailed a little bit into the second interview, if I remember correctly, Dogpack walked back the claim that he doesn't believe he doesn't believe it's impossible that every subscriber was never fully random, or that some of the giveaways weren't.
Yeah,
in fact fake.
Again, this is part of the problem as well. There's so many fucking claims he's made that people haven't caught like all the auxiliary stuff. Like even the Trey interview on Ash's channel. Like in fact, all of us missed that, as far as I'm aware. Like that came as a bit of fucking surprise. Also, Pete with the 5. It's awesome waking up to a stream. Thanks for staying up. My pleasure. I couldn't fucking go to bed. I was like, do I cover this tomorrow night? I was like, nah, let's fucking do it now. And then dragged Gamma. And it's so nice that Stucky joined as well. I really appreciate you, man.
Man, I wish Musty were here. We need like $100 right now.
That's really weird because actually, like Dogpack doubled down like in one of my comments like when I called him out for like the random subscribers thing, like he actually doubled down saying, Mr. Beast, giving out stuff for free and picking random subscribers is impossible for like 2 reasons or whatever. And then like, he just gave out these really illogical claims, which I countered immediately. But like, yeah, like even after the interview, Dogpack like doubled down on that claim.
This is gonna sound fucking psychotic, but I have a document where and it's a very very unorganized document where I pull up instances of Dogpack contradicting himself in this way.
Well, yeah.
So I have it. I was gonna make a video by the end of this month in case I'm just waiting on Dogpack's third video, which at this point is probably never gonna come out, right? Unless he's a fucking idiot. Where I would wait to see like how many more walkbacks or contradictions or obfuscations I can point out. But yeah, like I've been cataloging the amount of times this guy has lied or obfuscated.
I think I know what you're talking about.
So many fucking times.
Yeah. So like I didn't do drugs, but I did drugs.
Yeah. I haven't I don't know if you ever watched any of my past videos, but like that's the first glimpse of like how many times I pointed out how he lied.
Yeah.
But I do have a document with all of that with like a bunch of his lies in there. So that's how I'm able to remember oh well, he walked this back in this interview. He also said this in Turkey Tom. He also said this in the Ludwig interview. He also, lied about not doing drugs, as well as these Reddit posts, which show that he does have a history of doing drugs and a history of mental illness, yet refuted that to Chucky, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I have just like so many instances of him being dishonest in one way or another.
We excited for the Rosanna podcast tomorrow? Because how's that gonna go after this video?
Did you see the post she made to promote it?
Yeah, I did.
It's like a mild thirst trap. I wonder if she's gonna go full into like the feet, Gooner aesthetic.
I mean, at this point, like fucking. Listen, menopause takes some women in very weird ways, buddy.
I actually don't find Rosanna to be that attractive. I actually don't find her attractive at all.
I mean, well, you can sort of like Rosanna's got the very particular crazy eyes that you're just like, yeah, she's look. Rosanna's always struck me as a fake nerd, right?
Yeah.
That's how Rosanna strikes me, and like, there's something so fake about all of this.
Like a wannabe normie. Like the person who wears a Nirvana shirt but has never heard a Nirvana shirt, like a Nirvana song in their life.
Yeah, that's...
Which is me, by the way, because I don't like Nirvana.
Well, you have terrible taste.
and I don't own any of their merch, by the way. I just wanted to make that joke.
Fucking Christ.
Well, what do you mean I have terrible taste?
You have terrible taste. Like Nirvana's a fucking great band. A man died.
Nirvana's a great... I've said in the past, I've alluded to my music taste in the past.
What do you mean music taste? If you don't like Nirvana, you just have music, right? Okay.
I like Paris the Veil, and like My Chemical Romance is literally one of my favorite. Well, it is my favorite band of all time. You'll never guess who my favorite singer is, though. Like you'll never guess who my favorite solo artist is.
I'm still going with the fact you said that My Chemical Romance is your favorite band of all time. What?
It is. Dude, they're like
it's probably because
of like the emo. It's probably because of the emo stigmatism, but their fucking like composition and music production is incredibly good.
I'm gonna
they're in like the way that they compose their instruments.
Morning, Matt.
Gerard Way singing and like emotional like real raw emotional angst of that era is just like it is incredibly good for. In my opinion, it aged really well. Right? I can enjoy the music for the music rather than the. I think that you are gonna piss off a lot of people by saying that you can't understand why MCR is a good band.
I'm gonna back out of this conversation.
I didn't say they were a bad band. I said saying that MCR is your favorite band of all time is fucking crazy. Okay. While also saying that you don't like Nirvana. I don't know what to do with this fucking information. It's like you're fucking losing my mind.
Because grunge came after a time when
you'd already been like
when people were capitalizing off like the whole angst aesthetic, whereas like the like whole like punk pop angsty aesthetic was already like a thing that was blowing up in the late 90s, early 2000s. To me, the later it comes, the less authentic it feels, which is why I don't like Nirvana as much.
Maybe it's just that we're different ages, and you're implicitly wrong about things. Right? Okay, let's continue.
Okay. Okay.
$1 million.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend.
Yeah, Dawson. Because they were filling in for contestants who had COVID at the time. You can see MrBeast's girlfriend publicly talking about this in a podcast from years ago, by the way.
I saw on your Twitter that you were in the video 100 girls versus 100 boys for $500,000.
Yes, that was an accident. On the day, everybody had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly from the studio, and they're like, we need a female.
What, you wanted them to let contestants with COVID participate in the challenge? And in this podcast, she also says that the contestants were informed beforehand that even if they lost, they'd still receive the $5,000 prize money.
Which was the plot twist. Even if you leave, you get to keep the $5,000, which makes it easier for people to leave the circle.
Yeah.
So the goal was, it was sort of a psychological test, really.
And the people know that if they left, that they would still win.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was the big plot twist, which I'm a huge fan of.
So not only were you wrong on all accounts, this is probably the worst video you could have possibly tried building your case on, that MrBeast challenges are rigged. And then your only other example of this accusation is the "in 10 minutes this room will explode" video.
I want to show one more example. This is a real-time video, meaning that time elapses the same in the video as it does in real life. And the timer is clearly added in post.
Okay, this is just getting embarrassing at this point, but you sent me this picture, Dawson, to seem more credible by proving you were on the set of a video. And if you look real closely at the picture that you took, you'll notice that it's the set from the 10-minute video where you can...
That's insane. That's insane. I
He was there.
I missed this section because I was like skipping around past some of this like the show being fake stuff. That's insane. I don't know what the fuck is going on. How can you?
Well, he knew and he lied about it.
I have a theory. Theory. Word of the day. Word of the night, actually, for me. It's possible that maybe they edited how fast or how slow the timer actually was in post. It's possible that like there was a little bit of, you know, like sensationalism, and they edited the timer based on, you know, scene. It is entirely possible. I'm not gonna say that's exactly what happened though.
But it's just so insane when the accusation that's clearly being made by Soggy towards Dogpack, and then Dogpack is like, yeah, but I was there, look, and it's like, the timer's there. I'm fucking losing my mind. This is so insane. I bet there were points where Soggy was making this where he was like, I should just tweet this out. Like, I should just tweet this thing out. Like, the restraint this man has shown. Just joined and see you like this. What did I miss? The downfall of Dogpack. Holy shit. Welcome to the end game.
See that the timer was in fact not added in post.
So you could assume that producers might be off camera with remote switches to trigger the flow of water.
Assume my ass. You didn't assume shit, you're breaking your NDA by spreading confidential info you knew from being on that set. And yes, I do give permission to anyone whose life got damaged by Dawson French to use my video against him in court.
The producers might know how long it takes for the water to clear out of the room, so they could sort of decide on the fly how many turns of the valve it takes, or just when to trigger the water in general to make the results close.
No, they did it for safety, as to not force someone to exert extreme force trying to turn valves underwater in a room submerged in water. Just like they replaced contestants who had COVID with employees, because for safety reasons. A thing you so vehemently claim they lack at the company. Same.
You know, Do you remember one of the like Reddit posts I brought up about Dogpack suggesting using live orangutans in videos? You know, I got shit for that because it's what Drama Alert clipped me saying, and they were like, the best they've got is Dogpack talking about orangutans, an obvious joke. And firstly, I don't blame Drama Alert for clipping that. It's funny and based, frankly. But secondly, the more I watch this, the more I'm like, I think he was serious. I think he was fucking... Yeah, just bring in orangutans to fucking do shit with people. Because all his ideas are so batshit insane. And it's so funny listening to somebody talking about safety. Like, these things are so unsafe. And it's like, do you know what would have been safe? People, like, Mr. B should have taken a load of drugs. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
I wonder how much... Yeah, like, that is another a layer to this. I wonder how much of these ideas were just Dogpack's self-interests.
Like, there's like actual proof that he was being serious about the orangutans, because like in one of the Reddit comments he actually said, you know, Mr. Beast can use trained orangutans to actually to actually make this video. So like he was being 100% serious about all of those ideas. He wasn't like joking or like just like memeing.
Yeah, I think it's just, oh my god. How are we here? Good morning, Matthew.
I wish Mr. Beast would give me $500.
Listen, I've been accused of being a paid op for Mr. Beast, and I would just like to say, now this is over, can I have some money?
Yeah, I would like to say that you were 100% paid op by Mr. Beast, and I would like to ask for you to ask Mr. Beast on my behalf to give me $500.
Like, not much money, but like, listen,
Xfinity literally just charged me like $150, man. I'm you know.
Look, Jake Weddle got 50 grand and got to keep his credibility. Can I have like 20? Listen, I got shit to pay for at the moment. Fuck, this month has ruined me.
Can I get hired for a news branch of Mr. Beast? Thanks.
Mr. Beast, when you expand into commentary inevitably because you see this as a business opportunity.
Commentary is absolutely a fucking business opportunity, which is something that people are not catching up to. But commentary very much is like right. It's growing, but it still is an untapped business opportunity.
I agree.
Wolfman Plays, I've been working the floor and listening for the past 4 hours. I am pleased we've been managing to entertain you, buddy. I hope you've had a good evening, morning, wherever the fuck you are.
With this video, where a safety team forced the Mr. Beast crew off of their raft in the 7 Days Stranded at Sea video for about an hour because of this dangerous lightning storm. Wait, what was it you said again?
You can clearly see there's no one in the shelter. These are their empty beds. But you didn't spend the night soaked, Jimmy. You slept on the production yacht.
Oh yeah. You lied about them allegedly sleeping on a luxurious production yacht. No, they were forced to stay on a rusty barge for about an hour for their own safety and went back on their raft as soon as a life-threatening lightning storm passed. And here is video proof from the rusty barge.
You know, I wonder how WestJet is going to respond to this.
I wonder what this means for Tipster's legacy.
Luxurious yacht. Now you can still argue about the fact that they went off of the raft, but I don't think it's faking a challenge when you're forced by your safety team to leave your raft once to get on a rusty barge for about an hour to sit out a life-threatening lightning storm to then get back on the raft as soon as possible. It's making sure people don't die. On one side you're preaching, the Mr. Beast company isn't safe enough.
Wow.
But then you use every single example of them actually implementing safety protocols against them as if they're doing it to rig challenges or not always use random subscribers. Do I really have to explain why they don't use complete strangers in challenges that include a man and a woman having to stay together in a small enclosed space for 100 days? Pick a side, Dawson. Do you want them to fucking die for it?
Pegasus is going to be in shambles. Listen, A lot of people are. A lot of people are going to be very worried about their viewership because this video has been out for 10 hours and is at 42,000 views. And that is going to increase over the day dramatically. And even without the views, what this video includes is going to be used to hit every single one of these fucking charlatans for the next month. Anytime they open their mouths.
Even if the video by some fucking like curse produces poorly, everybody on the side of truth and vindication has what they need to basically just say, hey, this liar, this creator is a liar.
Yeah.
Which is a very big trend right now. Calling people out for being dishonest is something that you can absolutely capitalize on right now.
Yeah. Hype for Chud to see this. Yeah, me too. I think Chud's really going to enjoy it. It's gonna be great. I mean, listen, the goal here is to keep going for another like 2 hours. I guess I'll try and keep you all entertained. I mean, we've been going for. I know Nick earlier was like, yeah, I'll make a video like this last for 3 hours. Well, motherfucker, we're 56 minutes in at 5 hours. How's that for dragging content out? How's that for transformative content? But yeah, we'll try and like I'll try and send you over to Chad. I think that's the goal. We'll keep the fucking train running.
Dude, by the way, if Pegasus tries to like switch positions completely and try to capitalize on the Dogpack404 was actually, not a reliable source, and it tries to MrBeast is a good person. If he tries to go for that shit, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, that's gonna be so hypocritical.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because not only that, he also swept for Dogpack. There's a couple of points in Pegasus' coverage where he completely avoids to mention how Dogpack spread malicious and outright defamatory lies.
Yeah.
Right? Like that one time he purposely omitted the Jake Warren allegation in one of his videos.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I said this about the multiple because like. I was actually surprised that we weren't the first people to find the Daily Mail article. There were a couple of commenters, one in particular, Echoes from Above, or Echoes from Below, because he's got 2 channels, and those are both of them, covers that article. He reads it, and then goes and talks about the lawyer.
Oh yeah, he still sweeps.
And he still sweeps. He still leaves out the fact that the cease and desist's in there. These people actively covered up information rather than presenting it. They're not commentators. They're not actual commentary channels. They're just mouthpieces. They're part of a fucking hate mob. I don't know how else to put them. It's either grifting, malice, or incompetence. Tell me which you are, because there's no actual conversation about honesty from that side. This isn't an honest pursuit from fucking any of them at this point. Fuck them. Fuck them. And the next time we see a fucking group like this crop up, because they happen every couple of years, I fucking call it out. And I get why people do it, because these people have made a fucking fortune. Where's their fucking ethics? Constantly, like this, actually, do you know what? Like, unironically, with the illegal lottery, because Soggy says this, MrBeast should, like, give the money to charity. Like, MrBeast should pay it back. Let's have some accountability. I know I never do this. I know I'm always like, I'm anti accountability content, but do you know what? I'm going to make a special exception. Maybe there should be some accountability for this shit. Maybe if you've made a ton of fucking money off spreading lies about some misinformation and defamation about MrBeast, maybe some of that money you've spread money you've gained through spreading that shit should be given to charity. If you've got any fucking ethics, maybe you guys should live by your own fucking ethics.
I have a personal philosophy that I've exhibited for a very long time, but I'm gonna take I believe Nicholas Diorio phrased it this way. If you are incapable of being ethical in an environment that requires ethics, such as commentary, where you have an obligation or at least a moral incentive to be truthful, then and as much as I hate to say this, because I don't believe in deplatforming, you should find another content source. because you do not belong in in the environment of
we always
talking about information.
you know, a lot of what the counter coverage to these people has been, because I saw a comment somewhere which was like, oh, this is gay, you know, it's basically a commentator commentating on a commentator, and I'm like, yeah, it is, but the reason we're doing that is essentially internal policing. Because it matters whether other people's coverage is accurate. And in the case of Dogpack, it's just fucking not. Like, actually, do you know what I've just realized? This is such an exceptional circumstance. This video essay, I think, is one of only 2 video essays that have ever been covered on Cope and Seethe. I think I'm right in saying that. I don't watch video essays over here. I think this is so exceptional that I'm actually watching a video essay. That's insane. I only just realized. Like, I never do this.
You know, what's infuriating is, like, these commentary channels are the ones actively, like, hindering charity and philanthropy, because, like, there's actual philanthropy work being done by, like, an actual person with money. And all these commentary channels are doing is essentially looking at the video going, oh, this part of the intro was created by CGI and it's fake, so the philanthropy is fake. So what they're doing is they're damaging the reputation of that philanthropy based on irrelevant piece of information to philanthropy. So what they are doing is they're ever since, like, all the allegations of fake philanthropy came out, the Beast Philanthropy channel took a hit. So that's, you know, like, definitively hindering philanthropy by itself.
Yeah,
so
it comes up in the video as well. Yeah, it's insane. They've just done harm. Scarletta, I've been binging this channel at night for weeks. It's time to get a membership. Well, thank you very much. And unironically, I'm really just glad that people are enjoying the content. I'm really grateful to all the people lurking as well, who watch afterwards. You're all fucking awesome. Thank you so much. It is. I never thought I'd have channel that hits the sort of numbers we occasionally do. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. We can do this.
A challenge, or do you want them to be saved? Guess why the 24 people in a circle for $1 million video didn't get published? Which Dawson insinuates was some elaborate scheme to force more people to buy shirts, and then they'd run away with the profit.
We're gonna have 24 people. We're gonna put them in 24 different circles. $1 million on the line. Have some fun, you know
Shogun.
Also, this video never happened. There is no Mr. Beast video of 24 people in circles competing for $1 million. So, like, did they just pocket the money or what?
Well, again, it was because of peak COVID. And this time, I'll let the contestant who took part in that 24 people in the circle for $1 million challenge explain what happened. I've heard that you were in the 24 people in a circle compete for $1 million challenge.
Yep.
Can you talk a bit about how you were invited to that challenge, what kind of happened, why it was never published?
Mr. Beast started that 24
That man has the most fantastic fucking hair I've seen in ages, and I'm really jealous. I just wanted to say that.
hour live stream. We were signing t-shirts and giving stuff away for that challenge. So I threw that on. I'm like, look, we'll just put this on in the background. We'll watch it the whole time. And he's giving away tickets, and I just kept blowing up the comment section. I didn't even buy a shirt. I won one of the invitations through the comment section on YouTube.
Oh, for free, as like a free participation, no purchase necessary, I guess.
Yeah, during like the height of COVID and everything. It was actually in November. We quarantined for 2 weeks. It was a super nice hotel, like, 2 bedrooms. They'd bring meals to our room 3 times a day. It was good food, just wanting to keep everybody safe and make sure that we're doing protocols the best way that we could to engage in this video. We all COVID tested, did a giant circle. There was 24 of us, and right in the middle, there's $1 million. And we competed for a few days.
This guy
all of a
reminds
sudden,
me,
in the middle.
If I had to imagine like an older Rhett from Good Mythical Morning, I think that this guy would be an older version of him.
It's crazy. Like, I don't know who does his hair. I hope I look that good when I'm, it's gonna turn out to be like 27 or something. Then I'm gonna have to like fucking DFE.
He looks like he could be Santa Claus though. Look at him.
The subcontractors that worked for the team came in and kind of rushed the gun and didn't wait for his COVID results. And he tested positive. And Jimmy came out and he's like, guys, I hate to do this, but one of the guys on the crew has tested positive. I got to keep you all safe. So they canceled the video and they apologized. They sent us all home with 10 grand as an apology. After the new year in January or something like that, we actually got the call again that they were going to refilm this video. And they brought us all back out. And they're like, it's not going to be a 2-week quarantine. We're going to do like a 4 or 5 day quarantine. And during that period of time, pretty much everybody got COVID, including myself. Like, he's just like, I'm so sorry, but like, we literally just, we can't do it because everybody's sick, but we'll make it up to you in the future. And again, even then, he gave us like financial contributions to help.
Did they split just like the $1 million over everyone?
Exactly.
Or they just split the entire $1 million prize money over every 24
Oh my God.
They took the $1 million and divided it through the 24.
They gave you guys $1,240,000 in total, I guess.
To stay in a hotel room.
Jesus Christ. You guys get the point that this guy is about
He didn't even say to catch COVID. He just said to stay in a hotel room. I was about to say, if I was paid that much to catch COVID, sign me the fuck up.
This is insane. This is insane information to be given. I don't... Fucking hell. Like...
No, like, I watched up to this point, and I don't think I watched any further, but this goes to show... how far Dogpack is willing to misframe things. How far Dogpack is willing to go just to make sure that he could get an own that people thought nobody would go back and like, you know, turn stones over for. But they did. And now it's coming to bite him full circle, because now it shows blatantly, and as we've said multiple times over and over again, that Dogpack is a malicious liar that is willing to lie just to smear somebody in the worst way possible.
Insane. Hey, let's go. Welcome to Seething. Thank you so much. 07. Yeah, I'm losing, like, again, it's so insane. I kind of get it. Like, how... I get that something that Diorio said, where it's like, you know, for years, like, any criticism that was given Mr. Beast, like, people just immediately hit with, well, he's amazing, he's incredible, and that built animosity. But I watched this video, and like, from everything else I've seen, and again, I'm biased. I'm being honest with you guys. I am biased because I really don't like the anti-Mr. Beast crowd for multiple fucking reasons at this point. But you know, and I kind of have to preface it, like, the shit with the management is bad. The shit around crypto is potentially bad. The shit around Delaware is bad. There are things to criticize here. The Chris Tyson stuff is fucking terrible. But god damn it, like, every time I hear one of these stories, I'm like, I kind of like Jimmy. I don't know what else to fucking say. It's insane.
Yeah. That's exactly why I keep bringing up the argument of, like, well, this company, like yeah, sure, this company may be shady and like very maybe normal and maybe even less than normal aspects. And the reason I say less than normal is because naturally other companies are going to be extremely shady, right? So why are we making such a fuss over what is essentially like fucking nothing when compared to the rest of the world?
Do you know what I hate? Like, I feel like I keep having to, like, add these disclaimers and things, but I know the reason that I'm doing that is because I know I'll be attacked the minute it looks like I'm a Mr. Beast glazer. And I have never cared about Mr. Beast before any of this drama. I've never given a shit. But, like, I feel the irony is everyone keeps going, well, the popular position is to defend Mr. Beast. But it's such an unpopular position that even as somebody who doesn't really give that much of a shit what people think about him, like, I'll happily take heat and not worry about it. I get this gut thing of, like, well, I don't want to be too nice to Jimmy. But I'm like, I don't know what else to say. Like, most of this stuff is issues with the company. Yes, you can make those criticisms toward Jimmy. I think there's definitely shit there with Chris Tyson. I'm repeating myself, but I'm like, at the same time, it seems like Jimmy does his best to be nice to people and to help people, and seems to have, like, even if there are ulterior motives, he doesn't have to do any of this. He actually doesn't, and most creators wouldn't. Most big companies wouldn't do anything like this.
As a matter of fact, I think that he I think that that Mr. Beast himself set himself up for a failure by himself setting up that expectation that he always does these nice and charitable
Yeah.
things. So the moment something doesn't meet those expectations, everybody wants to lambast him for it, when the reality is that literally nobody else in the world will show that type of generosity.
Yeah.
Yeah, like here's the thing, like the reason why I said like in the past like he may not be perfect, but like he's a better person than most is like exactly because of this reason. Because if I was Mr. Beast, I'm not sure like I would do the things he tried to do to rectify the situations, like giving Jake Weddle 50 grand. I would try to like attack Jake Weddle with everything I've got. But like he still chose to like go that path. So here's the thing, like I'm a usually really forgiving person. Like as I told you, you know, I don't care about like Asmongold, I don't care about WestJet, I don't care like if people apologize, I mean that's it. Like there are a few people that I genuinely hate, but like people keep asking me like why do I hate Dogpack404 so much? But like once you start delving into the situation and realize that like this really malicious guy is trying to attack this better than most person and is succeeding at it, you'll hate him too. I mean, and that's why like I'm doing commentary on it because I genuinely believe he's a piece of shit, and I hate him.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting how this turns out, how this is turning out. It's gone from, because even though we keep saying there are some things that Mr. Beast can be criticized for, how much of that can still hold up to the test of time? Because the more time has passed, the more information surfaces, such as this video. Can we really hold Mr. Beast accountable for Delaware? I don't think so. Can we really hold Mr. Beast accountable for what's it called? These maybe some employees being negligently treated in his company? I don't think so, because Mr. Beast can't be in charge or responsible for everybody. Can we really hold him up like accountable for illegal lotteries? No, not anymore, considering we have information to essentially suggest that he never actually broke any FTC stuff, and then like that's not even including the information that we know that he, at every turn, he is constantly attempting to do right by the people that he works with. So how much can we really hold Mr. Beast accountable for?
Yeah,
Right? Like
and it's like,
yeah,
and again, this is why I said earlier, like, what do you want? What do you want from this guy? Like, it feels like one of these things where like the mob won't be happy until there's actually blood in the sand.
until somebody dies.
Yeah, and I'm
No,
just
no,
like
actually though, because like no, like that's true, because we see this guy being extremely generous at every turn. That like most people would offer like maybe a couple $100. Or maybe
Mr. Beast is like the living embodiment of the giving tree. Like, it's ridiculous. Okay.
Eventually, people are gonna take and take and take until he's dry and withered away.
Yeah, it's insane. And I actually think that's do you know what? Let's be honest. If this had happened to anyone else of Mr. Beast's size, they would have been sued into oblivion by now.
Yep.
They just wouldn't exist anymore. And it's so insane. Look, I'm going to leave you guys to chat for like 2 minutes. I need to run downstairs. I need to get something else to drink. I need another energy drink before I actually fall over and die. It's all right. We're doing well. Fucking killing it. Okay.
I'm going to entertain your chat with I'm gonna give him an option. Actually, Stucky, I'll give you an option.
Right, I'll be right back.
Do you want to hear about point? recall that back in like 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
That's
But
why.
like
That's
you
why
were
emo...
really young back then, right?
Yeah. Very,
Ah,
very
okay.
So
Yeah, back...
I'm really tired, and I actually muted you guys, not myself.
Yeah, no, we saw chat going like, oh, you mean the co-host? It's over.
That was smart.
They missed the music conversation.
Yeah.
I'm really dumb.
We're just like talking about punk rock, like totally irrelevant to the video.
That's really fun. I'm amazed that we only lost 10 viewers.
I'll be back.
Oh shit. That's really funny. So I've got a question for you as well, Stucky. So how do you know Soggy?
So basically, like one day, he reached out to me on Twitter and like said, like he's been like investigating like, Dogpack404 and, he stumbled upon my content and like, asked me like if, he could use certain segments of my, videos in his video. And I was like, hell yeah. I mean, like, like Soggy Serial was one of the creators that I like actively followed at the time, and I was like, yeah, like do whatever you want, man. And then like that was when we started like DMing, and then like I tried to like provide him with as much information as possible, like in that time span. Like for example, like the interview with Jeremy or whatever, like that came from like a Reddit post of this user that I chatted with, and like I just like showed him a lot of like information that I thought would be useful like during that time period, and that's how we started talking about like what could be a good idea for the video, like what needs to be presented, and which part of this was a lie or whatever. But like for the most part, Soggy Serial like knew what he was doing 100%, and like all credit goes to him. So.
Yeah, no, it is cool, and it's nice to like, I'm so shocked. It's such a blindside. Just very quickly, cool anime girls with it too. 07 in chat, minor adults. That's a Scarlet Reaper meme, by the way, from Diesel's community. Hilarious fucking drama. For Beckett being tired, thank you so much. I am slightly fucking dead, but we will press on. Yeah, no, thank you for guys for entertaining chat in the silence. Also, I quite like the comments of, I can't believe Gamma would say that about Beckett. I am really sorry that I am retarded, guys. I apologize. Professional streamer. Listen, most streamers will mute themselves. Very few streamers will leave themselves open a mic and mute their co-hosts. That is a whole nother fucking game. Okay. Base, let's fucking go.
As Richard Nixon during Watergate. And at this point he has broken his NDA, committed serious defamation time and time again.
Oh.
Higher $1 million prize money over every 24 contestants.
They took the $1 million and divided it through the 20.
Broken his NDA, committed serious defamation time and time again, and in the process harmed not just Mr. Beast, but also several other innocent people who clearly mean nothing more to him than collateral damage. I'm actually surprised people don't want this guy sued, but hey, I'm no lawyer, so I don't know what's illegal. So I called one, and what Dawson is doing is surely not legal. By now,
yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm literally not surprised. How could this also? I missed Furin in the chat as well. I just realized while I was gone.
Yeah.
Furin said hi to Gamma. Oh.
The results of an investigation done into the MrBeast LLC by an external third-party law firm have been shared and completely aligns with all of the evidence I found. So if at this point you still choose to believe this guy, I kindly want to ask you to stop watching my video and continue putting crayons up your nose while drooling over Dogpack's face.
Hey!
What, however, is legal is the second illegal lottery.
But almost any clip you do find will have some new violation of internet gambling or sweepstakes laws.
I thought it was him. I was like, he won. Wait, really? Let's go! Wait, it's literally like his initial. Who is it? My cousin. Wait, really?
Actually, that's illegal.
Actually, that's not illegal. Only immediate family can partake in your sweepstakes, and the cousin is not immediate family. It would have been illegal to exclude Chandler's cousin unless if specified in the rules of that specific giveaway. And your snippet isn't from those rules. It's from some lawyer's equivalent to Stack Overflow.
So here's a clip of Tyler forging, or not, maybe not forging, using MrBeast's signature. And again, I'm not a lawyer, I think this is fraud.
Maybe ask your immediate lawyer next time, because your opinions are fucking stupid. It's completely legal and fine to use someone else's signature if they gave you formal consent to do so, and it doesn't devalue the signature.
Months later, MrBeast signed shirts again, but this time it was a 24.
Yeah, I look at this and I'm like, it's just, again, nothing burger. Nothing burger, nothing burger, nothing burger. Oh my god, he didn't sign the shirts himself.
Yep.
Well, actually, I wouldn't call it necessarily a nothing burger. I think that is a little bit of a breach of trust, but that's as far as I'm like. I find it a little bit from like my what's it called? From my brain of people must be honest and truthful. I kind of feel like that is kind of a slap to the face to fans. But again, who gives a fuck, right? To me, it's not a nothing.
Yeah,
burger,
like
but
again,
wider,
like it's a scaling thing, like Dior and I have been talking about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep saying it like that because he
application of
literally talked
severity.
about it on my stream to me, and it was my take about the Moreau stuff before it was his. Right, but
yeah, application of severity.
yeah, it's like, look, you've hit the point where you're accusing these people of being like fucking like the modern day Hitlers. I'm like, just
But they are. You see,
yeah.
but they are, dude. They put
rebuilt Germany after like
They-
fucking it collapsed. Like at what level are we talking
They
about?
put chemicals. They put chemicals in the water that turned the frogs gay, dude.
They did.
They put plastics. They put plastics in the ocean that turned people transgender. And you know that this is their agenda to turn people transgender so that they're easy to mentally. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna continue.
Yeah, it's like the signature is kind of the same as how MrBeast is a company and not just Jimmy any longer, I guess, from Ellie. Like, yeah, this is the thing. I'm like, I get it. I get it. I get your disappointment in the same way as when, like, I have a red versus blue tattoo. I have a red versus blue tattoo. I have a meta symbol tattoo. And I look at where like Rooster Teeth is now. Like this was a company that and a group of people, actually. I'm not going to call it a company. Like when I was growing up, Rooster Teeth was like I would look forward to Red versus Blue every single fucking week, and that's a show that mattered to me. I used to be able to quote entire episodes. I loved this show, and now I look at Rooster. Yeah, but I look at it now, and it's like I'm sad, but also companies change. It's no one's fault. It's just sometimes how things go, and that's okay. It's okay that Jimmy is not. It's okay that Jimmy is not signing a shirt. That's my take. I'm like, again, I can understand in the same way that if I got like a fucking Griff hoodie and like it was like Jeff had signed it or something, and I found out it wasn't Jeff's signature, I'd be like, oh, that's sad. But I'm like, you know, you're a big company, I get it. I'm like, it's cool to have the merch that I want, you know. Also, they don't do those hoodies well, they stopped doing the hoodies entirely before they like shut down. That made me really sad because I wanted to get a Griff one again. I used to have a Doc one. It was great. This is a really weird tangent, but I am very tired. Go on, Stucky.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, like, I get people's disappointment, but like at the end of the day, like it's not like he committed like a major because like the website did say that it was gonna be signed by one of the crew members, And like,
Yeah,
you know,
that
if
is
you're
true.
gonna go on like technicality, I mean, like, you know, technically, like he followed through on his promise. But like, if you take into account people's disappointment, I guess. But like, would you call that satanic? Nah, I
No,
don't think so.
I mean,
Because,
would you
yeah,
prefer a fake Mr. Beast signature, or would you prefer them to follow through entirely? It's like one of the crew will sign it. You could have a signature from Ava Chris Tyson, like, you know. Yeah, it's just whatever. It's just one of those things, and I that's sad, and I get it's sad, but it's not. Mr. Beast is going.
Yeah.
There are people in the anti-Mr. Beast crowd who think Mr. Beast is going to prison for the rest of his life. That's where these people are. They think he's a cannibal. He's a fucking cannibal. Like, come on. Like,
I remember seeing that get posted in real time. I was like, there's no fucking way people like that. This fucking like rumor has spread through telephone so far that people are genuinely believing that Mr. Beast is a cannibal over a fucking mouse from whatever the fuck that show was on Nickelodeon, back in the barn or whatever. There's just no way that people interpret the report of that fucking meme as Mr. Beast being sexually derived off of cannibalism. What the fuck?
Do you know the best way to put this? You know how dumb the average person is, right?
Yes.
Half the people in the world are dumber than that.
You can say it's like that one Twitter post. You can say that you don't like waffles, and somebody will say, "Oh, so you fucking hate pancakes?"
Yeah.
Like no.
It's like I experienced this directly when I did the thread. We did a thread on the Alice from the I Am Alex drama, and we pointed out that the reason some of the screenshots were cropped was because the original full screenshots had her name for him, which was racist N-word, and I don't mean N-word, I mean the full word. And because we didn't put based, because our position was that's actually pretty funny. We got accused of calling her racist and that we were trying to cancel her and sweep for I Am Alex, and we were sat there going, we fucking hate I Am Alex. We just think this is funny. They went, no. You're pointing out she's racist. You're saying she's racist. You hate her, and you're defending domestic abuse. And then all these like fucking, because like all these woke little lefties from that side of the commentary came over. And then the best bit about that was we stopped getting shit, not because they got bored, but because all the black people from the community came in and went, why are all you white girls defending a white girl using the N-word? Why are you so racist? So they had a like internal civil war over like what was essentially a shit post Twitter thread. I was like, what is happening? And I was like, right. And I sat down with Jenny. We had a meeting about this because it was the first thing we'd done that ever really took off. And we had a meeting about it. I was like, the next time we point out that somebody used the M-word, we call them based. Okay, we're gonna call them based, and we will avoid all of this shit. People will call us racist. I can deal with that. I cannot deal. Yeah, I cannot deal with this whole kind of. You're trying to cancel someone for being red. No, I'm not. Fuck off.
4-hour live stream with way more illegal lotteries.
Nope. Mr. Beast had no purchase necessary in the description, and even though they did say things like,
would you guys prefer that we throw money in random orders or that we throw items in random orders?
Yeah.
Somebody screamed in chat, I want a Switch! Hey. Buy a shirt. If they ended up picking out of both free and paid entries for those giveaways behind the scenes, which there is no reason to believe they didn't, well, then that is legal in live streams. However, I do agree that it's very scummy and manipulative advertising in my opinion. Now, even though I have disproven most of these accusations, there's still a few that I have to investigate deeper. And since Dogpack404 declined every interview offer, the only other place I could dig up the truth is in the belly of the beast.
Oh man, North Carolina?
Isn't that the boring part of the US?
Oh well.
Now, on my 8-hour sleep-deprived flight, I had a lot of time to think and watch Minions, and there was one question that just kept bugging me. Why did Dogpack commit such serious defamation and violate his NDA? Why risk your entire life just to spread lies about a YouTuber? So I went over everything I knew about Dogpack to try and figure out.
You know what the worst bit about this as well is? Dogpack probably fucked himself, because if he just agreed to talk to Soggy, Soggy may not have gone to Mr. Beast's compound. Because like again, it feels like a lot of this video is spite driven and based. If you just fucking talked to him, it probably wouldn't have gone down like this, bro.
No, yeah, if he would have talked to him, it's not even if he would have just talked to him. It's if Dogpack didn't present himself as this better than thou individual that thinks he won't get fucking caught, and you know, you should go against your morals because what I'm saying is true and you should be levying what I'm saying. I don't think that Soggy would have had such a drive to uncover all of Dogpack's lies, right? It would have just been like, you know, whatever. It's when you piss someone off and give them a goal that they start to, like, you know, do something like this.
His first 2 job applications for Mr. Beast, which both got denied, and they seemed obsessive at best and pretentiously unprofessional at worst. I went over his personal Reddit account, that 5-head guy, which, for the geriatrics watching, 5-head is hip internet lingo for when a person says something very smart, so he's calling himself very smart.
Also, worst sin of Dogpack, in my opinion, you made me search through fucking Reddit with Jenny. Do you know how much that disgusts me that I had to search through Reddit? Like, every second I spend on that fucking useless hellscape of a site, I don't get back. I hate you. I actually fucking hate you.
Smart, which is pretty pretentious and cringe. I was starting to see multiple patterns here. Hundreds of obsessive posts and comments on the Mr. Beast subreddit. New Mr. Beast interview just dropped. Feasible designs. Him being pretentious, saying he would do shorts better than the current shorts team.
How funny! That's what he was saying about XQC's artists. That's real interesting, isn't it? I missed this one.
At Mr. Beast. Rants whenever people criticized his video IDs. Another third 15-minute long obsessive Mr. Beast job application where he goes into depth on viewer psychology, showcasing how aware he is of how every small piece of a video can be used to manipulate the viewer in one way or another. It now made sense why Dawson used the exact same content cop outfit as iDubbbz, or why he kept repeating his videos weren't monetized, or how he was able to frame and manipulate every lie as if it were the truth. It really all was viewer manipulation? This entire Reddit account just seems like the online embodiment of an unhealthy Mr. Beast obsession. So then I went over his erratic DMs to me where he threatened to slander me with nothing but false claims. Luckily when he did that I still had bulletproof receipts, so Dawson had no choice but false
Let's
claims.
read some of these. You were researching Eric but didn't see the video that dropped a month before yours. You just coincidentally found only the exact same evidence he found, even using the exact same frames. I'm having a statistician run the odds. I'll present my case to the public and you present yours. I don't know if you saw, but I uploaded a screenshot of my conversation with Vimes. Like, this is so unhinged. This is so fucking unhinged from somebody who is like so ready to lie about somebody. And one of the things that I've seen before, hey, get sold. Like one of the things I've said before is, I said this during the jar video. Like people who think they're in a position to like make threats and do it. That's like he thought he could do this to Soggy. He thought he could like literally bully him. You can't really do that to like. I think it's very interesting. He was kind of like when it came to us. By the time he was DMing like with Cope and Seethe, it's kind of weird, but he never made any threats to us. I don't know whether that's something about like our. I don't know whether he'd seen our general approach, which was we don't care, try. Like, I don't give a fuck. Or whether he was actually starting to get beaten down by then, which is, let's be honest, the more likely answer. As much as I like to stroke my own ego occasionally.
That or he didn't consider any competition due to size. I think Dogpack is size driven, which would make sense.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But the fact is, like, the fact that he came to us from... See, there's this thing. We were covered, particularly through the, like, Shad List and the Dogpack Reddit stuff, pretty widely. Like, we don't... Like, sub numbers don't mean that much anymore. Like, you kind of get brackets where they matter. Like, you've got the 1 million bracket, you've got the 500,000 plus bracket, you've got the 50,000 to like 150,000 bracket. And like, but even within those, you can have like very low numbers and still have a massively outsized impact. But maybe again, because of the way Dogpack like acts, he doesn't think like that. Dogpack had two options. He either died a dog or he lived long enough to see himself become the pussy. He chose the latter. Based. Fucking base take. Jesus. Well, Dogpack is Dogpack is finding out what it's like to become the story. Congratulations, buddy.
Luckily, when he did that, I still had bulletproof receipts, so Dawson had no choice but to back down. Nonetheless, this once again proved to me how Dogpack accuses and tries silencing people without any fact-checking and completely tries warping the truth to push his personal agenda. So, was he really just doing all this because his ego couldn't accept the fact that he got fired from his dream job after only 3 weeks at a YouTuber he was obsessed with? Maybe I'm gonna get some more answers at the MrBeast company, but for now, I'll just rewatch Minions for a third time.
Hi, Dustin Harris. You are the, well, rogue employee. And I first of all wanted to ask you what you do at MrBeast, what your role is, and why you decided to reach out and, yeah, correct some of the accusations that have been made.
Thank you,
I've worked for
somebody.
Jimmy almost 6 years, going on 6 years. I've been a writer, director, producer, production coordinator, an assistant, an executive assistant, head of production, head of creative, head of construction, you name it. I've done everything that I can do in this company, and not just to see people slander the work that you've done, but to know that it's lies and misinformation will make anybody speak up, to be honest.
Hi, Emily. You worked at MrBeast. Can you tell me how long you've been working there?
I've been working there for shortly over a year as of like 4 days ago. I'm the ideation strategist right now, ideation generator, coordinator, so that's my official title.
If I remember correctly, that is also where Dawson worked, or for the internet, Dogpack404 worked, yeah. So he worked closely together with you.
Yeah, it was me and him in the department for about 2 weeks. It was just the two of us, and Hoodie was overseeing us.
Everybody calls me Hoodie because all I did like back in the day, 8 years ago, was run my own YouTube channel, youtube.com/Hoodie. I got to work all over in different departments. I've been in creative. I've been in ideation right now as far as thumbnail.
Before we get into the
Are you saying ideation manager?
Look at the description.
Ideation.
$1 million, $1 detective versus $1 million detective. Nowhere in this video, as far as we've been watching, it has Soggy Cereal claim to be a detective, right? So this description is obviously a joke.
Yeah.
So where did Cam Nuggets get the idea that this guy is calling himself a detective from? Officially.
The description?
Yeah. Don't you see how even in Cam Nuggets complaining, he's still being malicious and taking this out of context, even though it's a joke?
Yeah, because Cam is malicious. Cam's like obviously fucking malicious.
Yeah,
I know we're having our own little commentary war here, but like Cam is obviously malicious. I want to watch this bit back just really quickly. Something just insane occurred to me, and I don't know whether it's sleep deprivation, but I really do want to have a look at this.
Creative. I've been in ideation right now as far as thumbnail.
Are you saying ideation manager?
Create. YouTube.com.
2011. You know when you have an idea that sounds so fucking insane in your head that you're like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. You know when Dogpack said that he had a YouTube channel with like 60,000 subscribers that you don't think you could find anymore? That you didn't think I could find? I wonder if that was a cheap shot towards Hoodie. an old creator no one knows about who had like a large subscriber account, who's been around for ages, worked with loads of people, and like is now sort of like back of house industry, but like on a really old channel.
It might be. I want to say that it's a stretch.
Yeah,
because
no,
there's
like, and again,
ties.
this is why I'm saying it's like I'm tired, but like I don't know, when I just saw this and I was like, there's so much of about Dogpack is really malicious and kind of like almost in-jokey malicious.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't surprise you that this was the reference he was pointing
Because
out.
he's like he put Hoodie on the fucking board with no one knowing that no one would know who Hoodie is. Because he would know this. This is something he would legitimately know. And I'm wondering whether he never had a fucking YouTube channel. He's never worked with anyone else. But saying that, he's basically stealing an element of Hoodie's identity to present it as his own.
I guess you'd have to ask Dogpack himself and see if. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Because people like Dogpack typically do, and we've seen this to a limited extent in the past, such as the Reddit post he utilized to sort of present the idea that he was contracted, as you said earlier. People like Dogpack do utilize elements like that to, sort of skinwalk as another person, use elements of other people to portray themselves as something that they're not. It's like when that friend that not even friend, it's like that person that is a consistent liar, repeats stories from other individuals and claims them as their own.
I'm actually, like, the more I'm talking about it, the more actually convinced I am that this is the case. Like, I know, and I'm fucking really sleep deprived. I mean, Stucky, like, do I sound? I mean, I must sound fucking insane.
Oh no, I mean, like, I would say it's a stretch, but like, if it turned out to be true, like, like, it wouldn't surprise me that Dogpack would do that. I mean, like Emma said, I mean, like, the fact that this thought occurred is perfectly natural in my opinion, because we're talking about Dogpack. If it was any other person, then like I would have been like,
what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, he was overseen by Hoodie. He wanted Hoodie's job, and maybe he blames Hoodie for his removal. I genuinely think, like, unironically, fuck it. Do you know what? Dogpack, I listen, I don't know if Shogun's in chat and wants to clip this, because I know he's good at clipping things. Dogpack, my opinion is, you never had a YouTube channel with 60,000 subscribers. I think you are skinwalking Hoodie's credentials. And if I am wrong, prove me wrong. Show me your YouTube channel. Show me evidence it existed. But until you do, my actual position is I think you skinwalked Hoodie, and I think when you told me information about your previous internet activity, you just fucking ripped it from your old boss as a joke, as a little fucking jab. You fucking, like, you're so fucking nuts with everything you've done. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, just...
Yeah. Let's expand on this conversation a little bit further. Because, and I'm pretty sure that anybody with a social life or somebody who's lived in the real world for a significant amount of time can attest to this. But in your life, you will meet people that are liars, just straight up liars by the pure definition of the word liars. That is their entire personality. People that like to feed their own ego to such a high extent that they utilize other people's experiences as their own to sort of present themselves as better than what they are. So they probably met some guy at some point and said, hey, I did this at one point using that person's story. And like it wouldn't surprise me that somebody as malicious and as willing to lie as Dogpack would be willing to rip a lot of these details, because the more you look into Dogpack's history, especially when he says stuff like, I used to work with YouTubers, it wouldn't surprise me if he utilized that thing, in what's it called, application he used for XQC to make the claim that he used to work with YouTubers, right? A very loose but very heavy lie. It makes a lot of sense, actually. I want to know, like, his thought process behind all of those claims. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I actually
really well too.
Yeah, this actually makes sense to me. This almost answers my question. Like, this would explain it. Jesus, like, if that's true, Again, the more I look at it, the more I think it is. Like, fucking what a fucking psychopath. Because it is. Dogpack is out of his fucking mind. Oh, I think it's a good day. Let's go.
/hoodie. I got to work all over in different departments. I've been in creative. I've been in ideation right now as far as thumbnail.
When you're saying ideation manager, I guess then you were the manager of Dawson or Dogpack404.
I was the manager of Dogpack404 for a time being.
I've heard some stories of people feeling kind of off when he was hired. And I was wondering, why did you hire him?
I didn't hire that guy. Oh, no, I inherited that man.
Oh, okay, you didn't. Okay, how did that come to be then?
You want to know? So the real thing that actually happened was he applied to Beast while I was still the creative manager.
Still live,
He applied to Beast twice.
We're fucking
and I saw
doing
his
this.
interview and went,
Good morning.
Interesting. He's got an analytical brain.
Yeah.
That's not creative. Like what he's talking about just won't fit what we're trying to do with our videos. So I turned him down the first time.
Okay.
Then he applies the second time a couple months later.
To ideation, I guess.
Still the creative.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, nah, this guy's still like he's got like an interesting mind, but I don't know. I think he'd probably fit somewhere else in like a different department or a different channel. Who knows? He's clearly smart, but nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. A
Thank you,
void
Shogun.
opened up, something random happened. He spawned in on the channel, just randomly in ideation. I got summoned into a room and got told by our leaders, they're like,
Hey, thank you, Nani, for the 9.99 test. Much appreciated. I hope you have a great day if you're just getting up.
there's a gap in ideation and thumbnail. I need somebody to go in there and help. Can you be that guy? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go in.
Okay.
And I went in and
we are joined by Gamma and Stucky, who very, very kindly offered to keep me sane. It's not working.
That's the first time I met Dawson.
Dawson sent me a screenshot of messages he had between you and him. Can you just verify that these are real? These are...
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
those
so
messages are between me and Dawson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold
Can
on.
you tell me...
Sorry, we'll go back slightly. Yo, let's compare to the set with the deck tomorrow, just in case Jimmy wants you to pitch any ideas to him, so we could meet in the office in the morning and get it set up. That way you can be prepared just in case and make a good impression. Agreed. I was at set an hour ago, met with Tyler's PA Sam and pitched Nolan Lamau. Hoodie never showed up. Hold on a second. So this is to Emily. So this is from Dogpack. Interesting. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Well, I guess we probably won't have to go to set tomorrow then. Regardless, it'll be good to get deck set up, and I'm happy to help with that. I'm down to go to set tomorrow. I just have to still pitch Hoodie and meet Tyler at some point. So even as a new employee, they were trying to introduce him to Jimmy and maybe allow him to pitch some ideas. Again, sounds like a fucking good workplace. Like fucking.
Yeah, they were giving him a chance despite being apprehensive.
Yeah.
That typically never happens in environments like these. They're being very thoughtful.
Yeah, fucking hell.
These are...
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
those
so
messages are between me and Dawson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a bit about your relationship with Dawson during both of you guys working there? Was there something that felt off?
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, me and Dawson were cordial. Like, I tried to keep it professional. I think he tried his best to keep it professional, but I will say it was a little uncomfortable with just me and him in the office. He seemed pretty disinterested in making genuine connections with people at the company. He gave weird vibes for sure.
Yeah.
And I felt like...
Yeah, because he's a fucking lunatic. Like, it must be like sat in a room with a rabid dog. Like, holy fuck. Like,
Didn't this guy claim to have a girlfriend in the past? When he was tripping out on drugs, right?
Yeah.
When he was talking about how he fucking like went cold while he was in fucking like, you know, trip space or whatever the fuck. That's exactly what he said actually in his Reddit post. How does an individual like this get a fucking girlfriend?
I have no idea.
he's like a higher functioning version of Jar.
Becca, did you see me fucking mog? Did you see me mog Dogpack on Twitter?
Oh yeah. I saw the post.
How does an individual that can't fucking open a Prime bottle get a girlfriend? with this behavior? What the fuck do you have going for you?
Well, listen, we all know he's going to marry Roseanne. It's fine.
Very uncomfortable.
I promise you. Here's my prediction. Here's my Dogpack prediction. He's going to start a relationship with Roseanne. They're going to get married, and then he is going to expose her. That's the next stage of the
That is how it
head
functions.
things.
That's how he works. That's
Yeah, it'll be, and the expose will be Rosanna targets young men to exploit
rapes
them. Yeah, and it's yeah, that'll be the accusation.
Comfortable working in the office with him. He didn't seem to work too well with others.
Okay.
It seemed like he had no respect for Hoodie. He didn't take any of Hoodie's advice. It seemed like he didn't think he knew what Hoodie was doing. But yeah, Dawson definitely did not like Hoodie. Yeah, did not like Hoodie, did not show him any respect, even though he was his superior and he was trying to train him into being a better ideation strategist.
So there was a leaked document, about like work
so this
culture
idea of
and,
Dogpack that I have, him just being an egotistical moron that thinks he's superior to other people, seems to be a very consistent thing even from back then.
Oh yeah. I mean, you got to remember, like, he got kicked from the XQC subreddit for essentially, like, taking shots at XQC's artist and community and XQC.
Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, it's like, well, I know best. I can solve everything. I can fix everything. And it's like, no, you can't. Like, it's one of these cases where some people are like, I don't know what it is. But it's almost like, you know, people who are like always told their whole like young life that they're special, that they're like, that they're brilliant. He's like almost one of those where he can't accept the fact that other people just know better than him. And because he won't take any advice, criticism, direction, like input from anyone else, he's like doomed to fail. Like I've been talking a lot about this recently because of like the small commentary. Like the commentary hell drama that's been going on. But like, so many people have helped me in the last 2 years with like YouTube and everything else. So many people have given great advice. It's like you improve over time. But I didn't just walk in one day and were like, I'm good at this. That's not what happened. That's not the reality. That's not the reality for fucking anybody. No man is an island. But in Dogpack's opinion, clearly he is the lone wolf. And everyone else is just like there to like feed.
It's really scary to think about too, because how has an individual like this? Well, I take that back because I met somebody like this in my that I worked with in the past. How does an individual this old not grow out of that? Because I remember being like this. I remember being like this when I was 16, which is why I have a little bit of knowledge on the fact. But how do you not grow out of that? How do you not learn, and how do you not self-reflect? Like who's been around you? Who's been like, who's like either you're completely antisocial and never developed any social skills, which I doubt, considering he has camera presence to an extent, especially when he is in Rosanna's videos. Like, have people just kept enabling this type of behavior, or have you just like never had anybody around you to check you?
My theory is that he's actually a narcissist. Like,
That's a possibility, but I'm unwilling to make that assessment.
Cause like, I mean, like people, like I think a lot of people have at least some degree of narcissism, like in their personality, but like there's like a helpful sort of narcissism with a little bit that can help you build your confidence and like do the stuff that you're supposed to do. And there's bad narcissism where like there's like a delusion of grandeur. Like you think of yourself as much better than you really are. And in my opinion, Dogpack is 100% the latter. Because when you look at the stuff he does and says, it's just everything is just completely wrong or manipulative. But I think he genuinely believes he's a really smart person for doing and saying these things. And working at the MrBeast company, he's pissing a lot of these coworkers and managers off, but he's still thinking that he's like the yeah. And like, this is like unconfirmed, but like I heard like accounts of him saying that like he's the only person in the company that can think like Jimmy. Like he actually said that.
I've heard that as well.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
If
it's
that were the
that's
case,
yeah.
if that were the case, if he actually could think like Jimmy, he wouldn't be, you know, a fucking failure expose channel.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because like, and again, people confuse growth for quality. This is a problem with a lot of slop channels that like grow an ego. It's like in this, I'm actually like, I don't want to throw shade here. I don't want it to sound like that because I'm actually a bit of a defender of slop. I actually quite like Lyric's arguments against it, unironically, because I think they're probably some of the most valid. But generally speaking, I'm like, if you're just there, like, kind of creating things for the content mill, it feeds the ecosystem. But, like, it's kind of like Bo Black's with Twitterverses. Bo Black's was like, well, I'm the one with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. People should care about my opinion. But it's like, but the reason you have hundreds of thousands of subscribers is running a channel which is based on the idea that you're not giving your opinion.
You're circulating the average viewer's consensus based on things that you grabbed from another platform.
So why would anyone care what you think? And it's and this is like, I think it's like, I've spoken about this many times. I think there's a general problem with like online content creation, or sorry, to be clear, online content creators, where there's a significant section of them who have never really had anything else. They've never really achieved anything. They were never like academically exceptional. They've not really had careers. So they sort of hit a point where this is all they have. So this is all they have. So it becomes their whole ego. It's the first real success they have. And then any challenge to the channel or like their online reputation is incredibly fucking painful for them.
I guess, Jalen would probably be a great example of that, unironically.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. There's someone who finally noticed that my image is flipped. Yeah, it's just more comfortable for me. Like in this one, I do it because I know chat's on that side. So like it's like I'm looking at chat. See, it's intentional manipulation. It's like I'm looking at you guys. That's why. Everything for a reason.
There was a line in there, no doesn't mean no, and it has a pretty negative connotation. And I was wondering, because you know, you as a woman working at Beast, what was your reaction when reading that no doesn't mean no thing? And
yeah, so I actually wrote that part. Like, yeah. That's why it's funny. Yeah, because I actually wrote this thing with Jimmy, doing this. The whole reason why this thing exists in the first place is because we are growing so fast, people-wise. It's like, okay, how do we give them artificial Jimmy time? Like, how do we
I'm only joking. I just think I look better at this angle.
Teach them what 1 out of 10 is. Yeah. Like, how do you say, okay, this is how we think about creative. This is how what it takes to be successful here. You know, based off of the hard things we got to do. That's the intent behind the document, right? No doesn't mean no is wildly taken out of context, I think, in this situation, because in the way that we mean it, it's a sales tactic. It's like, again, like I mentioned, like you call a crane operator and go, hey man, I need you to drop a jet from your crane, and they're like, huh?
Sorry, go expand.
So I was a car salesman at one point in time, and part of their motto is essentially no doesn't mean no, just find another way to pitch the sale, right? And as a part, and not just that, but I also knew about their business development center and their tactics, and it was the same thing. No doesn't mean no. Keep calling and keep asking until they want to see a presentation of the car. Presentation of the car usually equates to a sale. Sale usually equates to, you know, high commission. Everybody gets paid, right? So I was telling, when I was covering this document myself, and when I was talking to Chud about this back then, when this was going around as, oh, look at this, they have rape, they have rape ideologies in their fucking, like, you know, company document. I was like, no, that's not true. That's not rape ideology. That's how sales works, right? You can't take no for an answer until until every option is exhausted.
My criticism of that document was like, there's things in it like, maybe there's somebody there who's a fan. Maybe you can like offer something. And when you're talking about big companies, I actually kind of think that document's a bit irresponsible because you could be putting people's jobs at risk. Because,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and that I genuinely thought was irresponsible because it's like, okay, let's say you persuade an assistant manager or something to let you film there. The general manager comes in and what the fuck are you doing? Why do you have a fucking camera crew in? You can't do this because this person's been persuaded and they lose their job. That's a genuine possibility, and it is irresponsible to have your staff act in that way. You know, it's things like that where they're not really thinking about the wider consequences, because in their mind they're just thinking, well, the video is everything. There you go. Another reasonable Mr. Beast criticism. Actually, I mean, I might actually be one of the few people who's made that criticism of that document. I've not seen it anywhere else.
I think Chud said the same thing.
Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm glad to know that our assessment of this being essentially a sales tactic or a sales practice being implemented into, video creation is essentially being confirmed here, because that was largely what I and Chud had to say about this.
Yeah, I'll be interested. I haven't seen much of Chud's coverage of the Dogpack stuff, if I'm completely honest. It's mostly I'm gonna be quite interested to see where he's at with this, because I haven't I've kept up obviously with people like Nick and everything, but when I ended up speaking to Tom about it, I didn't really know Tom's position. I've only I heard his conversation with Nick on stream about it really early on in this, so it is interesting to watch how people are forming, and I don't like living in an echo chamber. So when you've got people within commentary, again, people keep saying, well, commentary's like this little fucking Keemstar cult, his little fucking, what is it, Goon Gang or whatever.
Yeah, fucking, you're right.
There's so much dissent in that. I don't think they realize commentary isn't a one-to-one thing. One of the other things that I've heard is well, no one would disagree with the Oreo. I argued with the Oreo on Core Stream the other night about some of the Alex Jones stuff, and it wasn't and again, our positions weren't massively far apart, but it's well, I'm gonna provide you pushback because I know that Nick's not going to freak out at me and be like, Beckett's burnt, Beckett's blackballed, because I've got a differing opinion. Whereas in the fucking little Dogpack crowd, Quinthio's I'd like to thank Surprise Witness for allowing me to respond. Bitch, it's your channel. What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you for letting me respond to you. What an insane... What is going on? How can you say that, record it, put it out, not look back over it, not watch it back and think, maybe I should not put this out, or maybe it's time to move on to something else if this is how I'm feeling about it? Is it that it's so incredibly toxic? What the fuck?
No, I can't do that, right? And so for us, it's more well, why can't you do that? And they're oh, well, I don't have the manpower to do this. And it's okay, well, how do we
Welcome
help
back,
you
Saxon,
get
by the way.
past that, right?
Sorry, I timed you out longer than I thought.
Can we help get you more labor?
I think.
That's what it means, because we wouldn't have a company if we start at no at face value.
Yeah.
Right? Because if everybody that told us no, we couldn't do some of the crazy things that we've done. In no sense of the word, in the context, means as a female, if somebody comes up to me and says an improper comment, they keep trying. Not at all.
Okay, because that was kind of concerning, I guess. But
not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
In any sense of the word, it's no.
What does Doxed and Dogpack's
it's a sales
video
tactic.
mean?
It's been around long.
Doxed and Dogpack's video, I'm assuming they were named.
I disavow. I don't like that. I don't like the framing of that.
No, I think this is really fucking... Yeah, I think this is really internet brained. I've spoken about this before. If my name is on, an email or something, and somebody's talking about an assessment I've made, and they show the email, because this has come up in a few dramas. Mm-hmm. That's my name on an email in a professional capacity. This is who she is. This is her job. She's not a content creator with anonymity. She's a hiring manager for Mr. Beast. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just your job. That's probably very publicly searchable. In the same way that if you use somebody's name who's like had an article written about them, for example. This happened in the Soul Bunny versus Keffels thing. Soul Bunny was like, oh, I've been doxxed by Keffels, if I'm remembering that drama correctly. And I'm like, well, your name's in an article about your activism. That's not a dox. You've provided that information. I don't know what you mean. That's, you know, or going way back, Coach Red Pill, Jeff Holiday's doxing me. You're on TV with your name there. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's not like a home address is doxed, yeah. Yeah.
Long before like we put it down on paper.
The truth of the matter is we were 4.5 weeks out of that video and we didn't have a hole or a train. And I don't know if you know anything about digging dirt, but it takes a long time to dig a hole that deep. And the location we ended up shooting it at happens to be a close personal friend of mine, and just happened to have a 50-foot deep quarry that was already dug. And the creative behind the video was that it was an 80-foot hole.
I just asked a friend of mine if we could borrow his hole.
So I had to get it dug another 30 feet in 4 weeks, which that much limestone is a lot to do. So we hired a massive excavating team to come out and dig the other 30 feet out. And then the reason that the hole is CG'd in the
There's a lot
video
of
is because
limestone
of
in
safety.
the east coast of the United States, particularly the south. I know Georgia had a fuck ton of limestone. And quarries like these are not uncommon, actually, in places like that.
Right? We needed to create a back wall that the train wouldn't crash into and potentially kill people. So the hole is a little bit bigger than the video that we put lifts and cameras on that were far enough away that the train wouldn't hit them and no one would die, right? So it was all a safety concern. It was not about faking a hole at all.
War crime stuff, that was a joke. Why did you make that joke?
I didn't work on that video. I was in the company at the time. I was working on a separate project, and I got a call, and they were like, "Hey, Jake's not doing so hot." And so I came in, and the assessment was accurate. He was not doing so hot. I just kind of I was talking to him. I was trying to cheer him up, and I made that joke. It's a war crime. I didn't think it was going to turn into a bunch of thumbnails and titles on YouTube, but it was serious. I mean, it was obviously a joke, it was definitely framed a little more maliciously in the video.
They didn't insinuate it as a joke in the video. They didn't show the war crime, definition of war crimes while it's being said. Which, can you talk a bit about, since you were friends with Jake Weddle, did he talk about it afterwards, or do you know, how it came to be that he had such a rough time in that challenge, in that isolation challenge?
Again, I didn't work on the video, so all I can do is I can kind of speculate. So I'll answer you by saying the process we normally go through when we cast. We usually find someone who we think is going to be good for a video, and we usually work with them leading up to the video, letting them know not exactly the challenges that we're going to be doing, but round about the level of difficulty that the challenges are going to be, and then we kind of lay out the challenge, right? We'd never really had that issue up to that point, and we haven't ever had that issue since that point. We've even done videos like the Trap Together video that had really, really similar aspects to the video Jake was in, and they had a positive experience after the fact. I mean, it was a tough challenge for them, but they released these videos after the fact. Now, that doesn't take away the way that Jake felt in that video, and I would never do that. I saw the guy; he was not doing so hot. And I don't know what happened.
Once again, just to repeat, having experienced Jake Weddle, if he was subjected to techniques that were banned under the Geneva Convention, I get it. I get it.
In there specifically to make that happen. I don't, I know Jake. He's not lying when he said he had a bad time. Say I don't want to say that it was 100% Jake is the reason that challenge didn't turn out the way that it was supposed to turn out. Some people approach challenges just completely different, and that's the thing is, my brain tells me that if other people have gone through similar challenges and they've turned out okay, then maybe it's not the challenge. And I'm not the type of person that holds grudges. And I know I still work here now, and I know he's still making videos, and I know people I have friends that are like, I can't believe you're still talking to Jake Weddle. And I'm like, in 10 years, none of this is going to matter between him and I. And I'm sure we'll have a beer together because it's in the grand scheme of things.
God, yeah. I mean, fucking he has my sympathies, but that is an incredibly, like, fucking... Again, I keep seeing people at this fucking company, and I'm like, these people are like the nicest human beings on the planet. What is going on? Like...
Dude, by the way, like, I also, like, talked to this guy. Like, he genuinely believed that Jake Weddle was a victim. Because, like, he said, like, that he was a victim of Dogpack because, I mean, like, he did get let go from the company, and, you know, he was in a rough period of time, and he was looking for somebody that could, like, save him. And, like, all of a sudden, this person that's claiming that the Mr. Beast company that I got fired from is actually evil, and I have tons of evidence to prove otherwise. So when he was going through a really, really hard time, and like, I'm sure you guys know, but like, if you look at his past Twitter posts, like, he was going through some rough mental health issues, right? He was talking about suicide. He was talking about, like, whatever, and like, that was that period of time in his life, and like, Dogpack404 was like his savior, like, to tell him, hey, maybe it wasn't you, but it was the company. So like, he fell for it, and like, just, you know, started to go on this route ever since. So he genuinely believes Jake Weddle is a victim, so to speak.
Yeah, and I can, like, I get it. I do get it. But I don't know. I don't know how much I sympathize. I, like, some people just don't want to see the, some people just don't want to see the bad in their friends. And you know.
Don't get me wrong. I think Jake Weddle is a piece of shit. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's more that I'm just sympathetic to him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, just while we're here before, like, everyone starts dying, Starkey, do you want to just give a shout out to your YouTube channel?
I mean, it wasn't my intention to shout my channel out, but I don't know. My channel, I didn't really start my channel out to I didn't start it out expecting something. I guess I just got so mad at watching Dogpack say all these really misleading and false things, and just spoke my mind about it. Like, apparently a lot of people resonated with that opinion, and I don't know, it didn't get a ton of views, but I just wanted to speak the truth, so to speak. COPECAST said, I didn't really watch Mr. Beast up until that point either. It was I watched maybe one or two videos when I was starting to watch YouTube, but that was it. I didn't really care for Mr. Beast at all. But I cared for the fact that this happened in my country too, which is one of my more recent videos, where everybody, just everybody in the country, I was a student at the time, and I knew otherwise, but everybody else I talked to, everybody online was just shitting on this one person based on false allegations and lies. But that's when I learned that it's that it doesn't have to be the truth to get people to actually be riled up and attack these celebrities or other people. It's just all it takes is very carefully crafted manipulation and lies. And I guess this was a similar situation. So I just started speaking out about it. And I hope through the COPECAST channel, and I hope through the Gamma channel, and I hope through the Lyrics channel or whatever channels, that people are able to figure out the truth behind the Mr. Beast allegations and see it for what it is.
All right, so I have something to, I have something to piece to you real quick. If you are significantly interested in speaking the truth about a topics, and if you are capable of doing the research to do so, then I feel like you should entitle yourself to shout yourself out to see if you can build a reputation off doing just that. Because what the platform and what this community or this scene is in dire need of is people that are willing to do that. So I would take advantage if I were you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not a fucking I don't want to paint myself as the crusader of justice or whatever, because that's so fucking cringe. Like at the end of the day, like I'm just a guy that's like working a regular job, just like eating ramen noodles to get by or whatever.
Yeah, man.
Like I'm
I think you're shooting yourself down too much.
no, no, I mean
At
like
the end of the day, look, we're all retards. We're all fucking idiots. I mean, like, I think you deserve a shot to, you know, put yourself out there.
yeah, I mean
Yeah,
like
I
guess
wouldn't
like
speak so lowly. I wouldn't speak so lowly of yourself if I were you.
I guess like what I hope to do is just like obviously like I'm gonna say some shit like that I think is 100% true, but it's gonna turn out like, oh, maybe like this wasn't like true at all, and then like maybe like I'm gonna make mistakes in the future or whatever. Like I don't know, because no
Yeah, but
human
that's
can
why
be
you
perfect.
do research. That's why you do research, so
Yeah,
you can
yeah, yeah,
actively
yeah.
correct yourself, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you know, obviously the thing about YouTube and doing this thing on YouTube is that you teach yourself and you go along and you learn skills as you do so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right?
So
Yeah,
like
yeah, like, you know,
yeah. So like what I expect to do is just like hope to like figure out something that's closer to the truth like every time. Like it might not be 100% truth every time, but like all I can like kind of hope to do is just like hope to get to that truth every single time, because nobody can know the actual truth 100% all
back
the time.
when I first started off, like about a year ago,
Yeah.
a little bit over a year ago now, a couple of months.
Yeah.
I thought the same way, and the more I did it, the easier it got. So again, you know, just
And also,
you know,
I mean,
stick
like,
to it.
look, there's always you'll always run across people like Dogpack and other crazy content creators who are fucking assholes. But generally, like, don't let it deter you. And like, occasionally you might get burned. Fuck knows this year I have been. Jesus Christ. But also, like, I remember the first time I was talking to Gamma, I was like, oh, we should collab or do something. He's like, you know, I want to do it on my own. And like, I'm really happy that I managed to get Gamma to like come out of his shell a little bit and come on stream, hang out, do a fucking collab on a video. It's been great. It's like, and I think like a lot of the YouTube stuff should be fun. If you're not having fun, I think there's something like wrong, because, you know, if you're not like aiming to just make millions out of slop, then fuck it. So yeah, but I've enjoyed having you on, and like, I'm not throwing you, by the way, but like yeah, it's been great, and I really do appreciate you calling in.
Thank you, man.
Okay, right, let's keep going with the interviews.
My friendship with him is more important than anything.
Also, I chat you out, Gamma, but I've just put both of you in the fucking description. Everyone knows I like you anyway, and your fucking stuff's great.
No, you're good. I would just be like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah,
You know, I'm not
thought so.
Anybody's going to say online. When he spoke out, I know what he ran into as well. I know he ran into people that sent him hate. I know he ran into people that were sending him death threats. I know that he got doxxed. I know his phone number got leaked. And in that scenario, you know, as messed up as it sounds, like, he couldn't really turn to any of his friends at Beast, because he'd kind of just, you know,
it would be kind of a conflict.
kind of just upset everyone at Beast.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, who does he have to turn to? He has to turn towards Rosanna and Dogpack and all the people that are making these videos about us. I mean, I think he found a family and he found a home. I don't fault the guy for sticking with that little group of people making videos. Like, it just makes sense.
So something I also want to ask you about is about Lokoya Hill, and there was some mismanagement from him towards his assistant. There are some allegations out there, but nothing concrete so far. And yeah, can you tell me a bit about what really went on with Lokoya Hill?
Yeah, so like just to kind of give you background on like when someone reports something to HR, which would have been me at the time, because it was years ago. Whenever somebody reports it, I go, hey, okay, like, thank you, I appreciate it. We're gonna make sure that we do everything we can to look into it. Then we always hire a third party company, either a lawyer or someone that's like not here to like prove one person right or wrong, but like
Okay, so yeah, standard practice. Okay.
unbiased
What you'd
party.
expect
So
from a
then,
company like this.
Like, everybody talks to him, like the person, his assistant would have talked to them, Lokoya would have talked to them, and any person that they named as witnesses or potential proof of text messages, like pictures, anything, like this company would have dealt with. And then they write a report and then they go, hey, here's what you should do, right? And so that's what they do. And then internally what we do is like, okay, the assistant, like, what do you want to happen, right? If it's this, if it's that, like obviously if it's found like he's gone, like that's not okay in any workplace, you know.
If it's like confirmed that there is something,
like of course, like we're not gonna hang on to that, right? And so, and he was like, yeah, I don't necessarily want him to be fired, but like I don't want to be around him, I don't want to see him, like it's just really uncomfortable for me, you know. So we're like, okay, great. So like I actually worked with him to come up with a list of like jobs that he wanted, because again, if the person who he's assisting is not here, like it's like, okay, well now what's your job? Like, so it was like we came up with everything he was interested in, like what he wanted to do and stuff like that, and moved him into a different role. And we said, hey, you won't have to see LaKoya again. We're gonna like move him completely out. It wasn't a secret. Like we moved him to a new company idea that we had. He was the only person in that company. He wasn't even on site. He wasn't working in the building. He wasn't anything like that. Like we just said, hey, we think this is a cool idea. Go figure it out. And so he went on his own to go figure that out. And then
he was the only person in that company. Yeah, they wanted this guy to succeed, and he just fucking failed at every corner. Like again, this just adds even more to the idea that even if Mr. Beast isn't directly culpable for a lot of the people like that it may have been affected, or employees, even the fucking employees are attempting to be charitable. So it reflects well on the entire company as well in this case. Like holy fuck.
And it's one of these. It's 7 a.m. Why are you streaming so early? I have been going for like 6.5 hours. It is 12:30 here. I think the weird thing as well is, like, looking at this, there are multiple reasons you might do this with allegations, particularly to avoid lawsuits, because, like, you may, like, not be able to find, like, the true foundations of, like, well, how serious is this? But also, okay, maybe this is just a corporate thing. Maybe this is just a real world thing. Firstly, they clearly took action. It's not their fault that they might have hired somebody who's, I'm just talking in hypotheticals, who has issues. That's going to happen. You're running a company. But secondly, what's really interesting is I actually know quite a few companies that do shit like this with managers. I know like multiple sectors. I've got friends who tell stories like this. I've been a company that's done this before.
Yeah.
Like, you're just like, this manager's problematic. We want to get them away from staff, but for whatever reason, we just want to do this quite quickly. We want to do it, you know, just easily. And they just move them either to like a team with no team members.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I've seen that happen. Or they'll move them to like a startup department or somewhere that's like essentially like their version of Siberia. Like, actually, this is loads of fucking companies do this. And this again, it's only a story if we want to talk about like wider corporate issue, because I want to be clear, this is an issue. This is actually an issue. Like, I disagree with doing this. Okay, I think actually it allows problematic people to potentially like continue within that corporate environment in the much longer term. So I don't think it's a good thing to do, but it is not an issue that's unique to Mr. Beast. That is something that happens all the fucking time from like just again anecdotal evidence, but I'm talking across multiple years, across multiple sectors, across multiple places that I have heard a story such as this. Promote him out of the way, put him with the nerds in the basement. Yeah, I can see comments in chat that are like, yeah.
This isn't uncommon. I witnessed this firsthand myself with people that they didn't want to fire for whatever reason, but they still didn't want them around in the particular location where we were operating. Right?
Oh my god.
They eventually moved them. They eventually moved them to just another department. This type of stuff does happen.
Yeah, I fucking hell. Like, I don't know if this is gonna, I can't remember because I'm too tired. I don't know if that's gonna be mentioned. But
assistant worked with us for a long time, and then when he wasn't here anymore, I think it was like almost a year after the assistant like had chosen to do whatever he wanted to do. Then we were like, okay, well, bring LaQuoya back to help, because at this point
There's no conflict anymore.
there's no conflict anymore. So that's really what it was. Like, it was no, oh, we're gonna go hide LaQuoya over here, and like, I mean, even now LaQuoya doesn't work for us anymore.
Most of the time he was there was
Now, here's my question. If LaQuoya doesn't work for you anymore, is that because of the Dogpack allegations? Which, like, it might be.
Yeah.
It might be because of the, like, internal investigation that occurred. Which, okay, there's a couple of ways to look at this. If it is because of the accusations, which may not be substantiated fully enough to, like, for criminality or whatever, and LaQuoya was pushed out, let's say potentially, and again, I don't think this is the case, but potentially LaQuoya is innocent. You just cost a man his job. Let's say, alternatively, it's because of the internal investigation. The internal investigation turned up more stuff, and they were like, LaQuoya, bye. All this shit about, well, you know, you investigated yourselves. How trustworthy could it be? If LaQuoya was fired because of the internal investigation, you guys got what you wanted, and you should shut the fuck up. Because if the internal investigation is firing upper management, then clearly the internal investigation was quite legitimate. I'd be really interested to know under what circumstances LaQuoya left the company. Like, that's actually a legitimate question to us, because clearly, actually, do you know what? More and more as we go on. No, I'm not going to say that, actually. I'm tired and I'd be assuming. Right, let's go.
consumed in trying.
Is that fair, guys, by the way? Is that a fair take?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
To get an Apple Vision Pro.
Any weird stories circulating or whatever of something Dawson did at the company, or?
I heard that he told the chef that his food was trash.
I heard that story too, yeah. And then he like denied it in a video afterwards, and I talked about that, but
Hold on, we'll go back slightly.
yeah, and then he like denied it.
So he rode his high horse of investigative integrity and then took Chucky's words as fact. I at least have the integrity to call allegations. Mr. Beast, fine, yeah, like fucking hell. Mr. Beast has security cameras all over Studio C, so if they find footage of me ever insulting the prep cooks, I'll donate 1k to charity of their choice. If Mr. Beast made the claims that Soggy did, like how I tried to steal from the company, my lawyer would be popping champagne and doing backflips. Easiest defamation case of all time. Wait, hold on. Mr. Beast made the claims that Soggy did, like how I tried to steal from the company. My lawyer would be popping champagne and doing backflips.
Is that a fucking threat?
Yeah, that is a fucking threat.
What the fuck is wrong with
I
this
mean,
guy?
you can definitely read that as a threat. No one's been sued yet. Fucking someone. Oh my god! Just anyone.
Irony, the intense fucking irony here. You're willing to compare what fucking Soggy is doing here to defamation, but you can't even take the time to reflect that what you're doing is fucking worse and egregious. Like, have some fucking self-accountability.
He knows it's fucking defamation because he knows he is lying about this shit.
Fucking snake! Holy shit!
Like,
what an inconsistent, double standards ass motherfucker. No wonder Dogpack and Cam Nuggets fucking run in the same circles. Holy shit!
God, all these people. Once again, for those who are joining us in the morning, good morning, like and subscribe, chat, donate, call me a slur, dislike the stream, feed the algorithm, it's all fucking good. Buy a membership.
Someone should clip that, by the way. That's fucking insane. These motherfuckers are disgusting.
Yeah, this is fucking wild. This is actually fucking wild. And I want to be clear, once again, anybody, especially past this point, who is running shit against Mr. Beast that is not being verified, like properly, and actually, like, people should come out and address this video who have been making content on this, and not in the way Cam Nuggets has with, you mischaracterized my fucking Discord post. I don't know, Cam, maybe address the rest of the fucking video. Maybe address the rest of the fucking video where Soggy points out that you have platformed fucking defamation. Cam Nuggets. You dishonest, grifty fuck. You're like, these people are just fucking scum.
No,
Actual scum.
The more we fucking see this, the more we hear these testimonies, the more we get more information, the worse these people are. In every angle.
It's unfucking real. Fuck these people.
In a video afterwards, and I talked about that, but
I'm not sure how much truth there is to that, but I mean, maybe we could call him and see, like, hey, This is Emily from Ideation.
Hey Emily, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright,
Cool. Well, I'm here with Soggy. I wanted to ask you, I have a question to ask you about Dawson, but I want to make sure you're comfortable being recorded first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So I heard a rumor circulating.
I heard his views are not so hot. Even with his Mr. Beast topics, they've massively dropped off, Leia. They've massively dropped off. Cam Nuggets is about to be relegated back to obscurity and find out exactly what it looks like to have a large subscriber count that has no fucking views to the channel. And I'm going to be regularly checking in to fucking laugh at him. Fuck this guy. He deserves it. You deserve, do you know what? You deserve to be irrelevant on the internet. Like, you deserve the fucking mundane Matt treatment. Every single every single video would be like, it should be like, why are you posting? You've been condemned to irrelevance. Fucking quit.
Go back to posting ASMR and see if you can build an audience that way.
Look, I'm against deplatforming, and also I said earlier, so this is completely like a 180, and I'll accept it. I said earlier that we should stop telling people to delete their channels and stop telling people to delete their videos because it keeps happening, and then we can't find the fucking things down the road. But like, I'll make an exception. Cam Nuggets, you should delete your fucking channel.
At some point,
off.
it's just at some point, it's just accountability. Like at some point, it really is just accountability.
Christ, sweeping for Cam because I don't recognize the BBWs. True. I'm sweeping for his goonery. Why is this censored? I don't know. I think it's just like maybe that something showed on the phone and fucking hell. I'm starting to want to work for Mr. Beast from Cool Anime Girls. That wasn't me saying that, but once again, actually, fuck it. This guy's company sounds fucking. Actually, I'd have to play Minecraft or something, wouldn't I? No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
You can go work for Mr. Beast. You can perform awfully. You can get fired and probably harass somebody, and you'll still get paid. That sounds like a perfect opportunity.
That Dawson told you that your food was trash. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first time I actually met him. It was kind of after his tour, of our studio and such, and he actually came over, tried some of the food that we had in the fridge, and then proceeded to tell me it tasted like shit, and that he wishes that we would cater more frequently.
Wow.
Which is fairly interesting because I'm not.
Jesus.
What's wrong with this guy? If it's
Dogpack
true,
denied this,
if
right?
it's true, of course. Yeah, he denied this.
Well, Dogpack's a pathological liar, as is most of that fucking side. So who am I going to take? Like a random fucking chef on a phone, actually who works for Mr. Beast, confirmed by the fucking like ideation lead. Like I'd probably take that over fucking Dogpack. I'm sorry.
See, this is why credibility is important for people like Cam Nuggets, right? Because even if the story doesn't happen to be true by any means. Yeah.
We're being nice to Cam, are we?
No, because this doesn't only apply just to Cam Nuggets. This applies to people like Cam Nuggets, such as like Dogpack. This is what happens, or even Quintio to an extent. Actually, no, Quintio definitely, because Quintio is a fucking lying fraud. This is why it's important to have credibility, because even if this chef right now is telling a complete fucking lie, people are willing to believe, hypothetically, if this is a lie over you, because you have no credibility. People are willing to believe this over anything you say, even if there's no like audio recording or any evidence to back up the claim. That's what happens when you screw up your credibility. So that's why you have to make sure that you're always consistent and always like keeping your credibility intact.
Yeah. Yep. It's essential. Essential.
I'm not sure if I had introduced myself, or maybe he just felt comfortable enough to tell me the food tasted like shit.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how it went, my first interaction with him. And then other than that, I really had no other interaction or wanting to have any other interaction with him after that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm really sorry to hear that, but I disagree. I think your food is great.
Thank you so much.
Recently, there was this video that started getting some traction. One of the clinics where some of the eye surgeries were happening and helping 1,000 people see for the first time. And they claimed that the Mr. Beast company hadn't paid for any of the surgeries yet. Can you talk a bit about that?
Essentially, when we did that video, we worked with a third party. And that third party worked with a bunch of different organizations all around the world because we were trying to spread it as far as we could, multiple countries. Yeah. So we had one center third party that we were working with, and they kind of worked with all these. One of those organizations somewhere around the world didn't receive the compensation, which we only worked with the third party. We paid them for 1,800 surgeries.
Oh, 1,800, so not 1,000.
Yeah. We kept going after 1,000. We just worked with them. And we actually, we did more than 1,000, but the title of 1,000 sounds a lot better. So we just says 1,000.
There's also another discrepancy that Dogpack made, because in the first interview that he had with what's his name, Umpaville, he mentioned Umpaville asked him a question in regards to the philanthropy and the philanthropic aspects, right? And Dogpack uses the eye surgery stuff as a point of reference, and he's like, well, what Mr. Beast actually does in terms of philanthropy is that he either expedites the process or pays for people that are already that have cheap surgeries, or pays to get them faster in line if they were already going to get the surgery free anyways, right? Like which is the same thing as expediting. Yet he says that in Umpaville's video, right? Basically confirming that Mr. Beast one way or another did pay for these surgeries, yet he goes and backs the allegation levied by Rosanna that they didn't pay for the surgery. So which one is it, Dogpack? Why, like I'm saying, there's so many fucking inconsistencies and dishonesties that you can find.
Yeah, and then when they found out, they corrected it. Yeah. But they just didn't know. Oh,
They're just fucking saying bullshit. They're just levying bullshit. They're throwing shit at the wall quite literally and hoping for it to stick. Every single turn, it's a fucking dishonesty with these guys.
And it looks good. Yeah. So we worked with that third party, and that third party, I don't know what communication error happened between them and the other organization, but some way or another that organization ended up not being funded properly. Okay. And then when it came across our desk that the missing loop happened, we just went around the third party we originally worked with to compensate them. Yeah. And they've put out a video since talking about it.
We're doing a video where we're trying to help people walking.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
Actively, partners have pulled out because of these videos. There are people who will not walk or will have to delay in them walking because of the videos that Dogpack made. That was unironically, I was getting pitched ideas like Jimmy trying every drug in existence.
That was also a serious idea that he had.
Yeah,
joke.
Roseanne Pacino removes people's ability to walk. It's bad.
It again goes back to no, I'm joking, because if I pitch you an idea of Jimmy tries every drug and
if you're fucking working in ideation and you pitch an idea that obviously won't fucking fly, you're fucking failing miserably at your job. These people, this is a company that needs ideas on a fucking hourly basis probably. Let's be charitable and say maybe on a daily basis. And you're out here wasting people's fucking times pitching fucking jokes. No fucking wonder you were fired. You're fucking incompetent.
Yeah, he's trolling on his job. He gets paid to do it, and he's trolling. But it's not even trolling. He's making it as a serious idea and pitching it.
This guy has genuine main character syndrome. He thinks that everything he does is fucking gold. But there's nothing he can show for it.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. And once again, he had to fuck it. Once again, he had to steal Hoodie's identity. Prove me wrong, Dogpack. You won't admit anything to me. Apparently you won't tell me, and none of the other big YouTubers you've worked with will come out and support you from your time before Mr. Beast. So my claim, once again, is that Dogpack stole the identity of Hoodie and his life story and has been pitching it to reinforce his credibility. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, but if I would go that's kind of weird.
I'd be whoa,
it's a joke.
Whoa, you're taking that weird. I was just putting that in as a joke. That's crazy.
How in depth he went on how viewer psychology works. So he obviously knows how every part of a video can manipulate the viewer in some way or form. And you can see that both by that video he made to apply at the Mr. Beast channel, but also you can see that just in the videos he made. Yeah. The Mr. Beast, the fraud videos and stuff. He accuses the Mr. Beast company of really trying to psychologically target children and manipulate children. Is there any truth to that in the ideation team? And like, did he try to bring his like skills of viewer psychology into ideation? Did he try to do that?
Yes to that. Yes to trying to bring his skills of viewer psychology into ideation, and also trying to like bleed it over to creative.
Yeah.
So that way we could figure out like, okay, well, you know, psychologically a near miss is going to be the craziest thing that we could do here. We should do that, which he has on his like Miro boards, where it's like the exact things that he calls Jimmy out for. If he was here for longer than a month, he would know that we were actively working at aging up our content, because that was something that we were like very cognizant of, is, hey, we should make our content something that is appealing and enjoyable to like people who are older. Like, who are the people that aren't watching our videos? Probably 30 to 40 to 50 to even 60-year-olds. How do we make our videos enjoyable for those guys? So we're hitting a general audience. Now you could argue, yeah, a general audience. I mean, we need to make a video that like a 10-year-old and a 90-year-old.
Do you know what? He says that and it makes sense, because if you're trying to get the opinions, like you're trying to think, how am I going to capture people who, I don't know, are clinically retarded? Dogpack will know. We'll test it on him. Perfectly makes sense why they brought him into the fucking company.
Can understand, which is the same for the challenges that we have to do in videos like that anyways. When we do a video like ages 1 to 100, fight for blah, 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 we have to make a challenge so simple to understand and easy to process that a literal 1-year-old and a 99 to 100-year-old can understand. Like, we need to keep that in mind. That's just generalizing.
I went all the way from America and back, and all I gotta show for it is this ugly plushie and this fart gun from Minions.
Let's hold on. I wanna go back slightly. We're just gonna go back to okay. So Greedy Mac, like, I just want to read these off, like, never random subscribers, illegal feastables, unhealthier than Hershey's, fake 10-minute videos, 100 boys versus 100 girls, videos rigged, child psychology, like Jake Weddle, yes and no, Ava Chris Tyson is a degen, yes, like there's one illegal lottery left, like the train pit he covers, 24 people, $1 million giveaway, contestant 58, fakery, feastable child labor, Mark Pate scammed, like he has literally gone through fucking everything. The only thing I'd say here is he doesn't really disprove the James Warren stuff, he just states it. Like, I'm actually going to be critical. Like, he doesn't disprove the James Warren stuff, he just states that it's been disproved, which is true. It's just been done by, you know, like, other people, like, covering this story, which is fine. Like, we can take it as, like, read. Chandler cousin illegal stream contestant. Okay, yeah, that one. Meaningful FBI report, yeah. Lifetime dog food, yeah. So, yeah, 7 days at sea. How digitally lifted? Yeah.
I went all the way from America and back, and all I gotta show for it is this ugly plushie and this fart gun from Minions. And the interviews I held, by the way, which did clarify a lot. I think I personally finally realized how big of a company and how many people actually work at MrBeast. It's not like a small 10 people thing as it was a few years ago. And I'm glad that the interviews clarified Jake Weddle's experience and didn't end up invalidating his personal perspective, but did add some context that it might have not been the challenge that was terrible, but he himself wasn't mentally in the best state in life at that point. But there's one more thing I have to clarify for everyone, and that is the illegal lottery number 1. Which, on my flight back, I finally found some proof that the first illegal lottery was in fact illegal. There was no purchase necessary in the description, no mention of it at all. Yeah, it was illegal. And personally, Jimmy has to own up for it. Either by donating the amount of profit he made in that live stream to a charity, or by refunding everyone who bought a shirt in that stream, but that's like so many years ago, so I don't know if that's a possibility. Or do a giveaway live stream where everything is given away for free, with no merch sales attached. However, I do also want to note that most YouTubers, including me, didn't know that you could do something like an illegal lottery. So since only the first one was illegal, I feel like it might have been a mistake. I don't know. I can't say that for sure. Just as...
Yeah, but the fucking weight of probability is it was probably a mistake. Like, do you know what? And I don't want to hear. I'm sick of hearing. I'm sick of hearing Mr. Beast should do this. Mr. Beast should do that. Like, Mr. Beast needs to apologize. How
that's
about
not an
Dogpack's side fucking apologizes? How about Pegasus apologizes? Or Cam Nuggets, or Quintheo, or fucking Rosanna Pansu fucking apologizes? Who have, like, at this point, done way more damage, way more fucking harm, and way more egregious shit than Jimmy has. Like, just...
I find that incredibly, like, the universe being super. I don't even know what the right word is to say it. Like, I keep saying karmic justice, but they're better. There's probably a significantly more impactful way of saying this. But it's funny to point out how these people are, like, assuming the worst of this company and these individuals, saying that they harmed individuals, and that there's genuine victims. But when you reflect on everything, you look at all the evidence and all these testimonies and all the information. And you can see that the actual conclusion is that these people levying these allegations against Mr. Beast and this company and all these associates have actually fucked more people over in the process than they can prove of the other side.
Yeah,
right.
It's insane.
Like you have become you have become what you're fucking, like, fighting against.
It's literally the classic. It's like, well, whatever means are justified by the end goal, and they have fucked over random innocent people. They've fucked over charities. They've like charity work. They've fucked over potentially people's credibility that shouldn't have been. It's insane. Kai Rise with the 2. Lol, you are still live. Good morning, Becca. Good morning, Kai Rise.
And the funniest thing is that you could probably prove how much how many people and how much damage they've caused than they can prove of Mr. Beast.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely fucking egregious. Absolutely fucking egregious. I can't believe it. I can't, but it is actually worse than I thought it would be. It's actually fucking worse. And once again, Dogpack is a skinwalking freak who stole his boss's identity because that's the only thing that makes sense. It's in my opinion. Dogpack, if I'm wrong, show me your old YouTube channel. Show me someone who's worked with you. I'm actually not going to shut up about this. I'm so convinced and so angry about it. I'm like, you psychopath.
I would say this constantly in the past. In the middle of all of this controversy, and I'd say, think about the people that may potentially come out damaged from this, like people that may lose their jobs, employees that might lose money from a bad month of Mr. Beast losing views, people that may potentially been wronged and misrepresented, or maybe their credibility as victims have been shattered. And I didn't think that it would actually be the case, but we are seeing it come to be in that case in real time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like moral flag at people here, like, because generally I don't care. I think over attachments to stories is like harmful, and I'm clearly biased, but like I am, it's like Nick saw like contestant 52, and it's like, it's sad. This is depressing. Like, it's funny to watch how badly Dogpack's fucked up, but I'm a little angry. I'm actually a little pissed off. This is so fucking insane. I just can't believe it.
You say that moral flagging and all this bullshit, like, don't get too personally attached. But the thing is, like, the reason we combat dishonesty like this is because of reasons like that. We should be entitled to feel a certain way. We should be entitled to feel morally, like, combative when it comes to like situations like these, because the very thing that we are seeking to criticize to prevent issues like this is unfortunately the reality that we are living in right now.
Yeah, and if the partners are pulling out, like as the video states, of Beast philanthropy and all that, I would go as far as to say that Dogpack is anti-humanitarian. Like, that's what he's doing.
Well, but don't you know that he posted that microplastics turn people trans? Okay, let's keep going. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there.
The question if Mr. Beast is evil isn't for me to say, but that is again for you, the viewer, to decide. Because there is some shit that he should be criticized for and has to be looked into. I know CoffeeZilla is doing an investigation into his crypto stuff, and once that releases, I hope that clarifies some things. Because those are some serious allegations. And that wasn't of like stupid adolescent Jimmy, 19 years old, and hiring someone without doing background checks. That was like 3 years ago, way more recent, that he should be held accountable for if he did commit crimes with crypto. So yeah, go check CoffeeZilla's video on.
See, that's what I dislike about this, is that I don't even think a Slaggy Serial understands that this may not actually be criminal.
Yeah, I mean,
no, but he did flat out say that.
Yeah, but you should check out CoffeeZilla's. Yeah, and you should check out CoffeeZilla's video, because CoffeeZilla has a unlike Dogpack, CoffeeZilla has a proven track record of doing his fucking research and knows what he's talking about. So if CoffeeZilla says that if CoffeeZilla comes out and says we've done further investigations, I can prove that Mr. Beast knew, I can prove that he did this intentionally to make more money, I will trust CoffeeZilla to say that. So you should listen to someone like CoffeeZilla, because he's actually somebody who you should, like, again, look up to from a research and rigorous standards perspective. So yeah, as much as I'm like, I'm annoyed at Dogpack, and I'm kind of tired of hearing Mr. Beast allegations, so he's right. He's right. Go and watch the fucking video. I don't know enough about crypto. I have one friend who's an NFT bro, and frankly, he speaks to me in gibberish, and I'm a fucking nerd. So, like, I don't know. I'm dumb. I don't fucking have a clue. But yeah, this is just so dumb. So painfully dumb.
Like, from what I understand, from what I can recall, like, I'm a fucking non-expert when it comes to crypto too, but like, if I like compare it to stocks, right? It's kind of like, from my understanding of the video, this might be wrong. Mr. Beast essentially like bought some tokens at like a low price and then made like an eye emoji Twitter post and like
yeah, so I heard something like this, like, and then it picked up, but
yeah,
like
that's called a signal boost in
yeah.
terms.
So like, I would say like, yeah.
But the question is this. Is it a signal boost, or is it just Mr. Beast going, hey, I just got this new thing, kind of cool? Is that an invitation to buy? That's a genuine question. Like, I don't know.
That's the thing. Like,
the thing about cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's compare this to the Boogie situation, for example. Let's compare it to the Boogie situation, for example. When it comes to the Boogie situation, as the Boogie like directly said that this exists, and people that are buying in are someone responsible for their own money. However, if because Boogie is directly addressing it and saying, hey, this exists, you are giving people a higher potential, a higher risk of these people being scammed in an obvious meme coin pump and up scheme, which is incredibly common. Like that's how 90% of people, I want to say, make their money off the crypto market. It's just buying and timing pump and dumps correctly. And I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. If Mr. Beast is putting like a signal boost like that, I want to say that it's too vague. It is too obscure for it to be like equally condemnable or equally
I'm gonna like pause that conversation here, because everyone's tired and I feel like we're overanalyzing an area that we don't understand enough.
You understand? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think because it's really easy, and I'm already sat here claiming that Dogpack is skinwalking his former manager. I think we've had enough like insane accusations for tonight. What I stand by the way, I don't apologize for it. I genuinely think this.
That once it releases, I couldn't really investigate the crypto stuff because I don't know shit about crypto, and I didn't want to be hypocritical like Dogpack and talk about shit I don't know anything about. Because that's basically what Dawson has been doing for the past few months. I feel like Jimmy has to become way more transparent, because that is how he got in all this trouble in the first place. They really have to start a Mr. Beast behind the scenes channel to upload behind the scenes footage there, and stop with the deceptive shit. When you do a sponsor read, Don't make the yellow bar go real fast at the start to make the viewer believe that, you know, oh, this advertisement isn't gonna take long, I won't skip over it. But then at the end of it, make the visual timer suddenly run way slower. That's not just deceptive, I think that's pretty disrespectful towards your audience. And I know that there are still questions that you guys probably have with stuff that I just couldn't address because there is so much, but I can forward you to some other people who have talked about stuff that I might have forgotten in this video. You know, if you want to know some more about Beast Games and the Beast Games lawsuit, definitely check out Stucky's channel. He did a great deep dive on that, and I made many other videos on the whole Dogpack MrBeast situation. And again, once CoffeeZilla's investigation on the crypto stuff is out there, I highly recommend you to go watch that, because that'll clarify a lot of stuff that I don't know anything about. Because I trust those investigative creators 10,000 times more than I do Dawson. Instead of having competent people investigate serious accusations, he's just been throwing baseless shit at the wall and hoping some stuff sticks with the audience. He is incompetent, petty, a liar, deceptive, and after all this, I just know that he is a disgruntled employee. I've been investigating this for like the past 3 months, and I really hope that I was able to answer some questions you guys had before watching this video. Also, Jimmy, stop the collabs with Logan Paul. If you want to see some more of my interviews or some extra additional context that I have but wasn't able to put in this video, let me know in the comments below. I might talk about it on my socials, so make sure to check those out in the description, as well as maybe post some stuff on my second channel, so make sure to check that out as well. Thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for joining my cereal bowl so I can absorb all of your fibers and nutrients, and I hope that the MrBeast drama is fun.
Please go and check this video out. It's really good.
Watch Cam Nugget say this is all bad faith.
True. Jesus Christ. Listen, this was 7 hours. It's really nice to see people coming in and saying good morning. That's actually pretty based. Holy shit. Chud's title is Soggy Cereal releases Crazy MrBeast Dogpack404 video. I was wrong. Based. Yeah, like I think there was okay. Again, I want to just like tie this up. I think there were a couple like just like we're not gonna end just yet. I want to tie like a couple of things there up. I think that there are definitely still things that you can criticize MrBeast for. And actually, I'm not here to fucking police you or gatekeep you. I don't fucking care what you do. I think it's completely reasonable to criticize MrBeast if that's what makes you happy. Do what makes you happy. But I don't know. I've hit a point where I kind of, you know what I care about? I care that you like and subscribe to COPECAST, that you buy memberships, that you leave a dislike, that you call me a slur in the comment section, or sub or dono or do whatever the fuck you want. Just press the fucking buttons. And yeah, that's pretty much the fucking train of consciousness I'm on at the moment.
Oh, and also give me $500. Thank you.
Do you know what? I cannot wait. I mean, we're hitting that point in the day now where people should be bringing stuff out. I wonder if Dogpack said anything yet. I'll just have a look. You know what? Fuck it. We'll go to Twitter. We'll go to Twitter, and we'll just have a look. We'll have a look. Twitter. Dogpack404. Flies. Doesn't appear to be anything. Nothing new. No, very quiet. See Cam Nuggets. Any replies anywhere, Cam Nuggets? No, just talking to YouTube. Bit sad, isn't it? Is this it? Are we gonna hear anything from these fucking people?
I think that they're gonna be too slow at processing a 1-hour fucking video that has incredibly amounts of conclusive information.
Yeah,
they're not capable of understanding that level of depth.
Or they're thinking about like how they can manipulate the facts.
True. Can we do N-word tags? I prefer if you didn't, just for TOS reasons. Listen, I'm again not gonna moral flag at you, but yeah, just Just fucking please. Why can't you just be normal? No, I'm kidding. That's fucking. Oh. Dogpack has been quiet since the Soggy video drop, lol. Once again, he hasn't DM'd me back. This is the longest Dogpack has gone without DMing me. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten, dear Rosanna, the menopausal cake baker. Move you guys out of the way a second. Can't wait for the podcast, Rosanna. Can't fucking wait.
Where's our token Indian guy to say Bob's vagine?
God. Oh.
No, I'm serious. We need that. Where is he?
Listen, if Cam Nuggets is watching, I don't think he is. Or if anyone else is watching and would like to come and defend Dogpack to me, now's your chance. I'm tired. It's probably the best chance you're gonna get against me. Anyone feel the need to join?
They still have to go through me. I have high amounts of stamina. I can debate for another 7 hours if I really needed to. And I have
Coconut
all my information in
and
order.
it's the coconut and Monster, isn't it?
No, I actually didn't drink that during my workout yesterday night. Or last night. Or like I want to say 12 hours ago.
Weddle 10. Actually, I haven't checked in on Jake Weddle. Jake Weddle.
Is there any Weddle tents?
I don't even know what fucking Weddle is on Twitter. Jake.
WEDDLE. No.
Jake Weedle. Jake Weed? That's not him.
Is it double E or
Double D. Yep.
Is that it?
What kind of monster?
Is that it?
I do like the green monster. I do like the green monster, yes.
I'm too tired to even find Jake Weddle on Twitter. I mean, that's how fucking irrelevant he is, I suppose. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. You had your chance to possibly maybe respond, Weddle. I don't fucking know, man. Oh, God. God. What a... Okay, I mean, do you guys think Soggy has missed anything?
There's a couple of points in the video where I'm like, well, this could probably be contested if the other person has information to counter it, such as the editing claim. There's a couple of parts that we kind of are. I can't recall off the top of my head right now because there's too many similar parts, but there are some parts where it is just hearsay. But for the most part, there is more corroborative like evidence and circumstance to Soggy Cereal's like point of arguments than Dogpack has. So the clear definite win is going to go to Soggy Cereals, right? There's just too much in his corner. There's too much corroboration. There's even parts of Dogpack's story that align with things that other people are saying. So I think that like I said in the beginning, unless there is something that directly counters some of his claims or some of his evidence, there's no way that Dogpack can come back from this. Because let's say he makes a tweet addressing some of the shit he says. Are we gonna believe you just typing in text? Of course fucking not.
No, he needs to get on an interview with somebody.
Yeah. And he needs to come with his own corroboration as well. But it appears that nobody's willing to give that benefit to Dogpack. Almost every employee is against him.
Yeah. Can you blame them?
No, absolutely not. He fucked them.
And like Dogpack isn't gonna be able to do that anyway because he's fucking scared of interviews, man. Like he's just like incapable of talking when he's like taking criticism.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Somebody also, not to mention, he's like I said, like we said earlier, he's inconsistent. He's just ripping information from other people. These are not experiences that he.
Yeah, he's just not got it. Well, look, this has been fun. I'm going to kick you both out. Thank you both for coming to hang around. Please chat again. You've got me added now, Stucky. Also, if you do speak to Soggy, please let me know if he'll release that fucking call. I really, really want it. I ask for nothing else.
I'm saying good night because I'm about to leave. So
yeah, good night,
I don't
lads.
have to be here wasting up your time.
Yeah.
Later.
Night, lads. Bye.
Good night.
Okay, Chud is live. Chud is live. Chud is live. Chud is live. This has been really fun. I probably will not stream tonight because I am fucking, unless something dramatic happens, like fucking something insane, then I might. But I'm going to bed. Okay. I hope all of you have a fantastic day. I'm going to send you over to Chud Logic. You guys have been great. For those of you just waking up, welcome to the waking world again, I guess. And I will see you next time. Okay.